Chapter 441. Mu Qianshang said, his tone as calm as water. There was no threatening aura, but it gave people the most extreme pressure. Between friends, ridicule was ridicule, but friends were willing to risk their lives to accompany each other. The water god's eyes narrowed. Since I have lost, I will naturally save her. However, if you want to fight again, Tian will be happy to accompany you. When Ningchen heard this, the murderous aura around him vanished. He flipped his palm and opened the ice coffin. He bowed respectfully and said, "We were rude just now. Please lend us a hand. We will be eternally grateful." The water god was not a narrow-minded person. Focusing his energy in his eyes, he looked at the sleeping woman in the coffin, and a green light flashed in his eyes. Ghost body of the underworld, such a physique actually still existed in the world. Unfortunately, this woman's life force had already disappeared, and it would be difficult to wake her up. With my strength, I can only stabilize her soul, but waking her up is not something I can do. After a while, the green light in Tian Wu's eyes faded as he spoke. "And it's enough." Ning Qin sighed. Tian Wu did not say anything else, and gathered his energy. Endless life, force, surged out from his body, turning into a stream that entered the woman's body. The roar of the azure dragon could be faintly heard, and the power of the divine spirit stabilized the ghost woman's dissipating soul. In a flash, the water god's aura had weakened by more than 10%. Even a divine spirit's body could not withstand the power of the divine spirit source. Seeing this, Ning Chen swiped his finger, and a bloody light flickered. The power of the phoenix's source overflowed and entered the former's body. The phoenix's source entered the body, and the dragon roared and the phoenix cried. The water god's aura gradually stabilized. Phoenix's source? A strange light flashed in Tian Wu's eyes. The proud and holy phoenix had actually given its source to a human. Black tortoise, phoenix, azure dragon, heaven's will. Tian Wu flipped his palm and gathered his energy. The green light around him shone again, and a drop of blood flew out. In the bloody light, it entered Tian Ming's heart. After doing what he had to do, Tian Wu withdrew his hand, hiding the exhaustion in his eyes. He slowly said, "Let me remind you, creation is not a power that humans can control. This woman's soul has lost her life force, and there is almost no chance of waking her up. Sir, take care." As soon as she finished speaking, the blue-robed figure gradually dispersed. The water god left and merged into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Ning Chen was silent for a moment. He lifted his right hand, and as the wind and snow surged, the ice coffin was sealed again. In the next moment, it melted into the shadow of the phoenix and disappeared. "Let's go," Ning Chen said. Then he turned into a beam of light and left along the path he came from. Mu Qianshang followed and left together. In the Yuheng, holy land, the female supreme stood quietly. No one except Ruo she dared to take half a step closer to her. At this moment, a brilliant light flashed and two figures appeared. They returned in time. "You're back? Let's go." Seeing the plain-clothed young man appear in front of her, Miss Chang didn't ask for the result. "Yes," Ning Qin responded softly. Activating his martial arts, he transformed into a phoenix and prepared to return with the female supreme. After the Book of Life was stripped away, the body will be weak for a period of time and will need someone to take care of it. Let's go together. Female Chang glanced at the nearby Ruoshi and said, "Young master." Ruoshi stepped forward, her eyes flashing with worry as she whispered. Ning Qin nodded. The phoenix body's future path would be even more difficult. Ruoshi really wasn't suitable to accompany him. In front of the dragon gate, the two figures looked at each other. Then they left in plain-clothes clothes. "Friend, it's time to say goodbye." A faint smile rose on Mu Qianshang's face. Everyone had their own path to walk. A short meeting was already a pleasant surprise. "We'll meet again someday." Ning Qin smiled and replied, "The road ahead may be difficult, but don't give up. Also, your red robes are really ugly." Mu Qianshang's expression was serious. "Same here. Your black cloak is also really vulgar." Ning Qin didn't give in. "Ha!" Mu Qianshang chuckled and left. After 2 steps, he disappeared. "Friend, take care." His final words echoed in the wind. In life, no matter when, one must always get used to parting. Take care. Ning Qin looked at his friend, leaving, and softly said, "Since the matter with Yuheng was over, he stayed for a short day. The next day, he left to continue his search. In the previous battle, although he had been deceived by the Yuheng ancestor, he had still sensed the upper limit of the Yuheng divine cauldron. Perhaps it could bring back the living, but it would be difficult to bring back the dead. Where should he go next? A human artifact wouldn't work. But in this world, was there any power that surpassed the limits of humanity? In the imperial palace of Tianshu, Ning Qin came as promised. Hong Wulei had woken up. Seeing the red-robed figure in front of him, tears flashed in his eyes. "What's there to cry about? It's just a loss. I'll teach you again. You can win it back in the future." Ning Chen's tone was indifferent. Hearing this, Hong Wulei wiped away the tears in his eyes. Many years of hardship had tempered his tenacity. At this moment, he respectfully bowed, his gaze once again firm. "You came at the right time. Half a day ago, the Central Province's Whitefoot Academy sent a letter, inviting you and me to become teachers there. The Yuheng Holy Land should have also received the same letter." Qi Yanxia walked over. Whitefoot Academy. Ning Qin frowned slightly. Where was this place? They didn't seem to have any interactions. "You go first. Yanxia will explain the details to you. Remember, be careful when you reach Whitefoot Academy." Emperor Qi appeared and said seriously. Ning Chen heard the seriousness in Emperor Qi's voice and nodded slightly. Even the emperor of a dynasty was afraid of this place. It seemed that this Whitefoot Academy was not simple. "Wulei, let's go." Ning Chen glanced at Hong Wulei beside him and said. Hong Wulei nodded and immediately walked away with him. Seeing the 3 of them leave, Emperor Qi's eyes flashed with a strange light. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but he felt that this girl called Hong Wulei seemed to be somewhat similar to a legendary person. He hoped that they would have a safe journey. "What happened to your hair?" On the way, Qi Yanxia looked at the white strands in the black hair beside her and asked. Ning Chen came back to his senses. Red light flashed around him, and his white hair turned back to black. "It's nothing." Ning Chen replied, "It was just a side effect of the demonic tribulation." He didn't expect that in the end he would also walk the path of the demonic tribulation. Ning Chen looked towards the east. After the battle with the Nether King, Zi had completely disappeared without a trace. For the past 10 years, there had been no news of her. Compared to him, Zi Yi's demonic tribulation was more worrying. The demonic qi suppressed by the 1,000 years of Great Xia was extraordinary. Even though Zi Yi had been an emperor and had obtained the fortune of a dynasty, it was still difficult for him to suppress the demonic qi that was constantly growing in his body. Qi Yanxia didn't continue to ask after that. She changed the topic and said, "The Whitefoot Academy we're going to is one of the inheritances in the Central Plains that we can't provoke, because on the surface, it already has a supreme venerable and 2 half-venerables. Its hidden strength is even more difficult to estimate. It can be said that it's an extremely powerful force in the Central Plains." "What does it have to do with us?" Ning Chen asked. Qi Yanxia's eyes flashed. She said, "It's similar to the 100 Dynasties competition in Nanling. The Northern Plains, Western Buddha, and the Central Plains all have their own competitions. It's just that the times and methods are different. Under normal circumstances, the Whitefoot Academy will send invitations to the top 3 experts in the Central Plains. They rarely send invitations to the other 3 regions. This time, it might be because Lord Ning, You've reached the 30th level of the competition tower. It's really too shocking that you've attracted the attention of the Whitefoot Academy. I'm sorry to have implicated you, Ningchen said slowly. It's not really a burden. The Central Plains is the strongest among the 4 regions. Receiving an invitation from the Whitefoot Academy might not be a bad thing for me, Qi Yanxia said calmly. By the way, Hong Wulei needs an identity. How should we arrange it? Qi Yanxia looked at the girl beside her and asked. Hong Wulei saw Ningchen looking at her. She pointed at herself and gestured a few times. She was speechless and difficult to understand. Ningchen understood and said indifferently, a maid. Qi Yanxia narrowed her eyes and did not say anything. A maid at the 3rd tribulation of the Khanate stage was rare, but it was not unacceptable. The journey was peaceful. The 3 of them did not rush over quickly. The Whitefoot Academy had given them plenty of time. They just needed to go there within 3 months. The invitation written by a sovereign was enough to give them face, but it was also a heavy burden. In this world, there were not many people who dared to go against a sovereign. Unless they had no other choice, no one was willing to become enemies with a terrifying sovereign. Ningchen did not have much respect for sovereigns. He had faced more than one sovereign, and had even fought with sovereigns. However, he did not reject the invitation from the Whitefoot Academy. He had already been to all the places in the Nanling Mountains. Perhaps it was time for him to make a trip to the Central Plains. As the night rose, the 3 of them stopped to rest for a while. Ningchen closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, gathering energy to heal his injuries. In the battle with the Khanate stage, his phoenix body had been seriously injured. Although he had the help of his main body, he could only temporarily suppress his injuries. Hong Wulei was still practicing his swordsmanship. He repeated the simple moves that Ningchen had taught him before over and over again, persistent and serious. Qi Yanxia looked at the young man in front of her and frowned slightly. How could he be so seriously injured in just a few days? Soon after, Ningchen woke up. He got up and walked to Hong Wulei. He waved his hand and summoned the Yama Divine Sword. He said calmly, "Look good. I'll only teach you once." The sword drew the wind, and the will came out of the clouds. Before the sword move appeared, the wind and clouds had already moved, and the heaven and earth were solemn. With one sword move, the 9 heavens changed drastically. Everything sank into the 9 continents. The terrifying power rushed out with a roar. In an instant, the void of 1,000 feet suddenly cracked. The supreme sword power shook the 9 heavens and the bright moon. After one move, Ningchen put away his sword and walked back to his original place. Under the moon, Hong Wulei looked at the void in front of him that was still changing. The light in his eyes kept flickering. He seemed to understand something, but there seemed to be more that he did not understand. "Do you always teach people like this?" Qi Yanxia said slowly, not to mention Hong Wulei. Even she found it very difficult to impart the martial arts way in this manner. "As long as it's useful," Ningchen replied calmly. Compared to when Mubai taught him to slash people directly with a sword, his method was many times more gentle. It was better to comprehend swordsmanship by oneself. Learning from others' swordsmanship would eventually lead to falling under the sword. Hong Wulei's aptitude and temperament were good. He did not want to mislead others. Chapter 442. The Central Plains was a boundless territory. Empires emerged and hundreds of sects flourished. It had always been the most powerful region among the 5 regions. Bai Lu Academy's invitation and Ji Zun's handwriting were enough to show Bai Lu's sincerity. Ningchen and Qi Yanxia embarked on their journey to the Central Plains. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The 2 appeared in the Central Plains. Red, without tears, accompanied them. The journey was peaceful. The divine prefecture of the eastern region merged, and the world was restored. Glory reappeared. In the past 10 years, geniuses from various sects emerged. The most powerful ones were strong enough to contend with the legendary figures of the older generation. Bailu Academy was located in the southwest of the Central Plains. With their speed, it would take them a few days to arrive. Over the past month, the injuries of the phoenix body had gradually healed. After Qi Yanxia's introduction, Ning Qin had a general understanding of the Central Plains and Bailu Academy. Other than one Jizun and 2 half Jizun, Bailu Academy had one more thing that he cared about the most. Heavenly Book, Sun Volume. There were 10 volumes of the Heavenly Book. Gods were in chaos, the sun and moon were in motion, and there was no life in heaven and earth. Among them, the chaos had been destroyed. Mu Qingxue had the Xing volume. Heaven, earth, nothingness, and life volumes were with the original body. Luofei had the moon volume. Only the sun volume and God volume had not appeared. Among the 10 volumes of the Heavenly Book, life was the beginning, nothingness was the end, and God was the most respected. Other than these 3 volumes, the other 7 volumes had their own characteristics. The sun volume represented the power of yang in the world, which was the opposite of Luofei's moon volume. The phoenix body was different from the original body. The power of the bloodline was too extreme. It was not easy to cultivate martial arts in the human world. Perhaps the sun volume, which had similar attributes, could improve the phoenix body. However, the news that the sun volume was in Bailu Academy had always been a legend. No one had been able to confirm it. It was common knowledge that no one could defeat a Jizun. Therefore, even if they suspected that there was a heavenly book in Bailu Academy, no one dared to act rashly. The 3 of them continued forward. 2 days later, they had entered the territory of the Mizar Empire. The Central Plains had many outstanding people, and there were as many empires as there were stars in the sky. They were even more prosperous than the Nanling Empire. Due to the existence of the White Foot Academy, the Mizar Empire's position was extremely special in the entire Central Plains. Every move they made attracted the attention of many. In White Emperor City, undercurrents were surging. The Mizar dynasty's emperor was nearing the end of his lifespan, and he was growing older with each passing day. The selection of a new emperor was imminent. However, the martial spirit of the Mizar dynasty made the inheritance method of the Mizar dynasty different from other countries. As long as one's ability was outstanding and had a chance of inheriting the throne, they would be bestowed the title of Crown Prince. In the Mizar dynasty, there were a total of 4 crown princes, the 1st prince, the 4th prince, the 9th prince, and the 13th prince. In the Kaiyang Empire, there was no tradition of having a first son or first son. Instead, they relied on their own abilities to ascend the throne. Of the 4 crown princes, the 4th prince's cultivation was the most shocking. He had reached the peak of the 2nd calamity at such a young age, and he was a true, peerless genius. However, the 4th prince was completely engrossed in martial arts, and he had never been interested in the throne. Of the other 3 crown princes, the 1st prince had been managing his faction for the longest time, and he had the most bargaining chips. The 9th prince was extremely intelligent, and he ruled the country well. He also had the support of his mother's bloodline, so his strength could not be underestimated. As for the youngest 13th prince, he was the one with the most outstanding cultivation apart from the 4th prince. He was both courageous and resourceful, and his military exploits were outstanding. He had conquered a lot of territory for the Mizar dynasty. Apart from the factions of the 4 crown princes, the White Foot Academy, 400 kilometers to the west of White Emperor City, was also quite a big variable. The opinions of the White Foot Academy had always greatly influenced who the emperor of the Mizar dynasty belonged to. The temptation of the emperor's throne was not something that ordinary people could resist. Apart from the 4th prince, the other 3 crown princes had all returned and were making their final efforts, preparing to fight with everything they had. 3 days later, 10 kilometers to the west of White Emperor City, a young man in purple-red clothes appeared. His face was calm, and he did not seem anxious at all. He carried a sword on his back, and he did not reveal any sword intent. Wherever he walked, leaves would flutter, and they would form swords as they landed. At the same time, 10 kilometers to the east of White Emperor City, 3 figures also walked towards White Emperor City step by step. When the sun was about to set, the city gates were about to close. When the unfamiliar young man appeared at the west gate, the soldiers guarding the city were all surprised and knelt down. "Fourth Prince, you can rise," Yi Xuanmiao responded and continued walking forward. The afterglow of the setting sun scattered across White Emperor City. There were fewer and fewer people on the streets. When the 2 figures walked past each other, the 2 swords reacted at the same time. The sword on the sword, the heart of the sword hummed gently. A strange light flashed through the eyes of the 2 people who walked past each other. However, neither of them looked back, and they walked off into the distance. When the sun was setting in the west, the 3 of them left the city. The Whitefoot Academy was not far away. 400 kilometers was not unreachable for cultivators. The sun set and the cold moon rose. The 3 people who gradually walked away did not stop because of the night. "The young man who just passed by is not simple," Qi Yanxia said. "The 4th prince of the Mizar dynasty, Yi Xuanmiao," Ning Chen said slowly. "How do you know?" Qi Yanxia frowned slightly. "His sword intent is pure and unyielding. Apart from the legendary 4th prince, there won't be a second person with such a sword," Ning Chen said calmly. Doubt rose in Hong Wuling's eyes. Why didn't she sense anything? "I never thought that the 4th prince of the Mizar dynasty would have such shocking attainments in the sword. It looks like the battle for the throne of the Mizar dynasty has become even more complicated," Qi Yanxia said softly. "Being born into the imperial family means that you are destined to be helpless," Ning Chen replied. Yi Xuanmiao returned to the 4th prince's residence in White Emperor City. 3 letters arrived soon after. The other 3 princes all sent invitations. Yi Xuanmiao looked at the 3 letters on the table. After reading them one by one, he put them down and said, "Send someone to reply. Tell them that I will visit on time." "Yes." The butler accepted the order and immediately turned to leave. In the quiet crown prince's residence, the candlelight flickered. Yi Xuanmiao looked at the scenery outside the window. A faint brilliance flashed through his eyes. "Father, what are you thinking about?" The next day, in the middle of the day, 3 people walked to the front of Bailu Academy. After confirming their identities, the elder guarding the gate ignored them. He didn't even ask about Hong Wuling's background. After walking 100 steps, Ning Chen glanced at Hong Wuling beside him and said, "Wuling, when you are free, come and chat with this senior more often." Hong Wuling was puzzled. She looked back but didn't see anything different. "This is a half-venerable. I can teach you sword techniques, but I can't teach you cultivation. As long as the senior is willing to guide you once, it will be enough for you to benefit greatly," Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Hong Wuling's eyes were filled with surprise. She immediately nodded and remembered the former's words. "Are you Lord Ning and Miss Qi?" At this moment, a white-clothed young man walked over and asked politely, "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "The academy head has been waiting for a long time." "This way, please," the white-clothed young man said. Ning Chen, Qi Yanxia, and Hong Wuling followed the young man and walked to the east of the academy. A clear spring gurgled as a small pavilion sat on the surface of a lake within a simple and elegant courtyard. Within the pavilion, a beautiful young woman sat silently before a stone table. Her black hair was coiled up to reveal her fair neck, and if it wasn't for the fact that this place was too special, no one would be able to believe that this was the head hall of Whitefoot Academy. Ning Chen looked over and immediately sighed in his heart. There was no need to ask more. This was another human sovereign. Since when were there so many human sovereigns everywhere? "Academy head, Lord Ning and Miss Qi are here," the white-clothed young man said respectfully on the shore of the lake. "Yes, you can leave first," Yi Qingqiu said calmly. Yes. The white-clothed young man responded softly and immediately turned to leave. 3 distinguished guests. Please come into the pavilion for a chat. Yi Qingqiu waved her hand. In front of the pavilion, ripples paved the way to the 3 people. Ning Qin stepped on the ripples. His expression didn't change much. Since he was here, he should take things as they came. He didn't have any grievances with this human sovereign. There was no need to be reserved or afraid. As the Empress of Tianshu, Qi Yanxia's experience was different from ordinary people. She also calmly walked up. Among the 3 of them, only Hong Wulei was seeing a human sovereign for the first time. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Following behind Hong Yi, her heart was filled with vigilance and fear. Sit. A smile appeared on Yi Qingqiu's beautiful face. Thank you, Academy Head. Ning Qin said his thanks and immediately sat down in front of the stone table. Qi Yanxia also said her thanks and sat down. Facing the sovereign in front of her, a strange light flashed through her eyes. Among the sovereigns of the present age, there were very few women. This academy head was able to obtain the position of sovereign as a woman. It was truly amazing. I've always been curious. You've already opened the stone door to the 31st floor of the competition tower. Why don't you go up? Based on the speed at which you passed through the 30th floor, you should still have energy left, Yi Qingqiu said softly as she poured a cup of tea and pushed it over. Ning Qin accepted the tea and took a sip. It was slightly bitter, but had a sweet aftertaste. After leaving the Marquis estate, he hadn't drunk tea for a long time. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that every time he drank tea, he was scheming against others. I can't obtain the origin jade of the 31st floor. It's useless for me to go up, replied Ning Qin. I see. Yi Qingqiu nodded. So that really was the reason. An overly rational youth really didn't match his age. Academy Head, I also have something I don't understand. Can I ask you? Asked Ning Qin. Please, said Yi Qingqiu. With Whitefoot Academy's foundation, there shouldn't be a lack of teachers. Why did you invite the 2 of us here? Asked Ning Qin. The academy exists to break the shackles of sex and gather the best points of all schools. In addition, it's easier for young people to communicate with each other, isn't that right? Smiled Yi Qingqiu. Perhaps. Ning Qin casually replied. The majority of Whitefoot Academy students are disciples of the Central Plains, large families or sections. You and Miss Qi only need to teach them once a month. The rest of the time, the academy won't impose any restrictions. After saying that, Yi Qingqiu paused for a moment and poured more tea for the 2 of them. The academy's students might not be easy to teach. I'm not worried about Miss Qi, but your killing intent is too heavy. I have to remind you that although martial prowess isn't restricted in the academy, it's forbidden to kill others. Don't worry, Academy Head. In truth, I don't like to injure others. I prefer to use virtue to convince others, said Ning Qin calmly as he drank his tea. Chapter 443. Beside the half-moon lake in the Bailu Academy, students sat quietly. In front of them, the red-robed man was teaching. He had been teaching for almost half an hour. A breeze blew and the lotus incense burned out. Ning Qin stopped talking and said lightly, "Class dismissed." After saying that, he walked away without any hesitation. The students looked at each other. Although it was not their first time attending this teacher's class, they still felt uncomfortable every time. Every class was half an hour, which was the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. He started class on time and ended class on time, not 1 second more. Apart from class, it was extremely difficult to find this teacher at any other time. They vaguely heard that this teacher Ning was personally invited by the headmaster. However, no one knew the details. Such a young teacher was rare in the thousands of years of history of the Bai Lu Academy. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake on the east side of the academy, Yi Qingqiu listened to the report of the white-robed young man and nodded gently. She said, "Okay, I know. You can go back." Yes. The The white-robed young man bowed respectfully and immediately turned to leave. On the stone table, steam rose and the fragrance of the tea floated. Qingqiu quietly looked at the tea set in front of her. A faint color flashed through her eyes. 2 months had passed, and the situation was much calmer than she had imagined. However, these students were not people who could stay put. That Ningqian was also not a person who would resign himself to adversity. The eruption of both sides was not far away. The students of the academy were too proud. Someone needed to teach them a lesson. In this world, among the same generation, only he could completely suppress the sharpness of these students. In front of the half-moon lake, the class ended. In the distance, Qi Yanxia, who had been quietly waiting, walked over. Looking at Ningqian, who was about to leave, she said softly, "It's over." "Yes," Ningqian nodded and replied. "Then let's go," Qi Yanxia said. The two of them left. After a few steps, they disappeared. The back mountain of the academy, the primitive land, was also a forbidden area for the students of the academy. Today, the two teachers of the academy had appeared and entered the forbidden area together. "Thank you," Qi Yanxia said. "It's nothing," Ningqian replied. "Beside the sky yen fruit, there is a silver leopard guarding it. It is close to the energy-shaping realm and is extremely fast. Its strength is not weaker than a half-venerable. Both of us have to be careful." Qi Yanxia exhorted. She cultivated the imperial celestial scripture, which was a special technique. The further she cultivated, the easier it was for the vigorous energy in her vital essence to damage her meridians. Especially since she was a woman, she needed to rely on external objects to neutralize the vigorous energy in her body. In the primitive land behind the academy, because it was difficult for people to go there, there were countless treasures. She had learned about the existence of the heavenly face fruit from the headmaster, but it would be difficult for her to get it alone. Hearing Qi Yanxia's reminder, Ningqian nodded and agreed softly. The path ahead was full of twists and turns, difficult to traverse. Coiling ancient trees towered into the clouds. Ancient vines hung down, cutting off the path ahead. There were also giant eagles that soared into the sky, their wings covering the sun. There were rumors that energy-shaping realm wild beasts existed in the unknown primitive lands of the human world. For thousands of years, very few people dared to step into this place. The Whitefoot Academy had been established for thousands of years, and there had always been primes in charge. The main reason was to prevent energy-shaping realm wild beasts from the primitive lands from coming out and wreaking havoc in the human world. The location of the heavenly face fruit was still some distance away from the deepest part of the primitive lands. Moreover, for thousands of years, the human world and the primitive lands had gradually formed a tacit understanding. Under normal circumstances, the primes would not act rashly. The two of them went deeper and faster, heading straight for the place where the heavenly face fruit grew. After 15 minutes, Ningqian suddenly stopped. He waved his hand to stop Qi Yanxia from moving forward. His eyes looked ahead, and a trace of seriousness flashed across them. "It's here." As soon as he finished speaking, a silver light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Before she could react, the silver claw had already come for her life. The sword finger shook the silver claw, and with a clang, Hong Yi retreated 4 steps. She took Qi Yanxia and flew 10 feet away. The foundation of the phoenix body was not as strong as the original body. She did not have the upper hand in the fight against a wild beast that was close to the energy-shaping realm. With a wave of her hand, the king of hell appeared. The divine weapon was in her hand, and the purple light was activated. The heavy vast essence and the power of the sword were activated. In an instant, the sword pressure spread out like a purple cloud, enveloping everything within 1,000 feet in the sword wind. The heavenly face fruit should be nearby. "I'll block it." "You go and find it," Ningqian said seriously. "Be careful," Qi Yanxia warned. Immediately, She moved gracefully and left the battlefield. The silver leopard roared and turned into a silver light. In an instant, it arrived and blocked the former's path. At the same time, Hong Yi disappeared. Her sword swept past and met the silver leopard's claw head-on. With a bang, dust and sand surged. Hong Yi retreated another 3 steps. Her sword drew the wind, and a sword cut through the air. The silver leopard's figure flashed, avoiding the 100 feet of wild wind. In a flash, its afterimage flashed past, threatening to kill. Competing in speed? I'll take it. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Yi moved and disappeared. The sword flashed. Extreme speed against extreme speed, a battle of absolute speed. In the ancient lands, the silver light and red light kept colliding. They were so fast that their figures could not be seen. The moment the sword and the silver claw collided, the afterimages dissipated and turned back. Sword style falling sky. The falling sky sword was like a rainbow falling from the 9 heavens. Endless sword rain fell, instantly destroying 100 feet of land. The silver leopard's body was extremely bright. It blocked the falling sword light. It raised its head and roared. Horrifying sound waves spread out, shaking the heavens and the earth. When the sound waves came, Ning Chun waved his sword to block them. With a bang, he retreated several steps. The blood and qi in his body surged violently. Retreat! At this moment, Qi Yanxiao appeared and transmitted her voice. Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He stepped forward and leaped into the air. His sword turned into flowing light and broke the mountain. With a loud bang, the mountain rocks flew. Hong Yi retreated and disappeared. The silver leopard roared and smashed the huge rock in front of it with its claws. It wanted to chase after them, but it could no longer see them. In the academy, the 2 people appeared. Qi Yanxia glanced at the person beside her and asked softly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while." Ning Chen calmed down the surging blood and qi in his body and answered. With the current strength of the phoenix body, it was indeed a little difficult to deal with a half-venerable. The gap between the realm and the foundation was too big. After the heaven-face fruit is plucked, it will lose its effect soon. I must go into seclusion as soon as possible. Help me take the place of the martial arts class in 2 days, Qi Yanxia said. Okay. Ning Chen nodded. This was a small matter. Qi Yanxia did not say anything more. She left with the heaven-face fruit and prepared to go into seclusion to dissolve the energy in her vital essence. Ning Chen also returned to his residence. It was an inconspicuous, small courtyard and an inconspicuous, small house. It looked a little old. If one did not go in and take a look, no one would think that it was still inhabited. In the small courtyard, Hong Wulei was practicing swordsmanship. When she saw Ning Chen return, she immediately walked forward and bowed respectfully. "How's the swordsmanship I taught you?" Ning Chen sat on the stone table in the courtyard and asked. Hong Wulei's expression turned serious. She stepped forward and waved her sword. In an instant, a dazzling sword light rushed into the sky, shocking the whole academy. Oh! At the entrance of the academy, the old man guarding the gate opened his eyes and looked at the sword light in the sky. A strange look flashed through his eyes. Not bad. Whether it was talent or temperament, this little girl was much stronger than those children of aristocratic families. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Yi Qingqiu's hand that was brewing tea paused. She looked at the sky and narrowed her eyes. It seemed that the Red King's only daughter had inherited her father's outstanding talent. She just did not know if she could surpass her father. However, with the guidance of that young man whose attainments in the sword were astounding, it was hard to say. In the small courtyard, Ning Chen looked at Hong Wulei's sword and nodded slightly. Not bad. Someone would take the place of the martial arts class in 2 days. Miss Qi is in seclusion. In 2 days, you will take her place in the martial arts class, Ning Chen said. Hong Wulei was startled. She knew nothing except killing people. How could she teach others? Think about it yourself. I'm going to rest. After speaking, Ning Qin stood up and walked towards his house. The fight that he had helped Qi Yanxia today was not easy. Previously in the divine land, the heaven and earth were severely damaged. Wild beasts and human warriors did not cultivate easily. It was very difficult for them to reach the innate realm. The three disasters were even rarer. In comparison, the heaven and earth of these four regions were much more complete. Be it humans or wild beasts, any one of them was as strong as a monster. All right. Ning Qin suddenly stopped and looked at Hong Wulei in the courtyard. He reminded her, the college chief has instructed that we cannot hurt people casually in the academy. Therefore, we must be rational in everything. Try not to use violence. We must win people over with virtue. After speaking, Ning Qin walked into the house and closed the door with a bang. He did not show his face again. The next day, Hong Wulei went to the entrance of the academy as usual and chatted with the old man guarding the gate. Although one of them could not talk and the other only liked to sleep, there was nothing to talk about. Just as Hong Wulei was about to reach the entrance of the academy, the young man in white appeared again and said politely, "Miss Hong, the college chief, wants to see you." Hong Wulei stopped, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Why was the college chief looking for her? The young man in white led the way. After arriving at the pavilion in the middle of the lake, he turned and left. Hong Wulei walked into the pavilion in the middle of the lake and looked at the college chief in front of her. She respectfully bowed and immediately stood quietly in front of him. "Hong Wulei, is this name given to you by the Red King?" Yi Qingqiu asked. "Crack." Hearing the two words Red King, Hong Wulei's body suddenly shook. The stone slab under her feet cracked, and her face unconsciously flashed with murderous intent. "Don't be nervous, I have no malice. Sit down and talk." Yi Qingqiu pressed her delicate hand, and the cracked stone slab in the stone pavilion closed again. Hong Wulei suppressed the waves in her heart and sat in front of the stone table. She looked at the sovereign in front of her with eyes full of doubt. Apart from Ruo Shi and that young master, how could anyone know her identity? You have the power of your father's bloodline. Of course, apart from the perfected sovereigns, others can't see it. Yi Qingqiu explained. When your father was young, he also came here to study. At that time, I wasn't the head of the academy yet. I was just a teacher like your son. I remember that your father was very restless at that time and gave a lot of headaches to the teachers. Of course, later on, your father became more well-behaved. Speaking of which, the college's rule that you can't use force at will was set at that time. Do you know why? Counting up to here, Yi Qingqiu's eyes flashed with a touch of nostalgia. She raised her head and looked at Hong Wulei in front of her with a smile. Hong Wulei shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Yi Qingqiu smiled and said, "Because your father couldn't beat me. Moreover, at that time, I also liked to use virtue to win people over, just like your young master said. Therefore, your father was very miserable, very miserable. The court head couldn't stand it anymore and set this rule." Chapter 444. According to the rules of the academy, no one was allowed to use force to hurt others. If the head of the academy didn't mention it, no one would know that the original intention of this rule was not to restrict the students, but to restrict the teachers. In the pavilion, the head of the academy and Hong Wulei talked for a long time. The mist rose, blurring their vision. Too much time had passed. The son of an old friend had grown up. 14 years ago, the head of the kings in Wulei City died in the hands of the number 1 swordsman of Yu Luo life extermination sect. However, the Red King was close to becoming a sovereign. How could he be killed so easily? Everyone knew that there was an unknown conspiracy. However, after the Red King's death, everyone kicked a man who was down. No one cared about the truth anymore. More than 10 years had passed. The truth that was buried in time was difficult to find out. However, nothing was absolute. There was no perfect world. People were the same, and so were conspiracies. When the Red King died, Hong Wulei was 10 years old. There were many things that she didn't understand. She gradually understood after more than 10 years. If she wanted to take revenge, she had to have the corresponding strength and scheming. Among her peers, the Red King's daughter's cultivation and temperament were already outstanding. Even when compared to the young geniuses of the various great sects, she was not inferior. However, she was still far from taking revenge for the Red King. During the conversation, Yi Qingqiu suddenly changed the topic and said softly, "Your son is not bad." Hong Wulei was stunned, and a wisp of puzzlement flashed through his eyes. Then his gaze focused as if he had understood something. "In the future, if you can find a way to make him follow you to the Wulei city, maybe?" Yi Qingqiu didn't say the rest of her words. Some things just needed to be pointed out. How Hong Wulei wanted to do it would depend on his own ability. That Ningqin was too rational. He wasn't easy to talk to. Bargaining chips and favors. Hong Wulei had to take out at least one of them. In the middle of the day, Hong Wulei returned to the small courtyard with a lot on her mind. She knocked on the door of her son, but there was no response. She pushed the door and entered. There was no one in the room. On the table, there was a letter under the teacup. "Out to do something. Back soon." A few simple words without any content. Hong Wulei sighed softly. She had to suppress her thoughts for the time being. In White Emperor City, Hong Yi was strolling around, waiting for the sky to turn dark. What should she do when it was dark? She wanted to do what Mu Qingxue did. She had to do the mission given by the head of the academy. The higher the rank, the stronger the teacher. How could he lose to the headmaster? The most important thing was that only those with bigger fists had the right to speak. This was an immutable truth. The current Kaiyang Emperor, the primitive emperor, was already close to the half-revered realm. However, an accident happened while he was cultivating 10 years ago. His lifespan was depleted overnight, and he had been bitterly holding on until now. He was already at the end of his life. The Yuan Emperor had 17 princes, and the 4 most outstanding ones were conferred the title of Crown Prince. Other than the 4th prince, the other 3 were eyeing the throne covetously. However, this wasn't the reason for his trip, but to see how long the primitive emperor could live. A human emperor who was close to demigod wouldn't die so easily even if his lifespan was exhausted. The primitive emperor had already held on for 10 years. No one knew how much longer he could hold on. The White Foot Academy guarded the primitive lands and had a heavy responsibility. If the Mizar Empire fell into chaos, the academy would be affected as well. The head of the academy could not leave the academy easily, so the dirty work was left to him. Of course, he would be paid for the dirty work. The thing he wanted the most was the Book of Sunday. However, he only had the first move. It could be seen that the head of the academy knew how to do business. Apart from the Book of Life, every heavenly book had at least 2 moves recorded in it. In addition, there was also the mental cultivation method to combine the moves with the next heavenly book. It could be said that giving away a move as a favor was nothing to the head of the academy. The night was about to fall, and the lanterns were lit. There were fewer and fewer pedestrians. In the White Emperor City, thousands of lights were lit. The late autumn night was a little cold. Red walked on the street and rushed towards the palace. On the banks of the Qing River, the willow trees drooped down. As Red walked past, a willow tree fell into her hand. The leaves scattered and the twigs flew down. Condensing qi with her fingers, she cut Lu Chengjian. Her figure moved faster and faster, leaving behind a red afterimage in the city. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. In the Zhenhua Palace of the Mizar Empire, the primitive emperor finished his final state affairs. His face was full of exhaustion. He got up and was about to return to his palace to rest. At this moment, a red figure flashed by. The sword opened the candlelight and rushed towards him. Beside the primitive emperor, an old eunuch was the first to react. With a wave of his horsetail whisk, it turned into 3,000 white threads and trapped the sword. In the blink of an eye, red flashed by quickly. A sword broke the dust. Immediately, the sword turned rapidly and broke through the air. Yuan Emperor was in great danger. At this moment, a crimson spear came across the sky and blocked the sword. In the blink of an eye, a handsome young man appeared in the middle of the battle. He shook the spear, and vigorous true Yuan roared in all directions. Lu Jianfei flew back. Red held the sword. Her figure was like an illusion. Turning around, she waved her sword and rushed towards the primitive emperor again. "Rascal, who gave you the guts?" The 13th prince was furious. The red spear swept down with a force that could split the sky and break mountains. The red light was earth-shattering. Red didn't meet it head-on. Instead, she dodged quickly. Turning back for a moment, she bypassed the spear and attacked the emperor. The old eunuch arrived again. Using the broken horsetail whisk, he used it as a weapon to break the sword light. However, at this moment, Red disappeared and the weapon broke the sword. To their surprise, they realized that the opponent was only an afterimage. At this moment of crisis, the old eunuch's horsetail whisk turned again. The broken threads spread endlessly and sealed off the surrounding 10 feet radius. Red didn't retreat at all. The 13th prince waved a spear and turned it into a raging wave. Fierce attacks cut off the emperor's path. 2 strong weapons blocked the knowing destiny state, and the weapon blocked Lu Jianfei. In the blink of an eye, it was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. At the back, the primitive emperor looked at the rapidly moving red figure in the battle. His expression froze. What an amazing speed! Who could this person be? In the battle, the horsetail whisk and the red spear were constantly used. However, it was difficult to catch Red's figure. After more than 10 moves, the sword edge suddenly collapsed. Swords fell like rain, shrouding the two. The old eunuch and the 13th prince didn't expect this sudden change. They turned around to block the swords. Their teamwork showed a flaw. Red quickly bypassed the swords and pressed a palm towards the primitive emperor's chest. Unable to dodge or block, the primitive emperor's expression sank. He turned his palm to block the attack. With a bang, he met Red's attack head-on. What an extraordinary emperor! A hoarse voice rang out. Red retreated. In the next moment, her figure scattered and disappeared. The 13th prince wanted to chase, but the primitive emperor stopped him. No need to chase anymore. It's too late. The primitive emperor looked at the direction Red disappeared with a heavy gaze. There weren't many people in the world with such speed. Who was this person? What was her goal? Outside Mizar Imperial City, Red appeared and disappeared again in a flash. In the academy under the morning sun, a new day had arrived. Bai Hongzhu walked out of the courtyard and went to teach according to Ning Chen's instructions. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, red light gathered and appeared at the lakeside. She walked step by step to the pavilion. How was it? Yi Qingqiu asked softly. An old fox. Ning Chen sat down and answered. Oh. Yi Qingqiu frowned and said, You're saying the primitive emperor is acting. He's not acting, he's immersed in it. His lifespan is indeed exhausted, but he's now a half-exalt and not just an ordinary one, said Ning Chen calmly, using lifespan in exchange for cultivation advancement. Yi Qingqiu narrowed her eyes. Is there any other explanation? Asked Ning Chen indifferently. It still doesn't make sense. What's his goal? Yi Qingqiu's eyes flashed. The primitive emperor was already the emperor of a dynasty. Although the 4 crown princes' wings were growing, it was only with the primitive emperor's tacit approval that they could obtain their current achievements. As long as the primitive emperor was alive, the 4 crown princes wouldn't have any chance. I don't know much about schemes and schemes. You should think about it yourself, said Ning Chen with a smile. Yi Qingqiu came back to her senses and saw the smile on his face. She frowned again and said, "Have you guessed something?" "You're thinking too much. I'm just a martial artist." "What would I know?" laughed Ning Chin. I Chingchio waved her hand and a golden page appeared. A blazing aura circulated. The instant it appeared, mist rose from the lake. It was extremely extraordinary. "Half a move," said I Chingchio seriously. "Deal." Ning Chin replied. He didn't haggle too much. Haste makes waste. The future was long, and there would be plenty of opportunities. After receiving the reward, Ning Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, "You can think about it. In the Mizar imperial dynasty, aside from the imperial court, who is the strongest power?" "The academy." I Chingchio's expression darkened as she replied, "Your wise academy head. As the saying goes, how can one allow others to sleep beside one's bed? As long as the academy exists, the primitive emperor's power will be restrained. Even the next emperor of the Mizar imperial dynasty has to be discussed with the academy first. I think, not to mention the emperor of a dynasty, even an ordinary person would feel uncomfortable," said Ning Chin calmly. Crack! The teacup shattered and the tea splashed. I Chingchio's eyes flashed coldly. The Bailu Academy guarded the primitive land and had lived in peace with the Mizar imperial dynasty for thousands of years. She had never thought that the problem would come from here. Of course, this is only my guess. However, other than that, the primitive emperor really has no reason to make such a choice and hide it until now, said Ning Chin calmly. I Chingchio heard this and thought silently. Her expression became colder and colder. After a moment, she waved her hand and wrote a word. On the heavenly book, golden words were reflected on the lake, fulfilling the promise. "Your reward," said I Chingchio slowly. "Thank you." Ning Chin thanked her and memorized all the words on the lake. He then got up and walked out of the pavilion. Just as he was about to step out of the pavilion, Ning Chin stopped and reminded her softly. Then he didn't say anything else and walked away. Academy head, if the primitive emperor dies, even you have to show up once. The central heavenly court of the imperial dynasty is the real forbidden land of the human world. 10 years of preparation. Once you're in the jar, it'll be difficult to leave. The last words echoed in the pavilion, causing the eyes of the people in the pavilion to change again. After the reminder, they finally understood the situation. What a terrifying mind! It wasn't clear if the soft words were talking about the primitive emperor who started the plan 10 years ago, or the young man who guessed the whole plan in just a short confrontation. Chapter 445. At the Half Moon Lake, the students were in class. Hong Wulei couldn't speak, so she took out a sword and taught the students a move. The rest of the time was up to the students to comprehend. This move was taught by the young master. She didn't hold back and tried her best to demonstrate it. As for whether the students could comprehend it or not, it wasn't up to her. The students by the lake didn't look good. Finally, a young man couldn't bear it anymore and stood up. "Where's Mr. Chi? Why isn't he here?" Hong Wulei didn't reply. The young master asked her to teach. She didn't care about anything else. "I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? Why isn't Mr. Chi here?" Du Huanyan asked. Hong Wulei frowned slightly. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart and ignored him. "Are you mute?" Du Huanyan's eyes flashed coldly when he saw that the woman in front of him was still silent. The sound of the sword reverberated. Hong Wulei's eyes turned cold. She suppressed her urge to attack. The young master had said that she had to act rationally. She couldn't casually attack others. "Du Huanyan, don't be presumptuous." A young man in a white robe spoke calmly from the crowd of students. "By Yujing, you're meddling too much." Another young man stood up and casually tossed the bamboo slip in his hand to the side as he spoke indifferently. "Let's go. I'm not in the mood to waste time with a mute whose cultivation is lower than ours." Jiang Yiqing sneered and turned to leave. The other students also stood up and prepared to leave. "Oh, is the class over?" Right at this moment, a red-clothed figure, slowly walked over from afar. He glanced at the scattered students and asked. Hong Wulei shook her head. Her cold eyes had clearly reached the limit of her patience. No? Huh. With an emotionless laugh, Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. His feet moved and his figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, the red robe's afterimages flew. With a series of bangs, the figures flew up and were thrown into the lake. Splash! Splash! The students fell into the lake like rain. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Their cultivation was sealed. Bai Yujing's eyelids twitched as she looked at the students flying into the lake. It was late autumn, and the lake water was bone-chilling. Jiang Yiqing, Du Huanyan, and the others had ugly expressions. They looked at the red-clothed man standing on the shore, and their eyes were filled with anger. Since you don't want to attend classes by the lake, then stay in the water. As he spoke, Ning Chan waved his right hand. The willow leaves by the lakeside fluttered in the air and transformed into a sword wind that circled around the lake, sealing off the path to the shore. Once the lotus incense burns out, the formation will automatically dissolve. All right, let's continue with the lesson. After saying that, Ning Chen glanced at Hong Wulei, gave him some instructions, and left. Don't hurt others. Use virtue to convince others. This time, Hong Wulei understood and nodded seriously. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. To the east of the academy, Yi Qingqiu was in a pavilion in the middle of a lake. An hour later, Bai Yujing appeared and reported what had just happened. Is anyone injured? Yi Qingqiu asked softly. No. Bai Yujing shook her head. Yes, I understand. You can leave first, said Yi Qingqiu. Bai Yujing respectfully bowed and walked out of the courtyard. A trace of confusion flashed through her eyes. She really couldn't understand the academy head's attitude. Ning Chen walked into the academy's Jingluan pavilion. He nodded at the scholars reading on the first floor and then directly went to the second floor. On the second floor, a petite girl with heavy makeup on her face was performing an opera on the stage. Below her, a few spectators were sitting in different postures, quietly watching the show. As the play reached its climax, the sound of the gong intensified and the tense atmosphere spread. The woman let out a delicate shout, and her sleeves fluttered in the wind. A gorgeous long saber appeared. The long and narrow saber was half the length of the woman's body, and it emitted a breathtaking rainbow light as it shot out. Seeing this, Ning Chen did not say anything and immediately retreated. However, Shui Xiu's saber light was hard to dodge. A whirlwind broke through the sky, swift and fierce. Below the stage, the spectators seemed to have already experienced this, and they retreated even faster, avoiding the saber's range. The academy's 3 giants were the head of the pavilion, the old man guarding the gate and the woman singing. Saber God, butterfly in the flower. Half a venerable, the name of Saber God. This name was said by a supreme, venerable. It could be seen how stunning the butterfly in the flower was. However, there were very few people who knew that the woman singing in the academy was the butterfly in the flower. Not many people could go to the second floor of the Jingluan pavilion, and those who had seen the woman's face with heavy makeup could be counted on one hand. Ning Chen was lucky. A month ago, when he came to the Jingluan pavilion for the first time, he defeated the scholar and went to the second floor, where he met the butterfly in the flower singing. Ning Chen was also unlucky. When the butterfly in the flower sang, it didn't distinguish between the play and the play. The saber of the saber god was not easy to withstand. The saber danced in the sleeve again, making it difficult to dodge. Ning Chen came at the wrong time again. As soon as he stepped on the second floor, he met the saber again. The woman in red retreated quickly, and her afterimages were flying. However, the saber in the sleeve was even faster, cutting off thousands of afterimages and locking the soul. The sound of the gong became louder and louder, and the saber in the sleeve also became faster and faster. The woman in red focused on dealing with the saber, not daring to be careless. When the gong was about to stop, at the most critical moment, the saber was so fast that it was hard to see. Ning Qin couldn't dodge the saber in time, so he held the saber with both hands. The divine sword and the demon's saber blocked the attack at the same time. With a bang, he retreated several steps. Clang! When the gong stopped, the sleeve stopped, and the saber disappeared. The butterfly in the flower stepped on the ground and landed below the stage. She walked to the side and picked up a cup of tea to quench her thirst. The continuous stream of saber in the sleeve didn't destroy anything below the stage. Her amazing control was amazing. The title of Saber God was not unfounded. Senior. Ning Qin put away his saber and sword and bowed politely. Senior? Am I that old? How many times have I told you to call me Miss Dai? Otherwise, you can call me Senior Sister Dai. The butterfly in the flower finished her tea and put down the cup, dissatisfied. Ning Chun was helpless. He couldn't call her Miss Dai, so he could only choose the latter. Senior Sister Dai. Junior Brother Ning, I'll take care of you. The butterfly in the flower, in the flower, in the flower, in the flower stood on her tiptoes and pinched his face. Jealousy flashed through her eyes. Young people's skin was so good. She had to put on makeup to sing, and recently she felt that her skin was not as tender as before. Miss Dai, since your little lover is here, we won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. The three old men who were watching the show were not serious. They waved their hands casually and then went downstairs. The show was over. Instead of staying here to accompany the demoness, it was better to find a place to drink and talk about life ideals with the female teacher of the academy. When Ning Qin saw the three old men leave, he immediately had the urge to leave. This woman was not to be trifled with, or rather, she was not easy to get along with. He couldn't deal with her alone. Senior Sister Dai, I just came to look for a book. When I heard the gong, I came to take a look. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. With trouble ahead, Ning Qin didn't dare to stay any longer. He decisively found an excuse and turned to leave. Chapter 446. Who says it's nothing? You came at the right time. Wait for me. We'll go out and have a fight. Butterfly walked into the inner hall. She washed off the dirt on her face and changed into a blue dress. Her hair casually hung down her back, looking simple and plain. Ning Chun waited outside the inner hall on the second floor, not daring to leave. Those who were qualified to enter the Jingluan Pavilion all knew that Butterfly was not to be trifled with. She was a true devil. The academy head had forbidden anyone from revealing Butterfly's identity because he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for the academy. He liked coming to the second floor not because he liked to listen to Butterfly's opera, but because he wanted to see the saber god perform. In terms of saber attainment, Butterfly was already at the peak of the world. He was too far away. Of course, coming to the second floor was not a small risk. If he came at the wrong time, he might even lose his life. This woman was a madwoman. Especially when she was singing, no one dared to provoke her. Let's go. Not long after, Hua Zhongjie changed her clothes and walked out of the inner hall. Ning Qin nodded helplessly. He really didn't want to go, but he couldn't afford to provoke this woman. The two of them walked down the stairs. After 2 steps, Butterfly stopped. She thought for a moment and waved her hand. A ghost mask flew out of the inner hall and landed in her hand. Wear it when you fight. Okay. Ning Qin took the mask and replied softly. Wearing a mask wasn't much. Everyone knew that the second half-venerable of the academy was the opera singer, but no one knew that the opera singer was the saber god Butterfly. This devil's identity couldn't be exposed. His current identity was a teacher of the academy. He shouldn't appear at the same time as the saber god. The two of them went downstairs. The scholar, who was still reading on the first floor, nodded at them. Ning Chun returned the greeting. This person's cultivation method was a bit strange. He spent all day reading. But when it came to fighting, he was really hard to deal with. A month ago, he had only won by half a move. It wasn't easy for him to come to the second floor. Bookworm, if you keep reading, you'll become an idiot. Butterfly glanced at the scholar disdainfully. The scholar chuckled and didn't care. He replied, "The book has its own yen ruyu." "Then wait for your yen ruyu to come out." Hua Zhongjie replied and immediately walked out of the Jingluan pavilion. "Take care." The scholar looked at the red-robed young man in front of him and smiled. It was not a good thing to be entangled by the butterfly in the flower. This demoness was good at harming people. She had no self-awareness. Ning Chen smiled bitterly and didn't say anything further before walking out of the pavilion. Outside the academy, Hua Zhongjie had just walked out when she kicked her shoes away. Her delicate little feet walked on the stone floor, and in an inch she was floating in the air. "Senior apprentice, Sister Dai, your image." Ning Chen reminded her. "It's my hobby. It's none of your business." Hua Zhongjie turned around and said. Then she continued to walk forward in her own way. "Where are we going?" Ning Chen asked as he looked at the unfamiliar road around him. "World Mountain, Saber Alliance," Hua Zhongjie replied. Ning Chen frowned slightly. Is this she-devil going to look for trouble with the Sword Alliance? He had heard of this place before. It was one of the top forces in the Central Plains. Although they didn't have a supreme being, they had 4 half-supreme beings. "Senior Sister Dai, don't go overboard. The Sword Alliance doesn't have any grudges with you, so there's no need for you to stir up trouble here," Ning Chen advised tactfully. "Who says we don't have any grudges?" Hua Zhongjie turned around, displeasure flashing across her pretty face. She said, "They dare to go around saying that your senior sister is too famous and insulted the Saber God. If I don't smash their world mountain, they'll think I'm easy to bully." Ning Chen was helpless. He didn't know what to say. The Sword Alliance could have provoked anyone, but they had to provoke this she-devil. It was just a title. Was it worth fighting for? "When we reach the world mountain, I'll be in charge of smashing the mountain. You'll be in charge of blocking those small fries. Don't let them get in my way." Hua Zhongjie opened her arms and walked in a straight line, swaying from side to side. "There are so many people in the Sword Alliance. How can I block them all?" Ning Chen said unwillingly. It was too much of a loss to provoke the Sword Alliance for no reason. "Don't you want that heaven-breaking scripture? How many moves have you learned so far?" Hua Zhongjie asked casually. 1.5, Ning Chen replied. "After it's done, I'll help you with half a move," Hua Zhongjie promised. "Deal." Ning Chen agreed decisively. Everything was negotiable if there was a reward. The sun went west. 3,000 miles away, a stone tablet appeared on the World Mountain. The Sword Alliance's headquarters, one of the overlords in the southwest of Zhongzhou, was facing the biggest trouble in thousands of years today. In the breeze, a blue dress appeared. Her fair feet stepped on the stone tablet of the World Mountain. Looking at the World Mountain Sword Alliance in front of her, her red lips curled into a dangerous smile. They had finally arrived. Behind her, Red Dress followed. She looked forward calmly, without any ripples in her eyes. "Are you ready?" Hua Zhongjie asked. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and replied. "Then let's begin." Then Hua Zhongjie stepped lightly and jumped up. She turned her palm and condensed qi. Vigorous true origin pressed down on the World Mountain like a flood. In the next moment, a loud rumble shook 100 miles. The entire World Mountain shook. The peak collapsed and rocks rolled down. "How dare you!" A deep, angry voice came from the depths of the World Mountain. A terrifying aura rose. A half-venerable appeared. Looking at the uninvited guest, his old face was full of anger. "Hua Zhongjie, how dare you provoke the Sword Alliance?" "You're overestimating yourself," said the second leader of the Sword Alliance. "Old monster, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" Hua Zhongjie frowned and replied, "Hua Zhongjie, pay with your life for your stupidity." At that moment, the space twisted and another half-venerable appeared. He held a long sword and attacked. With just you? Huh. Hua Zhongjie smiled indifferently. She took a step forward. Her blue dress was like an illusion as she dodged the sword. Below, the mountain gate rumbled open. Strong cultivators of the Sword Alliance flew out one after another, wanting to help. However, at that moment, Red Dress flashed past. She waved her iron sword and cut off the mountain. Huge rocks fell down and blocked everyone's path. Looking forward, a young swordsman held his sword horizontally and blocked the way. The road ahead is blocked. Everyone stop, said Ningchen calmly. The ghost face looked ferocious, like an evil spirit opening the door. His blood-red robe danced in the wind. His ordinary iron sword brought extreme pressure to everyone at that moment. In the distance, 3 half-venerables were fighting. Hua Zhongjie was fighting against 2 half-venerables. Even though she hadn't used her sword yet, she was still able to fight with ease. You dare to talk big with just this little bit of skill? Boring. Hua Zhongjie calmed herself down. She clenched her delicate hand, and a beautiful sword appeared. A wave of air spread out. The 2 half-venerables couldn't resist the huge force and were forced to retreat. Divine Heaven Slash, Hui Yang Sky Annihilation. Another half-venerable appeared in the air. A third Peak Saber Master appeared and used his ultimate move to attack the Blasphemy Sword Alliance's member. Suddenly, a sword appeared. Hua Zhongjie's eyes turned cold. Her figure flickered and her blue sleeve spread out, sealing her sword in it. When the other 2 Sword Alliance's leaders saw this, they also attacked with their swords. 3 swords, one of which was the God-conferred daughter. When the 3 of them attacked together, the battle became intense. Their sleeves danced in the air. They used strange steps and blocked the swords with their swords. The 4 divine weapons continuously clashed in the air. It was a dazzling battle of the Peak Saber Masters, shocking everyone. On the other side, the powerhouses of the Sword Alliance were eager to help the 3 alliance leaders and break through the barrier with all their might. However, the red shirt was extremely fast, flickering continuously. Sword gleams flashed one after another, blocking everyone's path. Your strength is really disappointing. This lady is tired of fighting. In the air, Hua Zhongjie's sleeves rotated. She held her sword and knocked away the 3 swords. Soon after, a beautiful sword light appeared. The God-conferment move reappeared in the world. Since ancient times, I will be the only one in 100 generations. A sword in spring and autumn, a beauty that can topple cities. When the Peak Saber Master appeared, heaven and earth shook. Suddenly, a boundless saber light soared into the sky and absorbed the saber light in the world. It spiraled and surged. In the blink of an eye, it quickly descended. The area within 300 meters was like a divine tribulation. The 3 Saber Alliances, half-venerables, blocked the move. However, blood spurted out. The 3 of them were sent flying, their scarlet blood filling the sky. Quickly, go and get the Alliance Master. Among the 3, one of the half-venerables stopped himself miserably. He looked at the crowd in the distance and shouted anxiously. Seeing the 3 Alliance Masters defeated, the Saber Alliance's experts were extremely shocked. When they heard the shout, they immediately recovered their wits and quickly broke out of the encirclement. It's too late. When Ningchen saw this, his figure instantly moved. He blocked the people breaking out of the encirclement with his sword, not allowing anyone to leave. Senior Sister Dai, can you be faster? Ningchen was also somewhat impatient as he blocked the Saber Alliance's experts by himself. After he blocked another Saber Alliance's expert, he looked at the other side of the battle and urged her. Why are you rushing me? Can't you see that I'm busy? Hua Zhongjie replied. She did not delay any longer. She gathered her quintessence and chopped down. In an instant, the entire world mountain was cut in half. The mountain peak fell, and the ground shook violently. Her shocking ability impacted the minds of everyone present. Even Ning Chen's eyes twitched. This she-devil was simply too ruthless. "Let's call it a day. Let's go," Hua Zhongjie said. When Ning Chen heard this, he moved his feet and immediately withdrew from the battle. He did not want to continue fighting. "The next time I hear you old men slandering me, I won't just cut the world mountain. You're on your own now." While speaking, Hua Zhongjie put away her sword and turned to leave. Looking at the destroyed world mountain, the three half-venerables of the Saber Alliance had an extremely unpleasant expression. However, none of them dared to stop her. The sun was setting in the west, and night was about to arrive. The two hurried back to the academy. Hua Zhongjie stepped forward and grabbed the young man's collar. A dangerous light flashed in her eyes. She threatened, "Don't tell the academy chief about what happened today. Do you understand?" "Half a move more," Ning Chen said calmly. "Deal." Hua Zhongjie let go of the former's collar and clapped her hands. After the matter was settled and the deal was made, the two returned to their respective residences. They would pretend that they never met today and never went out. In a small courtyard in a corner of the academy, Ning Chen returned. He waved his right hand and the demon's sword appeared. He held the sword and closed his eyes. The battle of the peak of the saber replayed in his mind. Although Hua Zhongjie had a bad personality, her attainments in the saber had indeed reached the peak. She had reached the peak. She was even the only one. The title of Saber God was not in vain. In the next moment, red clothes flashed in the courtyard. The saber light was dazzling. Learning martial arts, integrating martial arts, and proving martial arts. Chapter 447. Withered vines, old trees, dim crows, small bridges, flowing water. People, the world has been in conflict for more than 10 years. But today, the old friends are back. In the desolate, tearless city, the princess returned. Her dark red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her eyes looked at the destroyed city, and her sadness was unconcealable. Wu Lei lost her voice, only speechless grief. The former glory princess, today the wandering mute girl, lingered in her eyes, but in the end, she did not fall. The city has no tears, people have no tears in this life. Ruined palaces and halls, carved railings collapsed, everywhere was a mess, showing the bitterness of the battle in the past. A king at the peak, a glorious half of his life. In the end, he died in the undercurrent scheme. Lamentable, lamentable. Father. Hongwu Lei looked at the destroyed palace in front of her. At this moment, her heart was full of pain like a storm. At this moment, a woman in purple clothes appeared in the distance. Before she arrived, her powerful breath made people nervous. One of the 4 kings of the world, the Purple King, appeared in Tearless City. She stepped forward and glanced around, revealing a touch of surprise. Was it her illusion just now? She always felt that someone came to Tearless City. 100 miles away, a dark red streamer converged, and Hongwu Lei walked out. Looking back at Tearless City behind her, she immediately stepped on the ground and quickly went away. Before the truth of that year was found out, no one here could be trusted. Academy, small courtyard. When Hongwu Lei came back and saw that the young master was not there, she knew that the young master might have gone to the 2nd floor of the Jingluan Pavilion to watch the opera. She had heard of the actress, more or less. She was a half-supreme of the academy, and her cultivation was second only to the head of the academy. She couldn't pass the test of the scholar on the 1st floor, so she was not qualified to go up. She had never seen this legendary figure of the academy. That day, she remembered the words of the head of the academy. However, it was not easy to get the young master's help. Favor, bargaining chip. She must be able to come up with one. She was not Ruashi, and she was not so important in the young master's heart. The word favor was unrealistic for her. As for bargaining chips, there were very few things in the world that could move the young master. She must think carefully. In the quiet courtyard, the fallen leaves fell. Hongwu Lei thought hard, and gradually the sky turned dark. Demonic wheel C. Suddenly, Hong Wulei's eyes flashed with a dazzling brilliance. It was the only one. However, after thinking about this place, Hong Wulei hesitated again, unable to make up his mind. Her young master wanted to find a power that transcended the mortal world. She only knew of this place, but this was a danger zone, a forbidden zone in the mortal world. It was even more terrifying than the primitive land. When she was young, her father had inadvertently mentioned this place. He said that if there were true immortals in the world, this was the most likely place. His father had also said that the heavens and earth were limited. The limit of a human being was the Xiantian realm at most, and not the true immortal realm. However, perhaps 30,000 years ago, or perhaps even earlier, there were immortals in the human world. True immortal was just a title. It represented those existences whose strength had broken through the limits of humanity. However, no one knew whether they truly existed or not. Legend had it that if one were to break through to the true immortal realm, it would be possible for a human body to fight against a deity. There was an immortal palace in the demonic Wheel Sea. The young master was looking for a power that transcended the mortal realm. Perhaps he could find the answer there. However, once he entered the demonic Wheel Sea, he might never have the chance to come out again. This place was difficult to find. Apart from a few top-level great sects, very few people knew about this place. As for Immortal Palace's location, even fewer people knew about it. This was the only bargaining chip she could take out. She didn't know how the young master would choose, but she hoped that this information would allow the young master to take a trip to the Tearless City with her. On the second floor of the Jingluan Pavilion, the 3 seniors of the academy were still watching the play. Beside them, Hong Yi was also quietly sitting there. She had already been watching for an entire day. "Young man, you're still so young. Don't be like us old men who are always so lethargic. It's better for young people to have some vitality." An old man casually tossed over a jug of wine. "Many thanks for senior's reminder." Ning Qin calmly received the wine and drank a mouthful. "There's no saving him." The old man sighed. Just what kind of experience could make such a young man in his prime become like an old monster? He was so calm that it seemed he would never be impulsive. Miss Dai's performance is getting better and better. Below the stage, another old man opened his mouth and praised. "Young man, what is your goal in coming to the academy?" asked a third old man. "The academy had personally invited me, so I had no choice but to come. In addition, I came to find the heavenly book and borrow its power to attack the 3 calamities," said Ning Qin honestly. "Your strength is already enough to look down on the world. Why must you seek your own death? You should know that with your killing karma, it's impossible for you to pass through the true karmic flame calamity. After all, this world won't allow someone like you to exist," said the third old man. "I need to find the power above the mortal world. My current strength isn't enough." Ning Chun replied as he drank the wine in the jar. "Why?" asked the first old man. "To save someone," said Ning Qin. "Someone who's already dead?" asked the old man. "Yes." Ning Chen was silent for a moment before nodding. "The word love is to harm others and harm oneself." The old man didn't ask any more questions. The tribulations this young man would have to face in the future would definitely be unprecedentedly terrifying. The tribulation of love, the tribulation of the devil, and the tribulation of all living beings. As for the tribulation of the devil and the tribulation of all living beings, there was almost no chance of him avoiding them. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of gongs and drums were hurried. Today's show was coming to an end. Ning Chen put down the wine in his hand and stood up to grab his saber. His feet moved, and his silhouette flashed forward. The demonic saber turned sharp and met the saber head-on. The 2 swords clashed with a loud, clanging sound. Amidst the flashes of lightning, a dazzling light flashed past. Amidst the long dance of her sleeves, the beautiful swords were graceful. With a ripping sound, Her red clothes were torn apart. Drops of blood silently slid down and dyed the stone floor red. Below the stage, the three old men silently observed. Their eyes flashed with admiration. This kid was indeed a true madman. In the past, he had been at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Today, he might have been at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In just a few short months, they had witnessed the rapid growth of a madman, learning martial arts, integrating martial arts, proving martial arts. His speed was shocking. It wasn't because of how high his talent was, but his courage and willpower were something that no one could compare to. The Saber God's martial arts demonstration was indeed the best opportunity to learn. However, to dare to spar with the Saber God and learn martial arts faster, one must have courage that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Hua Zhongjie was also a madman. She would not show mercy to anyone. Since she had the guts to come forward, it was her fortune to be alive. But if she died, it was her fate, if it had been when they were young. Even if they had such an opportunity, they wouldn't have been able to make such a decision. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the drum became more and more urgent. Today's show seemed to be especially long. Hong Yi's injuries were increasing. Without using a sword and only using a saber, who would dare to go against the Saber God? Dong! The last beat of the drum ended. Hong Yi was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. She had lost once again. The play on the stage came to an end, and Butterfly in the flower regained her senses. She gracefully stepped off the stage and took the wine that Ningqin had just drunk. She didn't mind and directly took a sip. She said, "You've improved quite a bit, but you still need more practice." Senior Sister Dai, thank you for your guidance. Ningqin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Don't die. Hua Zhongjie's tone became serious. It was rare for her to be serious. She admired this kid. Whether it was a saber or a sword, they all needed to be tempered thousands of times to become the only one. Nowadays, young people were too impetuous. There were fewer and fewer madmen like this one. One had to be a little bit obsessed. Whether it was love or martial arts, if one wanted to get something without putting in effort, one would end up at a disadvantage. Yes, Ningqin nodded. He wouldn't die before finding a way to save the ghost girl. No one could take his life. Senior Sister Dai. 3 seniors, it's getting late. I'll go back first. The show was over. Ningqin didn't stay any longer. He politely bowed to the 4 and immediately went downstairs. You 3 old men, shouldn't you go too? Are you waiting for me to change clothes? Hua Zhongjie glanced at the 3 old men and said indifferently, "Oh, we don't dare. Goodbye." The 3 stood up, patted their clothes, and immediately went downstairs. After the 4 of them left, Butterfly in the flower walked back to the inner hall. She took off her costume, washed her makeup, and changed into a blue dress. Then she looked in front of the mirror and did her makeup. Her delicate face made it hard for people to tell that she was actually a formidable master whose strength was close to that of a supreme master. Ningqin stepped back into the small courtyard. Hong Wulei was still waiting in the courtyard. Seeing him come back, she stepped forward and bowed. "What's the matter?" asked Ningqin calmly. He could see that this woman had a request. Hong Wulei held her sword and wrote a dozen words on the ground in front of her. When Ningqin saw the words "Devil We'll See," his eyes flashed. This was the first time he had heard of this name. However, Hong Wulei knew what he was looking for. Ordinary things were meaningless to him. "What is there here?" asked Ningqin. "Immortal Palace." Hong Wulei wrote another 2 words. "Immortal?" Ningqin narrowed his eyes. Were there really immortals in this world? Up until now, no one in the 5 regions had been able to cross that dragon gate. The limit of a human was the Xiantian realm, and it was impossible to become a true immortal. "If what you said is true, then I'll go with you to Wulei City." Ningqin withdrew his thoughts and promised. Hong Wulei's eyes flashed with excitement. She once again respectfully bowed, thanking the young master for his kindness. Ning Chen stood in place, his eyes looking into the distance. Immortal palace? He could only pray to the heavens that there really were immortals in this world. On the western side of the central plains, the imperial court was at war. Horse, hooves galloped, and the flames of war continued for thousands of miles. The world was glorious and the world was in chaos. Correspondingly, 1,000 years of hegemony, 100 victories, and voices rose from all directions. At this moment, two figures walked over from the distance amidst the chaotic flames of war. Behind them was a young girl with a sword on her back. Her appearance was pretty and her aura was clean. Her sword heart was clear. In front of her was Jian Shursui, dressed in luxurious azure clothes. He slowly walked through the flames of war. His eyes were calm, but there was also a faint loneliness. The distant figures gradually disappeared from the flames of war. From start to finish, they never stopped. In the vast territory, in the glorious great world, there was no one to prove the sword. Legends were silent, and it was difficult to find an opponent to spar with. The wild sand covered thousands of miles, and the mountains were hazy. The lonely experts disappeared without a trace. Chapter 448. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, ripples reflected the moon. Ning Chen and the head of the academy sat facing each other. 2 cups of tea wafted through the air. Hearing the young man's question, the head of the academy was silent. Looking at the tea in her cup, faint ripples flickered through her beautiful eyes. Ning Chen calmly waited. He wasn't in a rush. Hong Wulei didn't know much about the Devil Wheel Sea and Immortal Palace. He came to ask the head of the academy in hopes of hearing more information. Immortal Palace truly does exist. After a long time, I Chingqiu sighed and said, however, that is a dangerous place. Once you enter the Devil Wheel Sea, it will be difficult to leave. Are there really immortals in this world? Asked Ning Chen seriously. There might have been in the past. I Chingqiu nodded. Since the world can produce existences like the 4 symbols divine spirits, that means the upper limit of this world isn't just Xiantian. Perhaps true immortals truly did exist before. However, in the past 10,000 years, those who entered Immortal Palace have pretty much all died inside. No one came out alive. Ning Chen picked up his tea and took a sip. There was one. However, after coming out, he went crazy, replied I Chingqiu. Ning Chen was silent. It seemed like this place really was an extremely dangerous place. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't act blindly without thinking. Although there might be power that surpasses the mortal world within Immortal Palace, the risk is too great. Even a supreme expert at the consummate level cannot escape. Right now, there is still quite a bit of a difference between you and a supreme expert. Entering will only lead to death, advised I Chingqiu seriously. Many thanks for the head of the academy for warning me. I won't be impulsive. Ning Chen nodded. He wouldn't throw away his life for no reason, but he also wouldn't do nothing. Since Immortal Palace's existence was still a secret few people knew about, then he might as well start from there. Head of the academy, I will be returning to Tearless City with Wulei soon. I need to ask for a few days of leave. I hope the head of the academy can approve, said Ning Chen. And you can go, replied I Chingqiu. With this matter settled, Ning Chen got up and was about to leave. Suddenly, the world in the distance shook. A powerful aura descended from the sky. A terrifying pressure shocked the 9 heavens. I Chingqiu's expression changed. Her figure flickered, and she instantly appeared in the sky. Her palm faced the divine might that descended. Great rumbling sounds rang out. The entire world trembled. Wave after wave of remnant might swept outwards. The space in the horizon collapsed. Supreme beings clashed. Heaven and earth were horrified. The white-robed man standing in the air exuded an abnormally terrifying aura. He did not seem like a human being, and the pressure he exuded was cold and heart-palpitating. Energy shaping realm wild beast. In the pavilion, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a heavy expression. The calamity of the primitive lands still appeared. How troublesome! The two venerables began their battle. Heaven and earth changed color, and the remaining shock waves rippled outwards. At the entrance of the academy, the elder guarding the gate opened his eyes. With a step, he entered the battlefield. At the same time, on the first floor of the Jingluan pavilion, the scholar put down the book in his hand, picked up a wooden stick, and walked out of the Jingluan pavilion. As the two of them joined the battle became even more intense. Down below, the three seniors of the academy watched the battle quietly, ready to take action at any time. Inside the academy, the protective formation that had been continuously reinforced by the past academy heads was activated, blocking the aftermath of the great battle. It rumbled and shook everything within 100 miles. Outside the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Hua Zhongjie walked over and sat down in the pavilion, drinking tea while watching the play. "Senior Sister Dai, aren't you going to take action?" Ning Qin asked casually. "The academy head said that unless she's not in the academy, I'm not allowed to show my face," Hua Zhongjie replied in boredom. "What about you? Aren't you going to take action?" Hua Zhongjie took a sip of tea and asked, "I just broke into the Kaiyang Palace not long ago. It's better to take action as little as possible to avoid suspicion," Ning Qin replied. "That makes sense." Hua Zhongjie nodded. "Why do you think this energy-shaping realm wild beast came out? What kind of trouble can he cause by himself?" Hua Zhongjie took the teapot and poured herself another cup of tea. On the surface, the academy had one venerable and two half-venerables. It was more than enough to deal with an energy-shaping realm wild beast. There are two possibilities. One is to investigate the academy, and the other is to attract the academy's attention, Ning Qin replied. "Which one do you think it is?" Hua Zhongjie asked. "The latter one," Ning Qin replied. "So, someone doesn't want the academy to find out?" Hua Zhongjie understood. A glint flashed in her eyes as she said, "Most likely," Ning Qin said. "How about we split up?" Hua Zhongjie asked. "Half a move more," Ning Qin said. "Deal," Hua Zhongjie agreed. "I'll go to the Kaiyang Palace. Sister Dai, go to the back mountain of the academy. We'll meet at the academy before dawn." Ning Qin stood up and said, "Okay." Hua Zhongjie put down the teacup in her hand and replied. The two left separately. Not long after, red clothes flashed across White Emperor City and disappeared in an instant. Kaiyang Palace, Central Heavenly Court. The primitive emperor sat cross-legged in the endless fate. His aura was getting stronger and stronger, infinitely close to the venerable realm. In front of him, the old eunuch was guarding. Half of his horsetail whisk was glaring with silver light. Above the palace, red light gathered and stood in the void. Looking at the figure in the central heavenly court, his eyes narrowed slightly. There was indeed a problem here. Borrowing the fate of a dynasty to hide the movement of stepping into the venerable realm could hide it from others, but it was impossible to hide it from the academy head, who was also a venerable. However, at this time, the academy head was fighting with the energy-shaping realm wild beast from the primitive land. His attention was diverted, and he had no time to pay attention to this. All the signs now all pointed to the fact that the primitive emperor had a deal with the primitive land. His purpose was to deal with the academy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. On this point, the primitive emperor and the primitive land had a common goal. It was not impossible for them to form an alliance. If this was the case, the primitive emperor was really hateful. The energy-shaping realm wild beast of the primitive land had always wanted to break through the shackles of the academy and return to the human world. Once something happened to the academy head, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that the primitive emperor was about to step into the complete realm, Ning Qin no longer hesitated. With a clench of his left hand, the death breaker appeared. 3 red arrows condensed. The next moment, 3 arrows were shot out in succession. Shocking power, a dazzling bloodlight was drawn across the sky. The sudden arrow light came without warning. In front of the primitive emperor, the old eunuch's expression sank. The silver threads of the horsetail whisk in his hand spread out and blocked the first 2 arrows. However, the 3rd arrow light came soon after. It broke through the horsetail whisk's obstruction and swept towards the primitive emperor, who was at the most critical moment of his cultivation. The old eunuch's figure flashed, and his other hand grabbed the arrow body. With a bang, the arrow light shattered. But unexpectedly, after the 3rd arrow, another arrow light passed by silently and arrived in front of the Yuan emperor. At the critical moment, the primitive emperor suddenly opened his eyes. Protective Zhen Yuan swayed out and blocked the arrow light. At the same time, the Zhen Qi in his body surged in the opposite direction. In front of the Ji Zun, all his efforts were in vain. The primitive emperor's face flashed ferociously. He took a step and flew out of the central heavenly court, but he could no longer find the shadow of the person who shot the arrow. Zhao Clan! The primitive emperor clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He and the Zhao clan had always minded their own business. He never thought that the Zhao clan would stab him in the back at the most critical moment. When the sky was about to brighten, Ning Chen and Hua Zhongjie returned at the same time in the Jingluan pavilion. Seeing the weary academy head in the pavilion, they looked at each other and stopped. "Let's talk on the 2nd floor," Yi Qingqiu said, and immediately turned to go upstairs. "Did you find anything?" Hua Zhongjie followed and transmitted her voice while walking. "The primitive emperor has a problem. What about you?" Ning Chen replied and asked the same question. "I was worried about being discovered, so I didn't dare to go too deep." "I didn't find anything unusual," Hua Zhongjie replied. "What did the academy head say?" Ning Chen asked. "Just tell the truth." "We didn't do anything shameful," Hua Zhongjie replied. "I did. The primitive emperor wanted to break through to the Ji Zun realm. I shot him down from the Ji Zun realm with an arrow." Ning Chen glanced at the academy head in front of him and transmitted his voice. Hua Zhongjie was surprised. This kid really dared to do anything. Before there was any evidence, the academy and the Kaiyang dynasty were still on friendly terms. This arrow was really something. However, she liked it. "Did you leave any evidence?" Hua Zhongjie asked. "No, I used the bow of the Zhao clan. We'll talk about the origin of the bow in the future. The primitive emperor shouldn't suspect the academy," Ning Chen replied. "Then it's fine. If the academy head blames us, I'll help you." Hua Zhongjie nodded and said righteously, "Just shoot. Isn't it just a primitive emperor?" Ning Chen did the right thing. It's better to measure the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick than to let the potential enemy grow stronger. While the two were transmitting their voice, they had unknowingly reached the 2nd floor. The academy head turned around and looked at the two. He asked, "Where did you go?" "I went to the back mountain, and he went to the Kaiyang Imperial Palace. It was his idea. He said that there might be problems in these 2 places." Hua Zhongjie pointed at the person beside her and said first. Her righteous senior sister betrayed someone without loyalty. Ning Chen was stunned. He looked at the woman who just vowed to help him. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. A woman's words really couldn't be trusted. Yi Qingqiu knew Hua Zhongjie's bad character better than anyone else. She automatically ignored the latter half of the sentence and looked at Ning Chen. She asked, "What did you find?" "The primitive emperor was breaking through to the Ji Zun realm and was shot down by me, but I didn't leave any evidence. The primitive emperor won't suspect the academy." Ning Chen withdrew his gaze and said helplessly. Hearing this, Yi Qingqiu frowned slightly. The academy had always had a good relationship with the Kaiyang Imperial Palace. Although they were suspicious of the primitive emperor, it was only a suspicion. There was no evidence. "There's nothing on my side. I didn't do anything," Hua Zhongjie said before the academy had asked. Yi Qingqiu thought for a while and looked at the two. She said seriously, "Anyway, you two go out and hide for a few days. Ning Qin, aren't you going to the tearless city? You can take this opportunity to solve the problem there. In addition, keep an eye on Hua Zhongdia. Don't let her cause trouble everywhere." "Sure." Ning Qin glanced at Hua Zhongdia beside him and replied with a faint smile. "Hua Zhongdia, during these days when you leave the academy, you have to listen to Ning Qin. Don't let me hear that you caused trouble outside again." Yi Qingqiu looked at Hua Zhongdia and warned. Although Hua Zhongdia was very unwilling, she didn't dare to disobey the academy head at this moment. She nodded unhappily. Chapter 449. In the northwest of the academy, the three of them were walking in the vast wilderness. A certain person who had been driven out of the academy to avoid trouble had been walking for 2 days. Ning Chen was not familiar with the tearless city. Hua Zhongdia was familiar with Hongwulei, but she could not talk about it. So, as the three of them walked, Hongwulei wrote down the situation of the tearless city and what had happened that year. "Don't think about it. The other 3 kings can't get away with it." Hua Zhongdia, who was walking in front with bare feet, turned around and said, "They are indeed suspicious." Ning Chen nodded. With King Red's strength, she could not defeat him. Even the shopkeeper of the sect of extermination of life and death might not succeed. In terms of gains and losses, the other 3 kings were most likely to hire assassins. Moreover, King Red's cultivation was not ordinary. If he was not schemed against or sneak attacked, it was hard to kill him. "By the way, you haven't told me how you got the bow of the Zhao family." Hua Zhongdia suddenly thought of this and asked. "It's a long story." Ning Chen answered casually. "Then tell me slowly." Hua Zhongdia obviously did not want to miss the opportunity to listen to the story. Ning Chen thought for a while and said, "In the past, someone from the Zhao family wanted to kill me. Later, I killed him. Then the bow fell into my hands." "Wow." Hua Zhongdia pretended to be surprised and sighed. Then a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. She said, "It's really long." Ning Chen did not want to waste time on this boring thing. He changed the topic and said, "It's not a big deal. You should think about how to hide your identity in the tearless city. It's your business. I don't care. The academy head said that I should listen to you." Hua Zhongdia shirked her responsibility. "Don't go out and don't take a step out," Ning Chen suggested. "In your dreams." Hua Zhongdia rejected directly. "Didn't you just say that you should listen to me?" Ning Chen looked at the ancient city in the distance and said, "If it's reasonable, I will listen. If it's unreasonable, I won't listen." Hua Zhongdia changed her decision and did not feel embarrassed at all. Ning Chen also knew that he couldn't argue with this girl, who looked like the girl next door, but was actually a pure she-devil. He brought up a new suggestion and said, "Actually, I have a cultivation method called the Rui method. It can change one's appearance without being noticed by others." However, at the end, Ning Chen stopped talking and didn't continue. Up ahead, Hua Zhongdia's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Once she learned this skill, she would be able to do whatever she wanted. Thinking of this, Hua Zhongdia stopped and waited for Ning Chen to walk up to her. She put her arm around his shoulder and smiled. "Ning Chen, how do you think senior sister usually treats you?" "Average, very average," Ning Chen said indifferently. Hua Zhongdia pretended that she didn't hear him and continued, "Teach me your cultivation technique, and I'll help you teach the academy head half a move." "You still haven't honored the half move you owed me yesterday," Ning Chen said, unmoved. This woman's promises had no credibility at all. When he was in the academy, he could still believe a few words from the head academy. However, after leaving the academy, he had to think carefully before deciding whether to believe or not to believe any of her words. Seeing that Ning Chen was indifferent, Hua Zhongdia rolled her eyes and leaned closer. She exhaled and said, "Ning Chen, do you think senior sister is pretty? How about I become your wife?" "Don't get so close," My face is big and I feel dizzy. Ning Qin stretched out his hand and pushed away the beautiful face in front of him. He was still unmoved. Ning Qin, are you going to teach me or not? Hua Zhongjia's patience finally ran out. Her slender arms tightly clasped the former's neck and threatened. I'll teach you, but you have to promise me one thing. Ning Qin struggled to break the former's arms and said, What is it? Hua Zhongjia's eyes were full of vigilance. She said, Marry me? How afraid are you that you won't be able to get married? Ning Qin replied, and then his expression became serious. He said seriously, My condition is very simple. When you arrive at the city without tears, please think twice before you do anything. Looking at the former's serious expression, Hua Zhongjia loosened her arms and said, Unhappily, I know. You're more long-winded than the academy head. Wulei. Ning Qin glanced at the woman behind him and said, Since you are the daughter of the Red King, do you have any keepsake to prove your identity? Hong Wulei nodded and took out a short sword from her waist. She immediately cut her left arm. As blood gushed out, a ring embedded with a blood-red, tear-shaped stone flew out and fell into her hand. Red King ring. Hua Zhongjia saw it, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. This ring was hidden here. No wonder this ring completely disappeared after the death of the Red King. Ning Chen was just about to take a look at it when Hua Zhongjia stopped him. She reminded him, Be careful. The rings of the 4 kings are very extraordinary, especially the Red King ring. You don't have the special bloodline of the Red King clan. You may be counterattacked by the power of the ring. Ning Qin heard this and looked a little surprised. He took the ring and carefully observed it. The ring lit up with a blood-red brilliance. The next moment, a strong counterforce came and in an instant swallowed up the incoming genuine qi. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and returned the ring to Wulei. The power within this ring was similar to karmic luck, but it was also different. Presumably, the Red King clan's bloodline had been added when it was forged. Ordinary people would find it difficult to control. Of the other 3 kings, who was the Red King's best friend when he was alive? Asked Ning Qin. The Violet King, the Dark King, and Hong Wulei wrote down 2 names. Ning Qin noted it down. So the Azure King's relationship with the Red King wasn't that good. However, it was impossible to judge a book by its cover. What their relationship wasn't a decisive clue as to the cause of the Red King's death. Ning Chen rubbed his aching head. It had been a long time since he had thought about this kind of troublesome matter. He wasn't used to it. The 3 of them walked for half a day before finally arriving at Wulei City. The dilapidated ancient city was no longer as prosperous as it had been in the past. The commoners had either left or scattered. Over 10 years had passed, and only some women, children, and old people had remained. A city that had lost the protection of a king was too easy to invade. In an era where bandits ran rampant, it wasn't easy to stay alive. Ning Qin walked through the city, looking at the lifeless city. His calm eyes didn't change at all. The 3 of them walked through the streets, heading straight for the ruins of the former royal palace. The majestic royal palace was now mostly in ruins, telling of how tragic the battle back then was. Although the Red King had been schemed against and was heavily injured, he was still so powerful that it was frightening. What's your plan? Asked Hua Zhongjia. There's no rush. Seen your apprentice sister die. Let's learn the Rui art first. Ning Chen condensed Yuan into a palm and pushed aside a huge boulder in front of him. He walked into a relatively intact palace and stopped for a moment. Wulei, I forgot to buy some brush and ink. Go take a look, said Ning Chen. Hong Wulei nodded and didn't think too much about it. He turned and walked out of the palace. What is it? Asked Hua Zhongjia once Hong Wulei left. Just what was it that he had to send Hong Wulei away first? It's nothing. There are some things that we shouldn't let her know about. It'll be more effective. Ning Qin told Hua Zhongjia his plan in detail. Hua Zhongjia was stunned. Her eyes flashed with a creepy smile from time to time. Neither of them was a good person. When it came to intelligence and calculation, one of them was famous in the divine prefecture for being evil, who knew how many people had been killed by him. Junior apprentice brother, I also have a lot of enemies. If there's a chance, help me deal with them. Hua Zhongjie patted her cute junior apprentice brother's shoulder and smiled like a blooming flower. How could there be such a smart person in the world? He was too despicable, too shameless, too likable. Senior apprentice sister Dai, this is a serious matter. Don't mess it up. Ning Chen was very worried about the woman in front of him, so he reminded her again. Don't worry. Your senior apprentice sister is the most reliable. Hua Zhongjie patted her chest and replied, Who do you think is the bad guy among the three kings? Asked Hua Zhongjie excitedly. Ning Chen had a headache and replied, How would I know? I can't predict the future. Senior apprentice sister, you'd better hurry up and practice the Rui method. Don't be recognized by others. It'll be a big joke. Even the academy won't be able to handle all your enemies together. Only the academy chief was kind enough to let this she-devil stay in the academy. If it were him, he would drive this woman away without hesitation, so as to avoid trouble if she was exposed one day. But then again, it seemed that his situation wasn't any better. There were too many people who wanted to chop him into pieces. Wasn't it a bit inappropriate for him to despise Butterfly in the Flowers so much? Not long after, Hong Wulei came back with a brush and ink. Ning Chen silently practiced the Rui method and sent Hua Zhongjie away. Then he picked up the brush and wrote 3 more letters. Wulei, give me the king ring, said Ning Chen. Hong Wulei nodded and handed over the king ring without any hesitation. Now, the young master was the only one who was willing to help her. If she didn't even trust the young master, how could she take revenge? From now on, the red origin king ring will be under my care. Also, as soon as he finished speaking, a palm imprinted on her heart. Hong Wulei was sent flying, covered in blood. She vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground in front of her red. Hong Wulei struggled to get up, but was unable to do so. She collapsed on the ground, her eyes full of regret. Why? Why? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too naive. In this world, no one is worthy of your trust. Even your benefactor is the same. Ning Chen walked forward and looked at the woman lying in a pool of blood. His indifferent gaze did not contain the slightest emotion. Why? There were no tears. It was the regret of having her hopes shattered. It was also the unwillingness of being betrayed by someone she trusted. The mute woman opened her mouth, but at this moment she could not say a word. Thousands of words were now left in silence. Whether it was regret or unwillingness, they all disappeared into the dust along with a mouthful of blood. The tears in the eyes of the mute woman who had lost consciousness fell into the pool of blood. There were no tears, but there were tears. It was not the thousands of hardships when she was young, nor the thousands of hatred when she was defeated. However, when this palm fell, all her hopes and warmth were destroyed. Ning Chen was silent. He gently picked up Wulei's body and walked to Hua Zhongjie. He said calmly, Now it's your turn. Chapter 450. At the back of the hall, Hua Zhongjie looked at the woman in Ning Chen's arms covered in blood. Although she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help showing a complicated expression. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, Hua Zhongjie regained her composure. She smiled and said, You're really ruthless. My palm just now destroyed 70% of her life force, but it's not like she can't be saved. With the 3 kings' abilities, we should be able to save her in one night. Leave her with the Violet King or the Dark King. If they don't save her, while speaking, Ning Chen's eyes were full of murderous intent. He said, Before dawn, bring Wulei back and kill them all. As you wish. Hua Zhongjie stood up. Her eyes were serious, and she answered calmly, I'll go to King Qing. I'll leave this to you. After that, Ning Chen put down Hong Wulei and turned to leave. Looking at the back of the former, Hua Zhongjie sighed softly. The young man seemed to have a heart of steel, but sometimes he was so stubborn that it made people feel sorry for him. Everyone had a mask, including Ning Chen and the three kings. As the old saying goes, you may know a person's face, but not his heart. After more than 10 years, all the truth had been buried in time. It was very difficult to find it again. The three kings were not fools. They couldn't let the flaw exist for more than 10 years. It could be said that the death of the Red King was untraceable. In terms of wisdom, 10 Hong Wulei added together couldn't compare with 1 Ning Chen. Therefore, many things that Hong Wulei couldn't see, Ning Chen could see clearly. The truth of the past was not so important, and it was impossible to restore it completely. The important thing was what role the three kings played in the death of the Red King. After making a decision, the rest would be much easier. It was not easy. She was not good at it, and neither was the chief. But for Ning Chen, it didn't seem to be impossible. In the past few months in the academy, she and the chief had almost the same evaluation of this boy. He was overly calm and terrifyingly wise. This kind of character would only appear in the old monsters who had lived for countless years. Unexpectedly, it appeared in a young man today. There was no natural monster in the world. It was not necessarily a good thing to be indifferent to honor and disgrace. This only showed that what had happened to this boy was unimaginable. She and the headmaster did not ask because there was no need to. Just as Ning Chen had said, once they had made their stand, the rest was not important. After Ning Chen left, Butterfly in the Flower closed her eyes and continued to cultivate the wish law. She felt sorry for Hong Wulei, but at the same time she rejoiced for this girl. It was not easy to invite Ning Chen, but since he was here, this trip would not be in vain. It was a cold night in Blue Frost City. In the palaces that were not very grand, kings dressed in blue were dealing with political affairs. In the middle of the palace, a king dressed in blue was calmly looking at the secret text in his hand, seriously annotating and dotting the ink. Prince Qing by Chen Kong. It wasn't an extraordinary name. Among the 4 kings, he was the coldest and most rational one. Even his subordinates were as rational and calm as King Qing. They were like machines that handled the affairs of the imperial city. If the Red King's personality was as fiery as fire, then the Green King's personality was as cold as ice. They were the 2 extremes. Therefore, ever since they inherited the throne, they had never gotten along. Outside the imperial palace, Ning Chen appeared. He walked forward step by step, not bothering to hide his tracks. In the palace, the king's officials immediately stood up. They did not look anxious, but they all pulled out their swords to block the path. In the next moment, the 13 king's officials gathered their strength and slashed down. A terrifying blue sword light tore through the air and slashed towards the newcomer. However, the Red King did not move at all. The protective sword intent in front of him turned into a shield that blocked the sword light. In the imperial palace, King Qing put down the secret text in his hand and stood up. He calmly said, "You are a guest. You can leave and continue with your work." Yes. The 13 king's officials accepted the order and returned to their positions to continue with their work. The 2 of them looked at each other. Ning Chen looked at the young King Tier. At the same time, King Qing also looked at the young man in front of him. Although neither of them said a word, the rising air currents around them kept surging and colliding violently. "Why have you come here?" King Qing asked. "I want to ask for your advice," Ning Chen replied. "My sword does not come out for matters outside of the imperial city," King Qing said calmly. "Does killing the Red King count as a matter of the imperial city?" Ning Chen slowly asked. King Qing's eyes narrowed. Rays of light flashed through them. "I did not kill the Red King. The Verdant Emperor's sword cannot kill him. Rumor has it that the Azure King is righteous and Azure King City is the most peaceful of the 4 cities. Azure King, do you think my sword has the power to break this peace? Ning Chen's killing intent surged out as he calmly asked, "Before that, my sword will kill all threats to the imperial city." As he spoke, King Qing reached out and grabbed his sword. He slowly pulled out 3 parts of the imperial sword. In an instant, a bone-piercing coldness spread out, making people feel cold all over. Ning Chen was unmoved. He took out the red Origin King ring and said indifferently, "King Qing, are you familiar with this ring?" "The red Origin King ring," said King Qing coldly. "I'm not interested in how the Red King died or who he died for, but I want to know how to control this king's ring. If you don't tell me, I'll kill everyone in Qing City. You should know that even if I can't leave Qing City safely today, I'll still be able to heavily injure it," said Ning Chen indifferently. King Qing's eyes flickered with coldness. After a long time, he slowly said, "Fine, but I have a condition." "Speak," said Ning Chen. "I want to know where the Red King's daughter is." "What I want," said Ning Chen calmly. King Qing waved his hand, and the table behind him split apart. A jade slip flew out of a secret compartment and into Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen glanced at it and then raised his head. "Hong Wulei is with the Violet King or the Dark King, but he only has half a breath left." King Qing's expression changed. "Is he with the Violet King or the Dark King?" "It's hard to say. It depends on what my friend chooses," said Ning Chen. "You want us to kill each other." King Qing wasn't stupid. After thinking about it for a moment, he quickly reacted. "Smart." Ning Chen's lips curled. He took a step forward, transforming into a ray of light that shot into the distance. "King Qing, do you think the Violet King or the Dark King will be willing to waste their yuan qi to save her? Or do you think those 2 kings will fight over her?" His final words echoed through the King Qing palace. King Qing's expression was as cold as ice. This person was truly sinister. Back then, the Red King's death had caused an irreparable rift between the 3 kings. Now, this move was definitely going to cause the 3 kings to shed all pretenses. What a good way to benefit the fishermen when the sandpiper and the clam fight. In the Red Bud Royal City, a blue-robed figure flashed past. In a luxurious palace, a purple-robed woman sat quietly. The luxurious palace decorations were beautiful, reflecting the woman's exquisite and beautiful face. She was the only female king among the 4 kings of the world. Her extraordinary aura attracted the attention of others. The saber god had charged into the palace. With a single peach tree, he had forced back all obstructions. When the saber god displayed his martial arts, it was difficult to distinguish who he was. Blades and swords flew, and the palace guards couldn't block them. In the blink of an eye, the blue-robed woman had arrived within the palace. King Qing attacked, and the peach wood blocked her attack. With a loud explosion, the entire palace shook violently. "Is this how King Qing greets his guests?" asked Hua Zhongjie indifferently. "Breaking into the palace in the middle of the night, what are your intentions?" asked Emperor Zi, narrowing his eyes. "Giving a gift." With that, Hua Zhongjie waved her left hand, and a letter flew out toward the violet-robed king. Seeing this, the Violet King condensed her yuan qi with her slender hands. Purple light surged as she caught the letter flying towards her. When he regained his composure, the blue-robed woman had already left. She disappeared into the night. "King, there's an unconscious woman outside the palace. She should have been left behind by that person." The leader of the Imperial Guards appeared below the Imperial Highness and said, respectfully, "Bring her in." King Qing opened the letter and said calmly, "Yes." As soon as he saw the ink on the letter, the Violet King's expression changed. He looked at the sleeping woman in front of him, and his heart began to pound like a storm. He couldn't control himself. He walked forward, step by step. He didn't know if he should be happy or sad. "Wulei." King Qing reached out and touched the woman's face. He couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes. Boundless violet qi from his king ring entered the woman's body. Did you make the right choice? Outside the palace, a beautiful figure in blue stood in the void. She narrowed her eyes and said softly as she looked at Hong Wulei, whose vitality was gradually recovering. Scheming, calculating, and judging people. It was really a headache. Only a monster like Ning Qin could do it so skillfully. She had to admit defeat in this aspect. She couldn't see any flaws in King Qing's plan. At the very least, King Qing had truly saved Hong Wulei. His sadness didn't seem to be an act. Hua Zhongjie felt her head ache. She didn't want to think about it anymore. It was better to let Ning Qin worry about it. In the next moment, the blue figure in the void faded and melted into the night, disappearing without a trace. 2 hours later, a beam of light streaked across King Qing's palace. The letter was stabbed into the table. The person who had delivered the letter left without staying for even a moment. On the throne, King Qing opened his eyes. He had the temperament of a scholar. His qi was ordinary. It didn't match his title at all. He was one of the 2 kings that King Qing had a good relationship with when he was alive. Among the 4 kings, he was the most low-key one. His cultivation base was unfathomable. Wulei, are you still alive? After King of Darkness read the contents of the letter, he muttered softly and walked out of the palace. His dark robe fluttered in the wind. It was the first time in 10 years that the most mysterious king had left the palace. He walked out of the palace. In the royal palace of the tearless city, the butterfly in the flower appeared after finishing her task. Not long after, the void shook, and the red-robed figure gathered and returned as well. Is everything done? Asked Ning Qin. Yes. Hua Zhongjie nodded. She told him everything that had happened tonight, especially the reactions of the 2 kings. Did you see anything? Is it King Qing or King Dark? Asked Hua Zhongjie. According to the 3 kings' attitudes and identities, King Qing, who had always been at odds with King Qing, was the most suspicious one. The other one was the mysterious King Dark. As for King Qing, according to what had happened tonight, he wasn't a suspect. Chapter 451. In the Divine Prefecture, 33 miles to the north of the Eternal Night Sect's old site, the white-robed Venerable Bodhi stood quietly, looking at the broken sword in the dust. Sadness flashed in his eyes. Sua Luo broke the sword and Bodhi proved his Tao. He sacrificed his life for the common people without any regrets. The Divine Prefecture paid the most painful price for the heavenly sin tribulation. Countless souls were buried forever, and the living also suffered endless pain in the cycle of reincarnation. Knowing destiny and xiazi, one had to bear the karma of killing the common people, and the other had to bear the endless demonic aura. Amitabha, Venerable Bodhi, pulled out the broken sword from the ground and was about to leave when a black-robed figure came from afar. The blood-red, demonic mark on his forehead was unusually glaring, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. The former emperor who saved the world, the current demon fetus who brought disaster to the world, was surging with demonic aura. It was so terrifying that it made people tremble. Demon! Venerable Bodhi's face darkened. It wasn't that young man who was still on the verge of becoming a demon. The person in front of him was a real demon. The demon also sensed it and stopped, looking at the Buddha in front of him. There was no emotion in his cold eyes. 7 Buddhas, extradite to Thagata. In front of the demon, Venerable Bodhi focused. He spun the prayer beads in his hand, and one of the beads quickly transformed into Buddha words, blocking the demon's path. Doing justice for the heavens? Huh. The demon sneered, and demonic aura surged out of his body, blocking the golden Buddha light. Seeing that the demon was more difficult to deal with than the previous people, Venerable Bodhi waved the prayer beads, and hundreds of images appeared around him. He turned into a teacher, a blacksmith, and an old monk chanting scriptures. All of them were different, and they were all facing the demon together. Lippo Emperor Lippo, Chio 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 Di Luo Nid, Nia Luo Emperor, Pailayu Emperor, Mahaja Emperor, Jinling Qian Emperor, Shapo. 7 Buddhas, Sanskrit power locked the demon, and sacred Sanskrit chants reverberated between heaven and earth, passing through the demon's body and reaching the deepest part of his consciousness. The demonic aura around the demon became even more terrifying. It was so thick that it almost condensed, blocking the Sanskrit chants from all directions. The demon's ability was shocking. He can't be converted? Subhuti sighed softly. There was no turning back for this devil. The Buddha made up his mind and waved the prayer beads in his hand, dispersing the Sanskrit chants. Immediately, a golden Buddha world descended. The Buddha moved to kill, no longer showing any mercy. Demon sword. The demonic cultivator clenched his right hand, and the demonic sword was unsheathed. When the demonic sword entered his hand, an even more terrifying demonic might spread out, crashing into the surrounding golden Buddha world. At this moment, the broken Sua Luo sword hummed softly. The sword that had once suppressed a demonic cultivator sensed the aura of the demonic cultivator in front of it and hummed continuously. A strange look flashed across Subhuti's eyes. The spirit of Sua Luo was actually pleading for mercy for the demon. Could it be that this devil was also one of the several powerhouses from the divine prefecture who participated in the battle of blasphemy during the divine tribulation that destroyed the world 10 years ago? At this point, Venerable Subhuti hesitated. If that was really the case, then this demon had saved the world and the world owed him a favor. Buddha, aren't you going to make a move? I'm sure we'll meet again. As the demon passed by, his eyes remained cold as he walked west step by step. In the tearless city, in the moonless night, in the ruins of the royal palace, Ningchen was lost in thought for a long time. The 3 kings' performances were all different. Based on their performances, it was indeed as Butterfly in the Flower had said. King Qing was the biggest suspect. However, before Hong Wulei woke up, this was just a guess. Let's go to the Red Bud Palace, Ningchen said after thinking for a while. Butterfly in the Flower nodded. The show was about to begin and she couldn't wait. The 2 walked together and left again after a few breaths. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The battle between the 3 kings was about to begin. The 3 kings had the biggest motive for King Red's death. None of them could escape suspicion. At the very least, before the final result was out, the 3 kings couldn't be trusted. In the Red Bud Palace, a king in a dark gray robe walked over step by step. His scholarly face didn't show any killing intent. If it weren't for the king's ring on his hand, it would be hard to believe that this seemingly weak scholar was the most mysterious and feared of the 3 kings. In the 3-flower palace, the Purple King, who had just used the power of the king's ring to stabilize Hong Wulei's vitality, looked exhausted. He reached out and touched Hong Wulei's forehead lovingly. Poor child. Soon a cold wind blew, and a king's pressure descended. The guards couldn't block it, and they couldn't even touch the dark, gray king's clothes. The dark king's appearance caused the entire 3-flower palace's aura to freeze. It was like a quagmire, making it hard for people to breathe. Hand over Hong Wulei, said the dark king calmly. I can't do that, said the purple king. Then I'll have to offend you. The dark king's figure flickered, and a palm descended. A dark aura streaked through the air, and the space around it couldn't bear the pressure and suddenly split apart. Seeing this, the Purple King condensed her Yuan Qi in her hands. Purple light rose from her body as she met the attack with her palm. With a loud bang, the Purple King was forced back half a step. His blood Qi roiled violently. He had used his true Yuan to maintain Hong Wulei's vitality, so his cultivation technique was no longer at its peak. In front of the Dark King, he showed signs of being defeated in just one exchange. However, How could the dignity of a king be so easily blasphemed? The Purple King waved his hand, activating the power of the King's Ring. His vast true yuan transformed into a roaring violet flood dragon that coiled around him. You're not the only one with a King's Ring. The Dark King's eyes flashed, and his vast yuan condensed into the King's Ring on his right hand. In an instant, a tiger's roar shook the heavens. The three-flower palace immediately began to shake violently. The palace's protective formation flickered and then disappeared. The palace's 4 stone pillars all collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, they had all turned to dust. The Purple King was forced back several steps by the shock waves. Her lips were red, and her gentle eyes were ice cold. Dark King, you've gone too far. The Violet King wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His delicate hand moved, and a divine halberd with purple chi rose from the ground. In a flash, the King's Ring was taken off and inserted into the groove on the halberd. A terrifying, oppressive force spread out. A shocking king's implement had appeared for the first time in the world. The Dark King's expression became grave when he saw the Purple King item appear. A king item that could suppress karmic luck was the foundation of a dynasty. It wouldn't be easy for him to take it away from the red Tearless King item. In the next instant, the two kings exchanged blows once more. The Purple King's power suddenly increased with the addition of the King's Ring and King item. On the other hand, although the Dark King was in his peak state, he couldn't block the King item's power with his bare hands. He couldn't gain the upper hand for the time being. Just as the two sides were fiercely fighting, a ray of azure light streaked across the distance. An azure-robed king with a solemn expression charged into the three-flower palace. Dark King, Purple King, stop! The Azure King's sword blocked the divine halberd, and his palm blocked its power. By Chinkong, you came at the wrong time, said the Dark King indifferently. Taking advantage of someone's perilous state isn't the conduct of a gentleman. Dark King, you're close to the Red King, so you should know what he hates the most, said the Azure King. The Red King? He's been dead for more than 10 years. His bones probably can't even be found. What does his hatred have to do with me? Said the Dark King coldly. Hearing that, the Purple King's eyes flashed with unconcealable, killing intent. He said, Dark King, watch your mouth. Today I won't be able to save you, but next time you won't be so lucky. After saying that, the Dark King turned around and walked out of the palace. The Azure King observed the two kings' expressions and then looked at the Purple King. He said seriously, Purple King, be careful. The Dark King's strength might not be limited to this. Thank you for helping me. I'll be careful, said the Purple King. The Azure King didn't say anything else. He sheathed his sword and left. Among the two figures floating in the sky above the palace, Hua Zhongdia, who had watched the three kings show her entire life, found it hard to tell if she was real or fake. The Azure King seems a bit hypocritical. The Purple King is the most honest and doesn't hide his emotions. As for the Dark King, he's unfathomable. It's hard to say, said Hua Zhongdia. Now, if I ask you to pick a murderer, who will you pick? Asked Ningqin. The Dark King, Hua Zhongdia thought for a while and said. Ningqin nodded and didn't say anything else. Not long ago, the Azure King was the most suspicious. Now it was the Dark King. The three kings were all shrewd. The contents of the letters he sent to the three kings were all different. The Azure King didn't tell the other two kings about his existence. It could be seen that after the Red King's death, the three kings no longer trusted each other. According to tonight's judgment, the Red King's death wasn't set up by the three kings. It was just one of them. In fact, the possibility of the Azure King being the murderer was not high. As Bai Chenkong said, he couldn't kill the Red King. The reason was simple. The Red King and the Azure King had been at odds for a long time. They were both on guard against each other. It would be difficult for the Azure King to plot against the Red King without letting others know. As for the Purple King and the Dark King, One was the Red King's confidant and the other was the Red King's trusted friend. They had the best chance to kill the Red King. The two of them reminded him of one person. Duke Xiu, one of the 3 dukes of the great Xia dynasty, was the most patient person he had ever seen. After 40 years of ups and downs, he only showed his flaw at the last move. Fan Lingyue was the best in the world in terms of layout and overt schemes. Duke Xiu didn't lose to anyone in terms of scheming. However, scheming couldn't be done in the end. The death of Duke Xiu was the best example. Not long ago, what he said to the Chief Academy was actually not a joke. Out of the 10 talents in the world, Fan Lingyue had 6. The rest of the people had 4. He, Duke Xiu, and the other 3 kings were among the rest. Therefore, they weren't much better than the others. At least, compared to Fan Lingyue, he could only be regarded as a martial artist who didn't know how to scheme. But because of this, no matter how smart and patient the 3 kings were, they couldn't be flawless. As long as they were a fox, they would show their tail, no matter how old they were. Fortunately, his opponent was no longer Fan Lingyue. Unfortunately, his opponent would no longer be Fan Lingyue. Do you still want to watch the show? I'm leaving for 2 days. Ning Qin glanced at the girl beside him and said, Hua. Zhongjie thought for a while and said, No, this little girl won't wake up for the time being. I'll come back in a few days. Okay, then let's go together. Ning Qin nodded and said, Hua. Zhongjie took one last look at the palace below and then left with the former. Chapter 452. On the 10th day, the news about the demonic Will Ocean spread rapidly in the southwest region of the central continent. Originally, only the most powerful sects in the world knew about this forbidden area, but now everyone knew about it. There were immortals in the human world. This news undoubtedly shocked all the cultivators in the world. There were only 2 goals for cultivation: fame and fortune and immortality. Fame and fortune were easy to obtain, but immortality was hard to obtain. Xiantian took 300 years. Supremacy took 800 years. No matter how strong a person was, no matter how talented they were, they couldn't escape the cleansing of time. 800 years was the limit. Demonic Will Ocean, Immortal Palace. In the Maizar dynasty, the Yuan Emperor's eyes flashed coldly. Although he didn't know who spread this news, there was no doubt that the central continent, which had been peaceful for so many years, would raise a huge wave. In the academy, in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, the academy head, who was brewing tea, heard the report of the young man in white. Her delicate hand slightly trembled, but she immediately calmed down and sent him away. Ning Chen, what are you doing? The academy head looked into the distance and whispered softly. In the ruins of the palace in Tearless City, Hua Zhongjie looked at the young man beside her. The corner of her mouth curved into a beautiful arc. She smiled and said, Junior brother, you really are a dangerous person. Even your senior sister is a bit scared. Ning Qin smiled and said, Senior sister Dai, I'll feel ashamed if you say that. I've met countless people in my life, but only you have the best temper. Do you know why? Because I'm beautiful. Hua Zhongjie smiled like a butterfly. It was very dazzling and also very frightening. Ah, Ning Qin smiled and said, Senior sister is very beautiful, but the biggest reason is that you never deliberately hide your fickleness. In addition, you don't know how to write the 4 words propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. Hua Zhongjie narrowed her eyes. She didn't take those words as sarcasm because Ning Qin was right. She was never a decent woman. She rarely personally killed people, but the number of people who wanted her dead was uncountable. Senior sister really likes you more and more. How about we make do? Hua Zhongjie walked forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her eyes were blurred. I have someone I like. Senior sister, you appeared too late. Ning Qin smiled and shook off the she-devil's arm. He didn't care and didn't put on an act. He rejected her without hesitation. I can be a concubine. If the first and second concubines can't, isn't there still the third concubine? Butterfly in the flower once again approached him, exhaling an orchid scent. Then, Senior Apprentice Sister will have to wait for a long time. Furthermore, Senior Apprentice Sister should know that fickle men will first judge a woman's value, not her feelings, no matter how beautiful she is. Ning Chen looked to the east and lightly smiled. It doesn't matter. Hua Zhongjie leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. She smiled and said, "Don't you still have time? You are still too young. I still need to take care of you for a few more days. However, you have to grow up quickly. A woman's patience is very limited. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself." Senior Martial Sister, the demonic tribulation is very difficult. Be careful, Ning Chen said seriously, ignoring the former's crazy words. Of all the people he knew, Butterfly in the Flower was the first person who wanted to become a chosen. However, the demonic tribulation, the emotional tribulation, and the tribulation of all living beings were the three most terrifying tribulations on the path to becoming a chosen. The demonic tribulation and the emotional tribulation were even more terrifying. He wasn't lying. Although he had only known Butterfly in the Flower for a few short months, their tempers were the best. He didn't want this she-devil to be taken away by the heavens. There were too many good men and good women in this world. He had to give bad men and bad women a way to survive. Don't worry. I'll quickly eat you before I become a chosen. Otherwise, if I fail, wouldn't it be regretful? Butterfly in the Flower loosened her arms and smiled even more brilliantly. Ning Chen didn't say anything more. He knew this she-devil liked to sing, and she liked acting even more. Some words were best left unsaid. Butterfly in the Flower didn't continue to be so overbearing. She changed the topic. What about that little girl? She probably hates you to death right now. The Violet King treats her pretty well. I should go pay him a visit, said Ning Chen calmly. I'll go as well. Butterfly in the Flower's eyes began to shine. She returned to her usual appearance of wanting to see the world burn. You're only allowed to listen. You're not allowed to speak carelessly. You're also not allowed to casually attack. Ning Chen didn't refuse and reminded her. Senior Apprentice Sister is the most obedient. Butterfly in the Flower smiled cutely and replied. Ning Chen smiled indifferently. It would be strange if he believed her. However, as long as this she-devil's identity wasn't exposed, everything else was fine. As for Hong Wulei, he wasn't worried at all. The Academy head and the Red King were old friends. Hong Wulei wasn't an ungrateful person. She wouldn't reveal Butterfly in the Flower's identity and cause trouble for the Academy. Heartless people hurt others, but heartless people hurt themselves. Hong Wulei was kind-hearted. Even though she had been hit by his palm, she wouldn't vent her anger on the Academy. In addition, Hong Wulei could no longer trust the three kings without reservation. Do you regret it? Hua Zhongjie suddenly said. Humans were not made of iron or stone. How could they be heartless? A person's unreserved trust was the heaviest burden. She did not believe that Ning Chen's heart was not softened at all when he made that palm strike. I don't regret it. Ning Chen sighed. He didn't regret it, but he felt heartache. Even someone as fickle as him couldn't bear to see the look in that girl's eyes before she fainted. How ironic. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Perhaps his palm had been too ruthless. However, if he had to do it again, he would still make the same choice. If you feel guilty, then quickly find the culprit who schemed against the Red King, said Butterfly in the Flower softly. Very soon. Ning Chen nodded. He didn't have time to waste on the three kings. If nothing unexpected happened, there would soon be countless experts heading to the demonic Wheel Sea. If there really were immortals in this world, would they be able to tolerate these intruders? Or perhaps a mortal would go against the immortals and break into the immortal palace, prying into the secrets of heaven that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years. In the Red Bud Palace, two people walked over. Butterfly in the Flower's appearance had changed. She had restrained her aura and looked delicate and gentle, like a harmless little sister. In front of the palace, the Imperial Guard leader's expression immediately became grave when he saw the two of them. "Please inform them that the person who delivered the letter has come tonight," said Ning Qin indifferently. In front of the palace gate, when the leader of the guards heard this, he didn't say anything and immediately sent someone to report. Not long after, the Imperial Guard who had gone to inform them returned. He respectfully bowed and said, "The two of you, my king invites you in." "Many thanks," Ning Qin said, and walked forward with Hua Zhongjie. After the two of them left, the Imperial Guard leader's stiff body slowly came down. The pressure that the red-clothed young man gave off was really frightening. His aggressive aura was like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour people alive. In the three-flower palace, the Violet King sat on his throne. The two of them walked in and politely bowed to the beautiful woman in front of him. "Honored guests, please forgive me for not going out to meet you." The Violet King stood up and walked down his throne with a smile. "You're too courteous. Wu Lei was injured by someone, and I was unable to save him. I could only send him to the Violet King. Speaking of which, I have to thank the Violet King for your help," said Ning Qin. "Your Excellency, do you know who injured him?" asked Ziwang, narrowing his eyes. "I don't know." Ning Qin shook his head. "The person who attacked was too fast. I didn't have time to see his face." "That's a pity," said the Violet King regretfully. "How is Wu Lei's injury? Can you come out and see me?" asked Ning Qin seriously. The Violet King thought for a moment and didn't refuse. He signaled for a palace maid to bring Hong Wu Lei over. Wu Lei woke up and didn't eat or drink. She also didn't speak. It seems she suffered a huge blow. The Violet King's eyes were filled with pity. "Wu Lei asked me to help her investigate the truth behind the Red King's death. But I never thought that a moment of carelessness would cause Wu Lei to be plotted against," said Ning Qin guiltily. Hearing him mention the Red King, the Violet King's eyes dimmed. He sighed and didn't say anything. To the side, Butterfly in the Flower Palace followed their agreement and didn't say anything. She just smiled as she listened to the man's lies. Ever since she was young, she knew that men's words couldn't be trusted. It was just like a woman's promise. Whoever believed it was a fool. The atmosphere in the palace was a bit heavy. At this moment, the palace maid returned and respectfully bowed. "I've brought Princess Wu Lei." As he spoke, a woman in dark red clothes walked out from the back of the palace. Her delicate face was still a little pale, and she looked very pitiful and weak. "Wu Lei, the prince is here to take you back." Ning Qin revealed a wisp of an amiable smile when he saw the person that had arrived. Bang! Hearing this familiar voice, Hong Wu Lei shifted her gaze and subconsciously stepped back, knocking down the candlestick next to her. Panic and fear flashed across her pale face, and her delicate body kept shivering. Seeing this, the Purple King's eyes flashed. He stepped in front of Hong Wu Lei and looked at the young man in front of him. He said slowly, "You should be able to see that Wu Lei is still very weak. Why don't you stay and rest for a few more days?" "What if I say no?" Ning Chen's smile became even warmer. The Violet King's expression turned cold. "Then let's see if you have the ability to take Wu Lei away." "Huh." Ning Chen chuckled. He glanced at Hong Wu Lei and softly said, "Wu Lei, recuperate well. The prince will come for you again." Ning Qin didn't say anything else. He turned and walked out of the palace. How boring. Hua Zhongjie sighed regretfully. In the next moment, her eyes flashed coldly. Her figure rushed out, grabbing at Hong Wu Lei. The Violet King's expression sank. He instantly blocked in front of her and raised his palm. With a bang, the stone floor shattered. The Violet King took a step back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The injured king had lost. "Senior sister, let's go." Ning Qin looked back and calmly said, Hua Zhongjie nodded and chuckled. She turned and followed. "Violet King, I'll come again in a few days. Please take care of Wu Lei's injuries." As they spoke, the two figures gradually disappeared. In front of the fallen candle stand, Hong Wulei's trembling body stopped. Tears lingered in her eyes, but this time she held them back. The Violet King turned around and looked at the former. He sighed softly and said, "It's fine. With Aunt Lien here, no one can hurt you anymore." Chapter 453. The Devil We'll See, War Chariots, and Beast Roars shook the heavens. The large sects had gathered, and one grand exalted after another appeared. Some of them were old monsters from hundreds of years ago who had half their bodies buried in the earth. Their lifespans had almost dried up, and their great medicines and heavenly pills were useless. They could only rely on the legendary immortals. The aura of king items surged. The Peak Grand Exalted had brought their sect guarding treasures. They wanted to use this king item to open the immortal palace and open a path to immortality. In the distance, a human sovereign opened his eyes and looked over, watching the various sects fight. At the same time, the void shook and two figures appeared. One was in red, one was in blue. They were at the peak of the sword, a god among sabers. They were calmly waiting for the various sects to attack the forbidden land of the human world. "You're willing to take the bait. Should I praise you for being smart, or should I call you treacherous?" Hua Zhongjie smiled. "They want immortality, and I want an answer." "We both take what we need," said Ningchen calmly. "So what if you know the answer? Even if a power that surpasses the human world exists, how can a human control it?" Hua Zhongjie's expression became serious. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he softly said, "The power of the human world cannot save her. If there really is no power above the human world, then there is no path ahead of me." Hua Zhongjie sighed. A Peak Grand Exalted Sword expert who had shocked the entire Southern Tomb had become powerless because of a woman. So what if he was unrivaled in the world? He could win the world, but he couldn't win against her. "Junior apprentice brother, where are you from?" Hua Zhongjie turned around, asking this question for the first time. She hadn't asked before because there was no need, but now she really wanted to know. "Senior apprentice sister, do you want to hear?" Ning Chan was silent for a moment before asking. "Yes." Hua Zhongjie nodded seriously. "I come from the Grand Xia dynasty of the Eastern Divine Prefecture," said Ning Chen slowly. Hua Zhongjie was startled. A moment later her expression changed, and she slowly said, "Grand Xia, Knowledge Marquis." Ning Chen was silent. He didn't admit or deny it. He hadn't heard this name in so many years that he had almost forgotten it. Seeing his expression, Hua Zhongjie's eyes flashed. She really hadn't expected the legendary martial Marquis to have been by her side this entire time. After the divine tribulation, the two supreme beings of West Earth took action to pull back the eastern region. However, because of the terrifying deterrence of the Netherworld King, most people deliberately avoided mentioning the eastern region. However, a few names still spread. Among them, the name of the great Xia Jiming Marquis left the deepest impression. According to legend, he was one of the most important figures in the War of Blasphemy, and was also one of the few top experts who survived. The leader of the Divine Land, the great savior of mankind. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I apologize to you. Butterfly in the flower bowed and said pitifully, "No need for formalities." Ning Chen acted as if he didn't hear the teasing tone in the she-devil's voice and played along. "You're not as strong as the legends say." Hua Zhongjie smiled and stood up. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded nonchalantly. It was easy to invite the devil in, but difficult to send it away. How could it be possible without paying a price? The fact that he was still alive was already the most extravagant thing. Therefore, he was very grateful to Changyu, very grateful, even if his main body had to pay the price of being trapped for dozens of years, or even hundreds of years. Today's words are a little secret between the two of us. In the future, don't tell anyone else, including the academy head. Butterfly in the flower smiled sweetly. Her smile was so beautiful that it dazzled people. Understood, Ning Chen said softly. Don't worry. When I become the sovereign in this world, who dares to bully you, I'll kill them. Butterfly in the flower smiled seriously. Okay. A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face as he replied, although he was forced to call her senior sister at first. As he called her that, it became smooth. In the past, he didn't want to, but now he was willing. Just as Butterfly in the flower said, it was not easy for a cruel and unscrupulous man and woman to meet each other. Butterfly in the flower was not a normal person, but he was also not someone easy to deal with. He did not belittle himself, nor did he have anything to be proud of. He lived on while at death's door, and then did something that would not make him regret for the rest of his life, until he could no longer go on. He missed Man. He couldn't leave. Why didn't that girl come to find him? Ning Chen looked to the west. It seemed that it had been a long, long time since he had seen her. And Senior, was he still as cold and callous as before? Senior sister, if there's a chance, I'll introduce you to a genius saber user, said Ning Chen softly. How genius is she? Butterfly in the flower didn't believe him. I can't say that she's a genius saber user. She's a genius martial artist. A true genius might not be someone who will be able to surpass her in the future, but there's definitely no one before her. Her spirit is clear, and she can understand everything with just a hint. It's just that she doesn't like cultivating and is a bit slow. But senior sister, you'll like her. Ning Chen smiled warmly. What does she have to do with you? Asked Butterfly in the flower. A princess who doesn't look like a princess once said she wanted to marry me, but I refused. Ning Chen's smile became even more brilliant. Cruel and unscrupulous, Butterfly in the flower didn't conceal her ridicule. She really is cruel and unscrupulous. Ning Chen admitted it very straightforwardly, just as straightforwardly as when he had refused to marry her. Their inappropriate conversation was interrupted by a heaven-shaking explosion. The grand elders of the various sects were charging into the Devil We'll See. As soon as their war chariots entered, they saw black light surging from the ground. Strands of terrifying aura filled with deathly stillness that made them shiver. Amidst the terrifying aura, the 9 heavens changed, and dark clouds covered the sun. On the ground, coffins rose up and opened. In the next moment, corpse gods in ancient robes walked out. The powerful death qi caused the atmosphere to become suffocating. They had been ambitious and ruthless when they were alive, but now they were dead. They had been buried for who knew how many years. One of them soared into the air and smashed apart a war chariot with a single fist. Blood and bones filled the air. The grand elders of the various sects were shocked, but they quickly came back to their senses. They had seen their entire lives, and in the end they had gambled their lives. How could they be so easily scared off? A king item flickered with light. It was unknown which sect had brought a Buddhist holy item. It was specialized in restraining dark karma, and the corpse gods that had attacked were sent flying. The great battle was intense. War chariots were smashed down one after another. However, the corpse gods that were protecting them also paid a similar price, suffering great losses. The grand elders of the great sects protected by king items possessed great fighting strength. For the sake of seeing Immortal Palace and fighting for long life, they didn't hold back at all. Corpse gods fell from the horizon one after another. Only the corpse gods were sturdy like metal and stone, undying bodies. After falling, they would quickly stand back up again. While they were in a deadlock, the void surged. A half-supreme expert with half his body in the yellow earth walked out. He wore white clothes, and even though he didn't have much lifespan left, he didn't look old. With the long life sword in hand, he hacked out 1,000 zhang path. Alcade King! Someone recognized the male who took action, crying out in alarm. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He had also heard of this person. He was the Alcade Imperial Court's previous king, who should have passed away 100 years ago. yet he forcefully held on until this era. He was a legendary figure, his sword cultivation already reaching the peak, unmatched in this world. It was rumored that the Alcade King had long had the strength to become a supreme being. Only, in the final tribulation of love, he turned around and left, voluntarily giving up on his supreme being position. No one knew why, but this type of person definitely wouldn't lust after long life. It was because it was once within reach. A generation's heavenly talent. Hua Zhongdia, who rarely praised others, also opened her mouth, slowly praising. There was a type of person in this world that not even human supreme beings were willing to rashly provoke. This was precisely the Alcade King before her eyes. Now there was still her. Hua Zhongdia never underestimated herself. There was no need to. Moreover, there was no lack of human supreme beings among those who wanted to get rid of her. Unfortunately, she was still alive and well. Demonic will see, Alcade King took action. Corpse gods collapsing one after another. The brilliance under the sword couldn't be stopped by deities. The sword on sword that should have disappeared 100 years ago appeared again today, still stunning and shocking the world. Observing the sword, admiring the sword, admiring the sword, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Seeing the sword on sword again today, it was worth it. Hua Zhongdia gave the male beside her a look, not saying anything. Soon after, she continued to watch the battle ahead. She didn't understand the sword, but she understood that the sword on sword was also a sword on sword. Although the youth beside her was still lacking in cultivation, his attainments in the sword were already so high that countless people couldn't compare to him. Such a monstrous genius at such a young age. How could he possibly let others live? Thinking about this, Hua Zhongdia suddenly laughed. It was inexplicable, like a madwoman. However, Hua Zhongdia was very beautiful, so even if she was a madwoman, she was still pleasing to the eye. What are you laughing about? Ning Qin didn't understand. Looking at the demoness, who was laughing like a blooming flower, he asked, "You can't beat me." Hua Zhongdia turned her head, giving him an even more brilliant smile. Seeing her smile, Ning Qin also laughed softly. "So what if I can't beat you? Will senior sister attack me?" "When I'm singing, yes." "Normally, no," said Hua Zhongdia honestly. "Then, if you can't beat me, then so be it." Ning Chen smiled and shifted his gaze, continuing to watch the battle in the distance. The devil we'll see, the longevity sword, open the path of life. The white-robed Alcade King looked like an immortal that had descended into the world. His sword was otherworldly, peerlessly elegant. The devil will see buried life. The corpse god's end. The clouds parted, the sun appeared, and the traces of the danger zone appeared. The huge dragon vein had already died, and everything within 100 miles became a land of death. Not a single blade of grass grew. It had become the most terrifying place to bury dragons. A war chariot didn't stop. It had only gone 10 meters when a grand elder whose lifespan had already withered up died. He didn't even have the chance to react before falling out of the chariot. That shocking scene shocked everyone. The grand elder's expressions all became unsightly. Another person was unwilling to admit defeat. Using a king item to protect himself, he drove the war chariot into the danger zone. However, the drained dragon vein had become the bane of king items. The king item's karmic luck was instantly devoured by the dragon vein. The grand elder on the war chariot rapidly aged. He wanted to rush back, but it was already too late. The immortal palace had yet to appear. There was no path to the danger zone. In front of longevity, it was as far as the horizon. "Ji Yaoguang, do you really want to go in?" A voice rang out from the distance. A powerful aura caused even heaven and earth to tremble. A human sovereign had interfered in the situation of the Forbidden Zone. Yes. The Alcade King didn't explain anything. He only calmly nodded. His expression was as carefree as when he had given up the position of sovereign without the slightest hesitation. The human sovereign sighed and didn't try to persuade him any further. Separated by who knew how many territories, he sent the white-robed Alcade king off with a palm of praise. Chapter 454. In the end, Alcade king still stepped into the impasse. His sword intent rose endlessly, splitting the 9 heavens and severing the mortal world. The most shocking sword attack shocked the entire central region. The human sovereign used all his strength to help Alcade king resist the death chi of the dragon burial impasse. In front of everyone's eyes, the white robe gradually disappeared. The Taishang of various sects watched the legend from 100 years ago enter the impasse, but they could only shake their heads helplessly and retreat temporarily. They didn't have the help of the human sovereign, and they didn't have the strength of Alcade king. Today they were doomed to fail. As the afterglow of the setting sun shone down, the chariots left one after another. They were waiting for the day when they were ready to join hands and enter the forbidden land. Immortality is useless. Immortality is foolish. Looking at the scattered corpses in front of the impasse, Hua Zhongdia said lightly. Only the 2 of them could hear it. Ning Chen was silent. He didn't say anything. Immortality was indeed useless. However, her life hadn't started yet. How could she just sleep in a coffin? He still had many things to ask her. For example, why did she always wear a red wedding dress? Why did she always wear a red veil? She was obviously very beautiful, prettier than all the women in the world. Hua Zhongdia couldn't stand someone's calm appearance. She walked forward and forced a smile on his face. She said, "See, I told you that you're not a good person. Just one piece of news from you has harmed so many seniors of the great sections." Ning Chen struggled to get rid of the demoness. He thought for a while and forced a smile. He said, "Let's go back. The problem with Wu Lei hasn't been solved yet." "Oh, I thought you only cared about harming people and forgot about that little girl." Hua Zhongjie teased. "I can't forget," Ning Chen said in a soft but unquestionable voice. As for the demonic ocean, since the world knew about it, he believed that from now on more people would come. Not everyone could resist the fear of death and the temptation of immortality. These great sects with thousands of years of history had to have some ability. He would quietly observe and wait for the day when they broke through the immortal palace. In the Redbud Palace, Hong Wulei sat on the couch with her hands hugging her knees. Her eyes were dull. She didn't speak, didn't even move. Zi Wang walked over and looked at the figure on the bed. She sighed softly, and a gentle expression appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "Wu Lei, are you feeling better?" Hong Wu Lei raised his head and then lowered it again. From the beginning to the end, there was no change in his expression. The Purple King sighed. This silly girl's personality was almost exactly the same as her mother's. She was so stubborn that it made one's heart ache. "Just what happened? Tell me. Aunt Lien will support you." The Violet Prince sat on the bed, gently stroking his hair. She could see that Wu Lei was very afraid of the young man who came to visit that day. That kind of fear couldn't be faked. At the same time, in the palace of King of Darkness, 2 figures sat facing each other, drinking wine and chatting with each other. "Thank you for the letter," the King of Darkness said calmly. "You're too polite. However, I'm a little surprised that the Dark King couldn't bring Hong Wulei back." Ning Chen picked up his wine cup and took a sip. "Zi Wang is stronger than I expected. Furthermore, there's an endless supply of karmic luck in the palace. It's not difficult to defeat her, but it's also not easy," said the King of Darkness honestly. A strange light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He put down his wine cup and looked at the scholarly king. "King of Darkness, who do you think is behind the Red King's death?" "Zi Wang or Qing Wang," said the King of Darkness. "Huh." Ning Chen smiled. What a clever answer. Of the current world's 3 kings, excluding himself, there were only 2 left. "King of Darkness, what do you think of the Red King?" asked Ningchen casually. He's arrogant and courageous. However, he's too arrogant and trusts others too much. In short, he's a boorish fellow, said the King of Darkness. His evaluation doesn't seem high. Rumor has it that the King of Darkness is the Red King's best friend. That's a surprising answer, said Ningchen. That boorish fellow was the one who said the word friend. I've never acknowledged it, said the King of Darkness indifferently. In that case, the King of Darkness might be the one who joined forces with Bai Luo Miesheng to kill the Red King, said Ningchen. If I wanted to kill him, why would I need to join forces with others? Said the King of Darkness coldly. King of Darkness, you're really confident, said Ningchen. The King of Darkness didn't want to talk about this anymore. He drank his wine and calmly said, Since we finished chatting, shouldn't you tell me why you're here? Ningchen smiled. I've come to make a deal with the King of Darkness. What deal? Asked the King of Darkness. I'll help the King of Darkness deal with either Qingwang or Ziwang. Once the culprit is killed, the king's ring will be mine, said Ningchen as he refilled their cups. The King of Darkness narrowed his eyes. How do you know who the culprit is? Whoever has the Red Origin King's ring is the culprit, said Ningchen indifferently. And if I don't agree? Asked the King of Darkness coldly. Ningchen didn't care. He slowly said, If the King of Darkness doesn't agree, then I'll go find Qingwang or Ziwang and repeat what I said today. It doesn't matter to me who the culprit is. My goal is only the king's ring. So if I'm unlucky and choose the culprit as my ally, then I'm really sorry. The King of Darkness's eyes became even colder. After a long time, the coldness disappeared. He said I wish you a pleasant cooperation. I'll take my leave first. See you in front of the Qingwang Palace tonight. Ningchen drank his wine in one gulp and stood up with a smile. The King of Darkness nodded calmly. Outside the palace, Hua Zhongjie was waiting. When she saw Ningchen walk out, she softly asked, What do you think? I'll act tonight, said Ningchen. Didn't you say that Qingwang was the least suspicious? Why did you attack him first? Asked Hua Zhongjie. Qingwang's existence is the key to easing the tension between the three kings. If something happens to Qingwang, the King of Darkness and Ziwang's conflict will become even more obvious. That's why Wu Lei's Red Yuan King ring is more valuable, said Ningchen. The three kings were now at odds with each other on the surface and did not trust each other. It was precisely because of this that his 3 letters were able to play the greatest role. Tonight, the triangular balance was broken, and many things would slowly surface. That girl will be fine, right? Asked Hua Zhongjie worriedly. She won't. Right now, she's the safest. At least, before the Red Yuan King ring appears. Neither the Ziwang nor the King of Darkness will let anything happen to her, said Ningchen. Night fell, and the moon was in the middle of the sky. A cold wind blew against the withered trees. In front of the Azure King Palace, the king in dark gray robes waited quietly. Not long after, a beautiful figure in blue robes appeared. Step by step she walked over. It's you. The King of Darkness recognized her. This was the woman who had delivered the letter that day. Her strength was unfathomable. Even he couldn't see through her. Let's go, said Hua Zhongjie indifferently. Yes. The King of Darkness nodded. He didn't ask any more questions. With this woman cooperating with him, it was enough. Within the Qingwang Palace, the king's subordinates all went about their duties as usual. Within the palace, the azure-robed young king was also meticulously handling state affairs. All of a sudden, a cold wind gusted as killing intent gushed forth. 2 silhouettes walked out from the void, exuding a powerful aura that caused the countenances of the ministers present to turn heavy. In front of the table, the Qingwang's hand paused. He put down his brush and stood up. Looking at the subordinates, he calmly said, You can all leave. My king. The expressions of the 13 ministers changed as they exclaimed anxiously, Leave. His green eyes turned cold as he shouted, They couldn't go against the king's orders. Although the subordinates were worried, they could only respectfully accept the order and unwillingly leave. After the subordinates left, the Qing Wang calmly looked at the King of Darkness. "Was it you?" "No," denied the King of Darkness. The Qing Wang stared at the King of Darkness for a long time. He didn't say whether he believed him or not. He pulled out his sword and indifferently said, "You want to get rid of me? King of Darkness, are you prepared to pay the price?" "Thank you." The King of Darkness took a step forward. His aura rose rapidly. In the next moment, he turned into a gray light and instantly arrived in the palace. The palm and the sword clashed. The king's sword and the king's ring clashed, giving off a dazzling light. After a moment of stalemate, the long and narrow blade appeared. It was sharp and threatening. The king's sword changed its direction and blocked the deadly blade light. Then it turned its palm and blocked the King of Darkness's powerful palm energy. With a loud bang, the palace trembled. The array patterns collapsed. It couldn't withstand the power of the 3 top cultivators and quickly scattered. Seeing that the opponent was extraordinary, the butterfly in the flower flashed. She used strange steps, and her blade moved strangely. Her blade was extremely fast. She had never seen anything like this before. This strange martial art was astonishing. Bai Qingkong was fighting against 2 people at the same time. He was more focused than ever. The king's sword was magnificent and didn't want to back down. Outside the palace, the red-robed man in the sky gathered and watched the battle quietly. The king fought bravely and was unshakable. With the king's sword and the king's ring, the undefeatable king didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. "King of Darkness, are you still not going to use your full strength?" Ning Chen watched the battle and mumbled to himself. The butterfly in the flower would only use half of her strength. She couldn't use her full strength. The key to this battle was still the King of Darkness. In the palace, the blade, the sword, and the palm clashed again. The shock waves spread and forced the 3 to back off. "Bai Qingkong, I'm sorry." The King of Darkness exerted force on his feet. The stone floor under the palace crumbled and rose up. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure spread out. A black divine weapon that looked like a blade and a sword appeared. Its oppressive aura stirred up the clouds above the palace. The king's weapon that hadn't appeared for 100 years had appeared again. Falling clouds Gufei. Seeing the divine weapon appear, the king's sword moved like the wind and emitted a dazzling green light. A resplendent sword light streaked across the palace towards the King of Darkness. The King of Darkness held his weapon and attacked. The divine weapon shook the king's sword. Suddenly, a dazzling red color dripped down the palace. "King of Darkness, you've lost." The blade appeared silently and was an inch away from the king's throat. It was cold and sharp like a poisonous snake. It seemed like it could devour someone at any moment. "The winner takes all. I have nothing to say. Let's fight." The King of Darkness' body stiffened but soon relaxed. He glanced at the 2 and said calmly. Chapter 455. In one night, the Dark King had attacked, the Azure King had been defeated, and the Violet King's ring had been lost. News of this quickly spread to the Violet King Palace. The Violet King, who was taking care of Hong Wulei, immediately changed her expression. Without a doubt, after the Azure King, the Dark King's next target would be her. She couldn't just sit and wait for death. But she didn't understand why the Dark King, who had endured for over 10 years, would suddenly attack the Azure King. "King, someone has broken into the palace." Just as the urgent report was heard, a figure in red flashed. In an instant, he was already in the hall. He glanced at the beautiful figure on the bed and said calmly, "Wu Lei, go back with young master." Impudent! The Violet King was infuriated. She slapped out a palm. Ning Chen snorted and dodged her palm. He clenched his right hand, and the Yama King appeared. His sword slashed down, and a fierce gale shot out. The Violet King flipped her palm, and her true chi surged. blocking the sharp sword light. What is the meaning of this? The Violet King stood in front of the bed, looking at the red-robed youth. I'm taking my maid back. That's a matter of course. I don't think I need your permission. Ning Qin raised his sword and looked at Hong Wulei. Wulei, the Azure King, is already dead. You've already avenged your father. Don't throw a tantrum. Return with the young master. Hearing this, Hong Wulei, who was on the bed, trembled and raised his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Return with me. Ning Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. Hong Wulei's body trembled once more. A look of struggle appeared on her face. In the end, she suppressed her fear and trembled as she stood up, wanting to walk over. Wulei, don't listen to him. He's lying to you, said the Violet Emperor anxiously, blocking the way. Violet King, don't challenge my patience. Since you saved Wulei once, let me take her away today. Then everything will be settled, said Ning Qin calmly. Wishful thinking. The Violet King's expression turned cold. The ground shook, and a divine halberd slowly rose into the air. When it appeared in his hand, the wind howled and violet lightning crackled. Originally, I didn't plan to fight today, but now it seems that I have no choice but to fight. The green elemental king ring appeared in Ning Chen's hand. He waved his hand, and a green king's sword appeared. The king ring was embedded in it, and a powerful aura surged. The reappearance of the king weapon shook the entire palace. I'm not late, right? As he spoke, a cold wind blew by. A beautiful figure in blue, with bare feet, slowly walked over. The long and narrow embroidered knife in her hand was longer than half her body. She didn't hide her killing intent at all. It was cold and threatening. In the meeting of the top three, the air pressure in the surroundings gradually dropped. The stifling atmosphere made it hard for people to breathe. Just as the great battle was about to begin, Hong Wulei walked forward and reached out to stop Red Coat. He pointed at himself and then at the latter. What he meant was, I'll go with you. No. The Purple King was enraged. He grabbed Hong Wulei and refused to back down. Ning Qin narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had gone overboard. Wulei, don't be fooled by him. The Green King isn't your father's murderer. The Dark King is. He's colluding with the Dark King. If you go with him, you'll die, raged the Purple King. Hong Wulei was startled. He looked at the former, then at Red Coat. At this moment, he didn't know who to trust. Huh. Ning Qin smiled and casually said, Did I kill the wrong person? That really is regretful. Purple King, how about we also make a deal? What deal? Asked the Purple King. Kill the Dark King, and the King Ring will be mine. You can also take revenge for the Red King, said Ning Qin. Why should I trust you? Asked the Purple King unhappily. Easy. Ning Qin tossed the king sword to Hong Wulei. Kill the Dark King and return the green elemental king ring and king's sword to me. Is that enough sincerity? You really are a businessman. The Purple King's eyes flashed coldly. Everyone chases after profit. There are no eternal friends, nor are there eternal enemies. There are only eternal benefits. I'm just doing what I should do. Ning Chen's lips curled up. When? Asked the Purple King calmly. Tonight, I'll bring the Dark King here. I'm sure the Purple King doesn't need to worry about me doing anything, said Ning Qin. I'll be waiting, said the Purple King. Senior apprentice sister, let's go. Ning Qin said before he turned around and walked out of the hall. Hua, Zhongjie nodded and followed after him. Within the hall, Hong Wulei stared blankly at the two of them. Her heart throbbed with pain. Don't look. He's just using you as a chess piece to disturb the relationship between the three kings. Such a heartless person isn't worth your grief, advised the Purple King gently. Hong Wulei looked back at the king's sword in her hand. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Was that really the case? Outside Redbud Imperial City, Hua Zhongjie looked at the silent Ning Qin and asked, What are you thinking about? Won't the culprit be found tonight? I'm thinking about that girl Wule. She seems to have noticed something, sighed Ningqin. It's not strange. She's been by your side for so long. It's impossible that she didn't notice anything strange, said Hua Zhongjie with a smile. Be careful tonight. The Dark King's strength is unfathomable. He's not easy to deal with, reminded Ningqin. Yes, Hua Zhongjie replied softly and said, the Violet King isn't someone easy to deal with in the Red Bud Imperial Palace as well. Looks like if we want to draw them out, at least one of us will have to suffer some injuries. It's worth it, Ningqin said calmly. Now that the Azure King was in trouble, the two kings couldn't back down. After waiting for so long, it was finally time to reel in the net. Within the Dark King's palace, the Dark King stood in the hall, looking at the scenery outside. His expression was calm, without the slightest ripple. King, a blue-robed strategist walked forward. Looking at the king in the hall, worry flashed across his face. He said, My king, do you really want to go? That young man's goal is clearly the Four King's ring. Such a person can't be trusted. Businessmen pursue profit. He wants the king's ring, and I want the Purple King's life. It's fair and just. As for what kind of person he is, that's not important, said the Dark King slowly. My king, have you thought about what will happen after the Purple King dies? He already has the Azure King's ring, and with that woman, he's not any weaker than you. If he also obtains the Purple King's ring, even you will have a hard time suppressing them, said the strategist worriedly. I know. There's no need to say more, said the Dark King calmly. He had waited for more than 10 years. He didn't want to wait any longer. This young man couldn't be trusted. However, their relationship was never stable. Once they defeated the Purple King, their cooperation would immediately end. Even if they met, he wasn't completely defenseless. In the Red Bud Imperial Palace, the sky gradually darkened and the lanterns were lit. Hong Wule looked at the king's ring and king's sword in her hands. Her beautiful eyes became more and more confused. She couldn't tell which face was the prince's real face. What was he thinking? In the Three-Flower Palace, the Purple King was resting with her eyes closed. She was making her final preparations for tonight's battle. Although she didn't fear anyone in the Red Bud Imperial Palace, she also knew that the Dark King wasn't easy to deal with. Furthermore, the red-robed young man had a businessman's nature. He pursued profit above all else. He was fickle and heartless. He wasn't easy to deal with either. 3 palaces, 3 people, 3 different thoughts. They didn't trust each other. Tonight, no one would know who was scheming against whom, and who would obtain the final victory. When midnight arrived, a blue-robed figure appeared in the Red Bud Imperial Palace. The Dark King walked over after her. Looking at her, he frowned. Is he still not going to act this time? The Purple King is a careful person. He'll definitely have some tricks up his sleeve. Junior apprentice brother will secretly pay attention in case something unexpected happens, said Hua Zhongjie. Hearing that, the Dark King didn't say anything else. In this situation, neither of them could completely trust the other. It wasn't strange for them to keep each other's trump cards. In the Three-Flower Palace, a maple leaf fell. The red-robed young man appeared and then disappeared. The Purple King opened his eyes. After receiving the warning, his expression gradually became serious. Had he come? Suddenly, the white light poured down like a waterfall. The extremely fast saber, without any sound, was closing in on his life. The Purple King leaned to the side, avoiding the saber light. Immediately after, he turned his palm and condensed yuan, slapping down the figure that had suddenly appeared. Hua Zhongjie's saber moved in the opposite direction. It didn't meet the attack head-on. Instead, it moved away as soon as it came into contact. The saber's movements were crafty and crafty. The Purple King focused and avoided the annihilation-killing light. His palm surged like a sea, forcibly shaking off the battle. Purple lightning shatters the city. The divine halberd appeared, and the king's ring was inserted. Boundless divine, might surged in all directions. The Purple King gripped the halberd and used it to shatter the city. Hua Zhongdia met the attack head-on. The saber and halberd collided, and the shock waves rippled out. The palace's formation was instantly destroyed and dissipated. After a moment of deadlock, a dark figure flashed past. A divine weapon that seemed like a saber but wasn't a saber. It seemed like a sword but wasn't a sword. However, it flickered with the coldest black light. The instant it streaked across the battlefield, the space 30 meters around it cracked open. Seeing that, the Purple King's expression sank. His halberd shook off the saber and met the Dark Yuan King weapon. When the king weapons collided, a shocking explosion occurred. The Purple King retreated half a step. His blood chi was churning. He was at a disadvantage. Purple King, pay with your life. The Dark King's expression was extremely grave. His divine weapon condensed Yuan Qi. He took a step forward and his body shot forward. The Purple King retreated half a step to avoid the Dark Yuan King weapon. Immediately after, he turned around and exchanged a few moves. In the blink of an eye, the halberd broke through the sky. Hua Zhongdia saw that and used her saber to block the halberd. However, with a bang, she was forced back a few steps. Blood dripped onto her blue clothes. Hua Zhongdia had been injured for the first time, facing a king. Outside the palace, Ningqin calmly watched the battle, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. The ending would only be known at the very end. However, the process in the middle was also very important. Whether or not Hua Zhongdia could perform the first half of the play was very important. The battle in the palace was becoming more and more intense. The Dark King was powerful, but the Purple King was also not easy to deal with. The two kings had exchanged 100 moves, but it was still difficult to determine a victor. This move will send you to the underworld to repent for your sins. Seeing that the battle was in a deadlock, the Purple King circulated his true yuan. His halberd condensed the power of the 8 directions. Thunder roared and the wind and clouds churned. His halberd broke through the 3-flower palace. The King of Darkness's face darkened. The divine weapon in his hand also transformed into vast origin energy, reaching the peak of the king realm. Black light illuminated the 9 heavens, parting the clouds and revealing the moon. The moment the 2 attacks collided, the saber light changed direction and pierced through the Dark King's chest. "You!" The Dark King groaned. His eyes were filled with anger. Enduring the pain in his chest, he forcefully counterattacked with his full power. The blue clothes blocked the attack, but with a bang, the blue clothes were sent flying. When they landed, they staggered and vomited blood. Chapter 456. The sudden attack heavily injured the Dark King, and he sent Hua Zhongdia flying with a palm. The Violet King's attack followed, and a terrifying aura swept through the 300-meter area. The entire 3-flower palace collapsed and rapidly vanished. Facing the incoming killing move, the King of Darkness was enraged. He raised his weapon and channeled all of his energy into it. Black chi spread out endlessly. It looked like a blade, but not a sword. The 100-meter-long sandstorm clashed with the Purple King's killing move. The Dark King was the most mysterious king of the current world's 4 kings. His crown shattered, and his black hair danced in the wind. He shot forward, instantly arriving in front of the injured Hua Zhongdia. His king item seemed like a saber, but not a sword. At this critical moment, the Yama King's divine sword appeared, and a cold violet light blocked the fatal attack. Why? The Dark King only had one question for one answer. He looked at the person in front of him, his face filled with killing intent. "There's no reason. If you die, your king item and king ring will be mine." "Unfortunately, that attack missed," said Ningqin indifferently. "Crafty little bastards, you'll experience the Dark King's fury." The King of Darkness didn't hide the anger in his eyes anymore. It was like a blade, but not a sword. His grand yuan was extremely vast. The black qi started to spiral rapidly. In the next moment, the sky above the palace was covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. "Senior apprentice sister, you should retreat and heal," said Ningchen calmly. "Be careful." Red Butterfly nodded and dragged her injured body away from the battlefield. "Violet King, I've already shown my sincerity. Now it's your turn," said Ningchen gravely as he looked at the furious Dark King. "The two of you can go to hell together." The Dark King took a step forward, and the ground around him split apart. His Peak King aura shook heaven and earth. His divine weapon slashed down with unstoppable momentum. The Purple King knew that he could not hesitate any longer. With a flip of his palm, he activated the fate of the Purple Thorn's royal city. In an instant, endless purple chi gathered on the divine halberd. With a swing of the halberd, he resisted the king's might. This was the most extreme battle between kings. Their ultimate moves collided, and the shockwaves caused space to twist and collapse. Cracks spread out for thousands of meters. The two kings retreated in unison amidst the violent winds and raging waves. The corners of their mouths turned red. The King of Darkness covered the wound on his chest. Blood flowed out from the wound and dyed his clothes red. The strongest king had encountered the greatest danger of his life. Just at this moment, a purple light flashed past, and an extremely fast sword appeared in front of him in an instant. It was fast, ruthless, and accurate. There were no tricks, and each sword was deadly, without the slightest bit of mercy. The Dark King Tiyuan fought again, blocking the extremely fast sword light. Suddenly, he staggered and his consciousness became dizzy. There was poison on his saber. At this moment, the Dark King finally sensed the abnormality in his body. He raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. Despicable. "Thank you for the compliment." Ning Chen snorted coldly and moved again. In a flash, he waved his sword to block the attack. At the same time, the Violet King waved his halberd and attacked. Amidst the purple chi, lightning crackled. It was so powerful that it suppressed the invincible king's weapon. With the two of them working together, the heavily injured and poisoned King of Darkness finally couldn't hold on any longer. He retreated again and again, and the dizziness in his head kept assaulting him. He could faint at any moment. Knowing that he couldn't drag this out any longer, the King of Darkness suppressed the dizziness in his head and forcefully raised his Zhenyuan to gamble on his final move. His Zhenyuan erupted, and a black chi appeared on the king weapon. Endless undercurrents soared into the sky, covering all the light in the world. The world of darkness instantly became devoid of any light. It was as if the world had died. Yellow Spring's falling sun, how can I save life? Within the darkness, the King of Darkness' only weapon seemed like a saber, but it wasn't a sword. It gathered the energy of the world of darkness, and with a single move, it cut open the sky and opened the path to the Yellow Springs. The Violet King waved his halberd and condensed his Zhenyuan. Boundless purple chi surrounded him, forming a protective barrier that blocked the king's final move. With a muffled groan, the Violet King was knocked back several meters. Blood spurted out of his right chest, dyeing the ground red. After the ultimate move, the world of darkness gradually dissipated. Heaven and earth returned to normal. Within the surging sand, the King of Darkness looked ahead with unwillingness before collapsing. Violet King, so the King of Darkness's hatred for you is even greater than his betrayal of me. Ning Chan walked up and took the king weapon from the King of Darkness's hand. The final move had actually been aimed at the Violet King alone. Otherwise, even he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. I'll leave this person's life to you. But before that, shouldn't you return the Azure Origin King's sword and king ring to me? Ning Chen looked at the Violet King and smiled. The Violet King suppressed his injuries and opened his eyes. He looked at the youth in front of him and said, "Thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get revenge for the Red King by myself. We both took what we needed, smiled Ningchen. The Violet King nodded and didn't say anything more. He transmitted, Wulei, hand over the king's sword and king ring. Not long after, Hong Wulei appeared with the king weapon. He looked at the youth in front of him and handed over the king weapon. Wulei, do you want to return with the young master? Ningchen opened his mouth, but before he could finish speaking, a palm landed on his back. Hong Wulei's pupils shrank. His eyes were completely red. The red-robed figure fell to the ground with a bang. Blood dripped from his mouth, dyeing the ground in front of him red. The Violet King's expression was no longer gentle and dignified. Instead, it was ice-cold. She walked up step by step and bent down to pick up the Black King weapon. Then she looked at the red-robed youth and indifferently said, How is it? The feeling of being betrayed isn't bad, right? It's you. Ningchen spat out a mouthful of blood. It's too late to realize that now. The Violet King turned and looked at Hong Wulei. He calmly said, Wulei, give me the king's sword and king ring. Oh, right, and the red origin king ring. Hong Wulei recovered from his shock and retreated several steps. He didn't know what to do. You won't give it to me? Then I'll take it myself, the Violet King said coldly. Then he took a step forward and arrived in front of Yi Futian. With a flip of his palm, Yi Futian gathered Yuan with a single palm strike. In that moment of crisis, Hong Wulei flashed in front of him. The Yama King unsheathed his sword and slashed out, forcibly blocking the Violet King's palm. With a bang, Hong Wulei retreated half a step. Taking advantage of the momentum, he moved to the side. You're actually fine. The Violet King narrowed his eyes. I don't like leaving my back to people I don't trust. Does the Violet King think you're trustworthy? Ningchen's lips curled into a cold smile. With a flip of his palm, the black tortoise heart armor flew out from his back and landed in his hand. The black tortoise heart armor, which had always been indestructible, actually had cracks on it at this moment. The Purple King's palm was truly shocking. Girl, back up a bit. After this fight, I'll apologize to you, said Ningchen warmly to Wulei. Hong Wulei nodded with tears in his eyes and obediently withdrew from the battle. Ningchen waved his hand, sending the unconscious Dark King out of the battle. This king was truly shockingly powerful. Fortunately, Senior Apprentice Sister Dai's medicine was tyrannical enough. The Violet King icily watched this scene. Pointless struggle. With just you won't be able to escape death today. Is that so? What if I'm included? Azure light condensed in the sky, and the azure-robed king walked out. His powerful aura was as dazzling as a divine furnace. Azure King. The Violet King's eyes sank. He turned to the red-robed youth and icily asked, When did you begin to suspect me? From the start, you've always been the person I couldn't trust the most, said Ningchen calmly. Is that so? Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, you'll still lose without a doubt. As he spoke, the Purple King plunged his halberd into the ground and absorbed the strange power of the dragon vein beneath the palace. Purple chi surged out like an ocean and entered the divine halberd. The terrifying pressure caused the ground to sink, shaking the heavens and earth. Qing Yuan, the Azure King's expression froze. He clenched his right hand, and the king's ring and king's sword flew out from Hong Wulei's hand. Ningchen moved at the same time. His body turned into a blur, and his sword cut through the wind and clouds. The Violet King's palms collided with the two swords. He no longer held back his cultivation base, raising it to its peak. The three of them retreated at the same time. The Violet King flipped his palm and raised his halberd. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, he once again attacked. Purple rainbow piercing the sun. The purple rainbow shot toward the two of them. The Azure King focused, and his king's sword's power sword. He used 3 swords to block the Violet King's ultimate attack. Sword style. At the same time, Ning Qin activated Yama's sword. Bloody light shone around him, and his sword cut through the air, helping the Azure King. Sword light and halberd light collided and killing light surged. The three of them were dyed red, and their blood did not stop flowing. Hong instantly turned back, and his sword moved at an extreme speed, blocking the Violet King's opportunity to attack. The sword and halberd collided at an extremely fast speed. With a piercing sound, the Violet King's left shoulder was torn apart and blood flowed out. The king's expression became angry, and he resisted the sword head-on. He urged his vast origin energy to move mountains and overturn seas. The Azure King leaped forward, and his king's sword gathered thousands of cyan lights to block the Violet King's attack. With a loud bang, heaven and earth tilted. The combination of speed and power fought the Violet King, who was supported by the dragon vein. The battle was in a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the outcome. The Violet King's face gradually showed impatience. He flipped his left palm, and a scarlet light rose. A bright red furnace appeared. After 14 years, the Red Origin King artifact reappeared in the world. Seeing the King artifact appear again, Hong Wulei's body trembled, and his eyes filled with tears. "Be careful." The Azure King's expression froze. "Yes." Ning Qin nodded. He clenched his left hand, and a fiendish saber appeared. The Grand Elder had said that the Red King's King artifact had played an important role in making him the leader of the four kings. "Now, I'll show you the scenery of hell." "Huh." The Violet King activated the Red Origin King artifact in his left hand. Scarlet light immediately illuminated the world, and a bloody hell rapidly spread. A mountain-like pressure descended, and hell appeared in the world. The Azure King and Ning Qin immediately felt their bodies sink. Their cultivation techniques were severely restricted. At this moment, a barefoot figure walked into the battle. A long, black saber appeared in her hand. The bells on the saber jingled like the tears of a saber. They had never heard of such a strange, divine weapon. Even Ning Qin was seeing it for the first time. Flower burial tears. Seeing the divine weapon in her hand, the Violet King's pupils constricted and his expression changed. Chapter 457. The appearance of the flower burial ground shocked the kings. The divine weapon that had disappeared for hundreds of years had appeared again today, revealing the identity of the newcomer. Saber God, butterfly in the flower. Her face changed. A beautiful face appeared, but at this moment it was as cold as ice. "All right, the two of you can rest. Leave this person to me." Butterfly in the flower burial flower glanced at the two of them. Emperor Qing recovered from his shock and looked at the red-robed young man beside him with a questioning look in his eyes. At this time, it's best to listen to her. Ning Chen's saber and sword disappeared. He turned and left the battlefield. It was clear that this demoness had been enduring for a long time. At this moment, he didn't want to provoke her. The Azure King narrowed his eyes and walked out of the battlefield. He had heard of Saber God's name for a long time, but this was his first time seeing him. The butterfly in the flower was just like her name. She was more beautiful than the flower, but her saber was more beautiful than the butterfly. Butterfly in the flower burial flower looked at the purple-robed king and said indifferently, "What we fought before doesn't count. Let's start over. Butterfly in the flower, we have no enmity. Why must you get involved in this mess?" The purple king's eyes flashed with fear as he spoke in a deep voice. "Only I can bully the fool behind me." "You'll have to pay for that palm with your life," said Butterfly in the flower burial flower. "Arrogant." The Violet King was infuriated. He didn't say anything else. Stomping his foot, his halberd unleashed a force that could shatter mountains. Wind and thunder converged as he slashed down with his halberd, causing the clouds to turn chaotic. The heavenly might shook the mountains and split the seas. "Ning Qin, watch carefully. I'll only show you this once." Butterfly in the flower burial flowers, tears shone with a black light. Frost fell from the sky, and flowers bloomed on the ground. Red, orange, yellow, green, 100 colors bloomed. Frost sky burial flower, 100 colors of mountains and rivers. A beautiful blue figure flew out of the beautiful ice flowers. The saber slashed and the butterfly danced. A red streak fell and the frost stopped. No, impossible! The Purple King's eyes were filled with disbelief. In the next moment, a bloody mist gushed out from his throat, obscuring his final line of sight. Her unwilling body fell to the ground, filled with regret that she could not believe until the end. Green bamboo snake, a woman's heart will not rest until death. In the past 100 years, there had always been a legend in the 4 regions. It was said that there was a female devil who used a blade in the Central Plains. Her strength was no less than that of a human sovereign, but no one knew whether it was true or not. Now that they had seen it for themselves, they were all shocked. After the battle was over, Hua Zhongjie turned around and walked over to the 2 of them. She glanced at the Azure King and said indifferently, "Pretend you didn't see anything today." The Azure Sovereign's cold tone didn't hide his killing intent at all. The Azure Sovereign's body tensed up. After a moment, he recovered and nodded. After getting the answer, Hua Zhongjie looked at the young man in red in front of her. Her cold face disappeared and she smiled like a blooming flower. She put her arms around the young man's neck and asked, "Junior brother, am I powerful?" "Amazing." Ning Qin hurriedly nodded his head. The cold sweat on his back had yet to dissipate. He had always known that this demoness was very powerful. However, it was only now that he realized what true valiance was. "Then in the future, will you listen to what I say?" Hua Zhongjie's smile became even more brilliant. "Listen." Ning Qin nodded decisively again. "Good boy." Hua Zhongjie happily pinched his face. Normally, this fellow was like an old monster, neither happy nor sad. That was a huge blow to her. Today, she had finally gotten back some face. "Little girl, come here." Hua Zhongjie looked at Hong Wulei and beckoned her over. Hearing the former's beckoning, Hong Wulei first trembled and then quickly walked over. "Junior brother, hurry up and apologize. I'm waiting." Hua Zhongjie giggled. Ning Chen helplessly flipped his hand and the red Origin King ring appeared. He immediately grabbed Hong Wulei's hand and placed the king ring in her hand. "Little girl, I'll apologize to you, but only this time. There won't be a next time." Tears unconsciously flowed down Hong Wulei's face. In less than a month, she had cried half her life's worth of tears. The excitement of regaining what she had lost made her unable to control herself. She took the king ring and took a step forward, tightly hugging her young master and crying silently. Ning Qin gently patted her head and sighed. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to apologize this time. "All right, you've apologized. Don't take advantage of your young master. Only I can take advantage of him." Seeing her junior brother being taken advantage of by someone else, Hua Zhongjie was very unhappy. She pulled the little girl away from a certain someone's embrace. Ning Qin helplessly smiled. This demoness face really changed faster than flipping a book. Hong Wulei wiped away the tears on her face. She pointed at herself and then pointed at Hua Zhongjie. She made a sign that the latter couldn't understand. Seeing this, Hua Zhongjie was confused. Was this girl scolding her? "Wulei says thank you." Ning Chen understood and translated. "How did you know?" Hua Zhongjie was puzzled. Even she couldn't understand, so how did he know? "High comprehension is also one of my strong points." Ning Chen smiled. Hua Zhongjie wasn't happy, but she couldn't refute him. Although this fellow's strength was only SOSO, his brain was frighteningly smart. This was the first time she had seen such a freak in all these years. Ning Chen glanced at the blood-red cauldron floating in the air. He waved his right hand and took the king weapon. He handed it to Hong Wulei and said softly, "The Red Origin King weapon's power is extraordinary. It far surpasses the other 3 king weapons. The Purple King didn't have the king's ring, so he couldn't unleash the full power of the king's weapon. That's why he lost so miserably. Your father put in a lot of effort and didn't hesitate to give the king's ring to you." Ningchen paused for a moment before continuing. "Also, Yi Jie isn't dead yet. However, I won't interfere in this matter. Whether or not you can defeat this person will depend on yourself." Hong Wulei nodded and remembered every word that the young master said to her. After that, Ningchen turned and looked at the Qing King, who was currently healing the Dark King. "Qing King, thank you for your help today. It was nothing." "How can I cure the Dark King's poison?" asked the Qing King. "Here." Hua Zhongjie stepped forward and took out a pile of jade bottles from her bosom. She threw them over and said, "I forgot which bottle is the antidote, but you'll be fine if you take the other pills. Try them all." Hearing this, the Qing King's forehead was covered in cold sweat again. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He took the antidotes in front of him and tried them one by one. After testing a pile of antidotes, the poison in the Dark King's body was cured. His injuries were no longer serious. The 4 of them left with the Dark King. Although this battle had ended, there were still many things to be done. 5 days later, in the Dark King's palace, the 2 of them said goodbye. The Dark King personally sent them off. He looked at the red-clothed young man beside him and said calmly, "Wulei told me to tell you that she's going into seclusion to absorb the Red Origin King item's power. Therefore, she won't be coming to send you off." Ningchen nodded and didn't say anything. He glanced at the woman beside him and said, "Senior sister, let's go." "Okay." Butterfly in the flower responded softly and left with the former. Within the palace, the Dark King watched the 2 of them leave. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Wulei, they're already far away. Come out." A red-clothed figure walked out from behind the palace. Looking at their departing figures, tears silently dripped from her eyes. "Girl, if you want to help him, you have to quickly absorb the Red Origin King item's power," said the Dark King softly. Hong Wulei nodded and clenched her fists. Her gaze became resolute. She would cultivate well. There would be a day when she would no longer be a burden to her master. The 2 of them walked side by side through the wilderness. It had already been a month since they left the academy. It was about time for them to return. After walking for an entire day, the sun began to set. Just as the 2 of them were about to stop and rest, an azure bird flew over and landed in front of them. "Something has happened at the academy. Return quickly," said the azure bird. The academy head's voice rang out in their ears. His voice was filled with worry. Hua Zhongjie's expression changed. Without saying anything, she pulled Ningchen and immediately flew back to Whitefoot Academy. In the wilderness, 2 figures flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could see them clearly, they had already disappeared into the night. At Whitefoot Academy, a great battle had begun. Outside the array, a white-clothed man stood in the void. Behind him, tens of thousands of beasts stepped out of the primordial land and continuously attacked the Academy's array. Among the beasts, 9 wild beasts stood out. One of them was the silver leopard that Ningchen had fought in the primordial land. 1 energy-shaping realm, 9 quasi-energy-shaping realm, and hundreds of thousands of powerful wild beasts formed a terrifying lineup. The atmosphere of the entire area was oppressive. "Yao Qilua, this is the 2nd time you've provoked the Academy. Have you forgotten the agreement between the human world and the primordial land?" Yi Qingqiu looked at the white-clothed man in front of her and said in a low voice, "Agreement? It's been too long." Yao Qilua smiled faintly. With a flip of her right hand, her palm energy swept out. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed. The terrifying power shocked everyone in the academy. Yi Qingqiu stepped forward and stood in front of the array. Similarly, she struck out with her palm and blocked the demon lord's attack. The academy was in danger. the old gatekeeper, the 3 seniors of the academy on the 2nd floor of the Jingluan Pavilion, and the scholar on the 1st floor all walked out and appeared in front of the array. They no longer concealed their aura. Vast amounts of true vitality corresponded and strengthened the array. Only you guys? Looks like the academy that forced me to enter the mountain has also declined. Yao Qilua glanced at the 5 of them. A hint of mockery flashed in her eyes as she said, 100 miles west of White Sovereign City, a young man in a purple and red robe stopped. He looked at the dark clouds in the distance and frowned slightly. At this moment, a black-clothed guard appeared and said respectfully, 4th Prince, the primitive emperor summons you back to the palace immediately. Yi Xuanmiao frowned again. He took 2 steps forward and disappeared. Go back and report to my father that I'll be back soon. At the same time, 100 miles north of the academy, 2 figures sped past. They were getting faster and faster. The academy was in danger, and the primordial land was making trouble. No one knew if it was a coincidence or something else, but in White Sovereign City orders were issued one after another, summoning all the princes and servants in the nearby cities. In the central heavenly court of Mizar Imperial Palace, the primitive emperor sat cross-legged in the endless purple fate. His cultivation level was constantly rising. With the help of the fate of the dynasty, he was once again trying to break through to the human sovereign realm. Chapter 458. In the Bailu Academy, the formation trembled as the primitive land launched a large-scale attack. The continuous attacks put the academy in a precarious situation. In the sky above the academy, the human sovereigns and the energy-shaping realm demon lords engaged in an intense battle. The sky and earth were in danger as the space within 100 miles twisted continuously. Below, the gatekeeper, the 3 seniors on the 2nd floor of the Jingluan Pavilion, and the scholar on the 1st floor worked together to stop the 9 quasi-energy shaping realm wild beasts. They were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, and the situation was getting out of hand. At the moment of crisis, a sorrowful sword appeared in the distance. In an instant, a purple-red figure walked into the battle. With a turn of the sword, several beams of sword light shot out, forcing the 3 demon kings back. His eyes were cold and emotionless. His sword danced with a blue radiance. He was like Wu Dai in the wind, proud and unyielding, handsome and extraordinary. 4th Prince. In the academy, many disciples of the nobles recognized the attacker. Yi Xuanmiao was the most talented among the dozen, or so princes, of the Kaiyang imperial city. He was named the crown prince and had the right to inherit the throne. However, he had no interest in the throne and had never participated in the fight for it. The leader of the 9 kings, Silver Leopard, saw this and turned into a flash of white light, rushing towards the 4th prince of the Kaiyang imperial dynasty. Cyan Moth, Reverse Rainbow. The cyan moth sword in Yi Xuanmiao's hand turned around. The tough sword twisted and turned like a blue waterfall, wrapping around Silver Leopard's claws. In an instant, the soft sword turned into an extremely tough weapon, stabbing into Silver Leopard's stomach, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The unique sword was both tough and soft. Silver Leopard did not expect this, and was injured in one move. The situation of the battle changed. The other 8 demon kings sensed this and immediately split up to fight the 4th prince together. Yi Xuanmiao's expression did not change at all when the 2 demon kings worked together. The blue sword hummed, suddenly tough and soft. One sword was strong, the other skillful. It trapped the 2 demon kings and was not at a disadvantage at all. In the sky, Yao Qilua sensed the change in the battle below and frowned. Her figure flashed, and her palm formed a destructive force that fell from the sky. Yi Xuanmiao looked up with a serious expression. His soft sword turned into a divine blade, spinning into the sky to block the killing intent falling from the sky. At this moment, a beautiful blue figure appeared. A black blade slashed through the sky. With a loud explosion, the 9 heavens collapsed. Amidst the raging winds, butterfly in the flower stood in the void. She looked at the demon venerable in the sky with undisguised, killing intent in her eyes. Below, He walked over with a sword in hand. Thousands of sword wills surged, and with a single slash, it broke through the mountains and split the sky. The terrifying sword beam roared as it sped forward. Thousands of desolate beasts were instantly killed. The 3 closest Fey kings were alarmed as they opened their mouths to breathe in and out beast essence. They joined forces to block the sword beam. Yao Chilua, do you still want to fight? Hua Zhongdia held the flower burial tear in her hand and said indifferently, what an extraordinary expert. It was worth it to be able to lure you out. Retreat. Yao, beautiful Luo waved her hand, and the beast kings retreated. The beast horde then retreated in an orderly fashion towards the primitive lands. See you next time. I hope the academy will have such good luck. The beast horde retreated, and Yao Chilua's lips curled up slightly. Her white clothes scattered and she disappeared. In the sky, Yi Qingqiu watched the demon venerable leave. Her eyes flashed with a dignified look. There were signs of chaos in the primordial land. In front of the academy, Yi Xuanmiao sheathed his sword. He glanced at the red-clothed youth not far away and nodded. Ning Chen also nodded. Although they had not spoken a word during their 2 meetings, the 4th prince of the Kaiyang dynasty had left a deep impression on him. He had a feeling that if he used his full strength, Yi Xuanmiao's strength might not lose to the primitive emperor. Of course, the primitive emperor had hidden too deeply, and he could not see everything. However, no matter what, the 4th prince's strength was the strongest of the younger generation he had ever seen. 4th prince, thank you for your help. Yi Qingqiu walked down from the sky and looked at the former with a serious expression. It's nothing, Yi Xuanmiao calmly replied and continued, Father has summoned me. Xuanmiao cannot stay any longer. See you next time. See you next time. Yi Qingqiu nodded. Yi Xuanmiao turned and left. After a few steps, he disappeared without a trace. Ning Chen waved his right hand, and King Yama disappeared. His feet moved, and he also disappeared. Where is he going? Yi Qingqiu's eyes flashed as she asked. Kaiyang Imperial Palace. Hua, Zhongdia slowly said. In the sky above the Kaiyang Imperial Palace, Hongyi appeared. Without any delay, she turned her hand and drew her bow. Arrow light directly shot towards the primitive emperor of the central heavenly court. The old eunuch was furious. His horsetail whisk turned into 3,000 silver threads, blocking the arrow light. However, within the arrow light a sword appeared. The sword fell from the sky, and the entire central heavenly court shook. With a bang, the old eunuch's mouth was overflowing with blood, and he retreated a few steps. After the sword moved, the sky-piercing arrow light shot out again. 3 arrows chased after the moon, and the terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Rascal, it's you again. A red spear light filled the sky, and the 13th prince appeared. With a heroic appearance, he waved his spear to block the arrows. With a bang, he retreated a step and blocked an arrow. With a piercing sound, the arrow light streaked across Yi Hongyan's left arm, and blood spurted out, dyeing his clothes red. On the other side of the palace, a man in purple and white clothes silently watched. His eyes were deep and calm, and he had no intention of going forward to help. Crown Prince. An armored guard knelt on the ground and respectfully said, How is it? Asked Yi Chaohui. As Crown Prince expected, the Whitefoot Academy is being attacked by the primitive lands. However, the 4th prince also went, reported the armored guard. 4th brother. Yi Chaohui frowned slightly. His father had summoned all the princes back to the palace. For his 4th brother to go to the academy at this time was undoubtedly openly disobeying. Of all the princes, the one he feared the most was the 4th prince, and the one he was least worried about was his 4th brother. He didn't know what his 4th brother was thinking, But he didn't believe there was someone in this world who didn't care about power. "Where's ninth brother? Has he returned?" asked Yi Chao Hui. "The ninth prince is on his way back to the palace." "He should be back before daybreak," said the guard respectfully. "Yes, I understand." "You can leave," said Yi Chao Hui calmly. "Yes." The guard bowed and turned to leave. "Father, if you become a chosen, how long will I have to wait for this position?" Yi Chao Hui's gaze grew heavier and heavier. In the central heavenly court, the arrow light was like a rainbow and the sword intent surged. One after another, it cut through the void, and there was no way to avoid it. The old eunuch and the 13th prince were both stained red, and it was getting harder and harder to block. The invisible opponent was shockingly powerful. Seeing another arrow coming, the 13th prince suddenly staggered. The arrow flew past his right arm and headed straight for the primitive emperor. It was unknown whether it was because he was out of strength or it was done on purpose. However, at this moment, another arrow light cut through the central heavenly court and collided with the arrow light in front of the primitive emperor. The two arrows collided, and the aftermath spread in all directions. The old eunuch reacted, and the horsetail whisk in his hand turned into a barrier, blocking in front of the primitive emperor. The Zhao family. Above the void, Ning Chun narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the primitive emperor was wary of him last time and had reached some kind of agreement with the Zhao family. In the central heavenly court, an old man in blue appeared. His old face was haggard, and in his hand there was a dark bow that was cold and piercing to the bone. It was very extraordinary. After 10 years, seeing the Zhao family again, Ning Qin didn't dare to be careless. When he was in the divine prefecture, he had a general understanding of the Zhao family from senior sword Bodhi. Later, when he saw Luo Xingqian, he was even more aware of the terrifying background of this family. His impression of the Zhao family was very ordinary. Even Luo Xingqian, who betrayed the Zhao family, wasn't someone easy to deal with. If it wasn't for the chaos of the Nether King, he would have fought with this freak. The broken death bow was drawn, and the phoenix vitality gathered, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered into a blood-colored arrow light. The next moment, the blood arrow flew out, tearing through the void, and headed straight for the central heavenly court. In front of the primitive emperor, the old man in blue focused and drew his bow. At this moment, a purple-red figure walked over, and after 2 steps he was in between the two. The green moth was unsheathed, and the sound of a sword rang out. The sword broke the arrow, and the aftermath surged. In the void, Ning Qin put away his bow, no longer attacking, and turned to leave. He rushed to the Mizar Imperial Palace before the 4th prince, because he didn't want to confront him head-on. Now that Yi Xuanmiao had returned, it was impossible for him to attack the primitive emperor again. Below! Yi Xuanmiao looked at the blurry figure in the darkness and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He didn't chase after him. 4th Imperial Brother. The 13th Prince stepped forward with a smile on his face. "How's your injury?" Yi Xuanmiao glanced at the former and asked calmly. "Thank you for your concern, Imperial Brother. Hongmian is fine." The 13th Prince responded. "That's good. You stay here, I'm going back." After saying that, Yi Xuanmiao didn't stop and walked back to his own palace. No one noticed that, at this moment, the primitive emperor opened his eyes in the dense purple mist. Looking at his 4 sons leaving, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. After a short moment, he concealed his emotions and closed his eyes again. This son was the one he valued the most, but also the one he feared the most. Before entering the human sovereign realm, maintaining the current relationship was the best choice. In front of the Bailu Academy, after a great battle, there was a scene of devastation. The teachers of the academy led the students to clean up the corpses outside the academy. In the lake pavilion on the east side of the academy, 2 women sat facing each other, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. "What happened?" Hua Zhongjie asked. "I'm not sure. In the month that you left, the primitive land has been very active. According to my guess, There should be a second energy shaping realm demon venerable in the primitive land. Otherwise, Yao Qilua alone wouldn't dare to break the agreement between the primitive land and the human realm. Yi Qingqiu said with a heavy expression. If that's the case, then we're in trouble. Hua Zhongjie said. There's something more troublesome. Before she finished speaking, a red light gathered and Ning Qin walked out. Looking at the two in the lake pavilion, he said seriously, the primitive emperor will enter the human sovereign realm soon. We can't stop him anymore. I'll go and kill him. Hearing that, Hua Zhongjie stood up and said in a deep voice, there was already enough trouble now. With the addition of the primitive emperor, the academy's situation was really dangerous. Don't be rash. Ning Qin shook his head and stopped her. In the central heavenly court, the primitive emperor's strength will be greatly increased. With senior sister's strength, you may be able to defeat him, but it's almost impossible to kill him. Are we just going to sit and wait for death? Hua Zhongjie's eyes flashed coldly. Ning Chen was silent. He walked into the lake pavilion and poured himself a cup of tea, and said slowly, give me some time to think. Chapter 459. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, cold waves reflected the moon. Ning Qin sat in the pavilion, thinking for a long time. At this moment, Yi Qingqiu and Butterfly and Hua did not disturb him. They waited quietly. The situation of the academy had now reached the most dangerous moment. The royal family was disloyal, and the primitive land was ready to make trouble. It was difficult to take care of both sides. As the night deepened, the withered leaves fell into the lake, causing ripples. The quiet atmosphere was slightly depressing. Butterfly and Hua could not bear it anymore. She suddenly stood up and said, I don't care so much. I'm going to the Kaiyang Imperial Palace now. Quiet. Ning Qin looked up and said lightly. His words were calm and emotionless. For some reason, Butterfly and Hua's heart trembled and sat down subconsciously. Yi Qingqiu's eyes flashed with a strange color. What happened just now? Words were the law. Yi Qingqiu suppressed the shock in her heart. Did she see wrongly? The young man in front of her was only in the fifth tribulation of the innate realm. Even if his attainments in the sword were shocking, he should not have touched the power that could only be seen in the great fulfillment. Words were the law, and celestial phenomena were coming. Only those who stepped into the supreme realm were qualified to have a glimpse of the top realm of the human world. However, less than 1 in 10 people could really master it. Just now, even if it was a coincidence, it was really too incredible. In front of the stone table, Ning Chen did not notice the expression of the chief opposite him. He was still thinking quietly. After another quarter of an hour, he looked up and said, There is a way, but it's risky. Would you like to hear it? Please say it. Yi Qingqiu came back to herself and said seriously, Half a move. Ning Qin said slowly. This was the last half move, including the moves of the Book of Sun that the chief and Butterfly and Hua had promised. He had all the moves. Deal. Yi Qingqiu agreed without hesitation. Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Ning Qin said calmly. How do you drive the tiger? Yi Qingqiu frowned and asked. Ning Qin picked up the slightly cold tea and took a sip. He said softly, the most eye-catching heritage of the academy. You should know what it is. The Book of Sun, the Heavenly Fire Pagoda, and the Venerable Heaven Elixir. Yi Qingqiu replied, There is one more person. Ning Chen looked at Butterfly and Hua and said seriously, Senior Dai. Hua Zhongjie's eyes flashed with surprise. Me? Yes. Ning Qin nodded and said, Senior Apprentice Sister Dai, with your strength, if you were to fight an autarch like Yao Qilua with your full strength, what do you think the outcome would be? 37. Butterfly in the Flower thought for a while and said honestly, she had yet to reach Jizuan realm, so even though she could still put up a fight, she would still be limited by her cultivation. As such, her chances of victory were less than 50%. Of course, It wouldn't be easy for a supreme being to defeat her. That's enough." After he finished speaking, Ning Chun put down the teacup in his hand and said indifferently, "The Academy has guarded the primitive lands alone for thousands of years. Now, it's time for the other great sects to contribute some strength. What do you want to say?" Hua Zhongjie narrowed her eyes. "It's very simple. Since everyone knows that the Academy has been on good terms with the Mizar royal family for generations, we will use this to our advantage. The Academy will announce to the world that we will give the revered heaven pill to the Mizar royal family as a gift. In addition, we will invite the 4 crown princes to the Heavenly Fire Pagoda to express the Academy's goodwill. In the world, the one who wants the primitive emperor to die the most isn't me, nor is it you. It's the 4 crown princes. Therefore, the 4 crown princes aren't the most direct enemies of the Academy. I believe that the 4 crown princes will be happy to accept the Academy's goodwill. As for the primitive lands, I have always suspected that the primitive emperor is in contact with the primitive lands. No matter if it's true or not, we must be on guard against this matter. However, no matter how bold the primitive emperor is, he wouldn't dare to join hands with the primitive lands openly. Senior Sister Dai, your identity may not be hidden for long. Why don't you take the initiative to show yourself and attract everyone's attention here?" At this point, Ning Chun looked at Butterfly in the Flower and said seriously, "Senior Sister Dai, from tonight onwards, the opera singer in the Jingluan Pavilion is dead, and Butterfly in the Flower is the murderer. Moreover, she has stolen the Book of Sun from the Academy." "No." Hearing this, Yi Qingqiu immediately rejected without hesitation. She said in a deep voice, "The primitive emperor is already half a step into the supreme realm. After obtaining the supreme heaven elixir, he will completely step into it in less than 2 months. At that time, the Academy will be in a more difficult situation. In addition, Butterfly in the Flower's whereabouts must not be exposed. Otherwise, there will be more than 1 half-supreme and human supremes who will attack us immediately." On the side, Butterfly in the Flower pondered quietly. After a moment, she said, "This method may work. Ning Qin doesn't like to be taken advantage of, and he won't let me die. Let's listen to him." After that, Butterfly in the Flower got up and walked to the back of the young man in front of her. She wrapped her arms around him and leaned on his body. A seductive smile appeared on her beautiful face. She exhaled and said, "Junior brother, this time I've even bet my life on you. You have to be responsible for me. Don't get too close. You're dazzling me." Ning Chun stretched out his hand and pushed away the beautiful face that was close to him. "Junior brother, you've changed your mind so quickly?" Butterfly in the Flower in the Flower in the Flower in the Flower's eyes were filled with grief. Seeing that Butterfly in the Flower 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 in the Flower, Yi Qingqiu was helpless. Did this demoness really trust him that much? "Enough. You two can go to the side. Don't disturb my rest." Yi Qingqiu waved her hand to drive them away. "Palace head, please rest. I'll be taking my leave." Butterfly in the Flower stood up and bowed. Then she dragged the person who was still drinking tea away. "Senior sister, I can walk on my own." Ning Qin was having difficulty breathing as he was dragged away. "Who told you to be so fierce to me?" "Quiet, quiet my ass. Just because you're smart, you dare to be so rude to your senior sister?" Butterfly in the Flower was extremely annoyed. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years was not too late. For a woman to take revenge, she could not wait for even a moment. In the northern plains, snowflakes fluttered. A white-robed figure was walking alone. Her peerless face was perfect and flawless, as if she had walked out of a painting. No one could bear to blaspheme her. A cold wind blew, causing her hair to flutter. In front of a valley wrapped in silver, the white-robed figure stopped. After a moment of silence, she once more walked in. "Miss, please stop." Wind and snow surged as a flying carriage descended. Within the carriage was a woman playing a zither. "I am Mu Qingxue. I request an audience with the Heavenly Music Pavilion's master. The Heavenly Music Pavilion doesn't receive guests." "Please leave," said Wu Qingman. "I have an important matter to ask of you." "I hope you can make an exception," said Mu Qingxue sincerely. Wu Qingman's expression turned cold. "I'll say it again. The Heavenly Music Pavilion doesn't receive guests. If you don't leave, you can't complain even if you die." Mu Qingxue sighed. He didn't say anything else. His figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye he rushed forward. "Impudent!" Wu Qingman's face was filled with fury. She plucked the zither with both hands. Wild zither waves immediately surged out. Killing intent filled the air, blocking the path ahead. Mu Qingxue frowned and stepped away, dodging the zither waves. "Ching-ing!" The Cheng-ing sword appeared, and her figure transformed into a blur. She disappeared in an instant, but when she reappeared, she was already in front of the carriage. The zither was sent flying and fell into the snow. The zither music disappeared and the world returned to normal. "Thank you for letting me win," Mu Qingxue softly said. Just as he was about to move forward, he stopped. A strange light flashed in his eyes. In front of him, wind and snow drifted, and a celestial figure appeared in the snow. A beautiful figure appeared in front of the zither. Her delicate hands plucked the zither, and celestial music shook the wind and snow. "Qingman, you can leave," said the woman softly. "Yes." Wu Qingman didn't dare to disobey. She coldly glanced at the woman in front of her, put away her zither, and left in the carriage. "Miss, Qingman's character is impatient, and her words have offended you. However, the Heavenly Music Pavilion truly doesn't receive guests." "Please leave," said Wu Qingying softly. "Can't you make an exception?" asked Mu Qingxue. Wu Qingying was silent for a moment. "If you really want to enter, you can only defeat me. But, miss, you should consider this carefully. The Liuya zither's power will greatly increase in this heavenly music valley. Even I can't completely control it. I have no choice." "Please leave," said Mu Qingxue. "Please forgive me." Wu Qingying sighed. She didn't try to persuade him anymore. She plucked the zither, and red zither waves rippled through the valley. The celestial music was decadent and demonic. At the same time, Mu Qingxue's body moved. His white robes were flawless, and he quickly moved through the zither ripples. Azura's silence. Wu Qingying's hairpin was broken and her hair was messed up. Her gentle expression immediately turned ice cold. Blood seeped out of her delicate hands and dyed the zither red. She plucked 4 strings and a terrifying wave of energy spread out. Endless snowflakes flew into the air. Her power was terrifying. Mu Qingxue calmed himself down and quickly moved away from the red zither ripples. His sword spun rapidly, and thousands of sword intents formed a sword that pierced through the air. "Evil ghost, open." Wu Qingying plucked the zither with both hands. Blood splattered, and the zither demon surged. Destructive zither music spread through the sky. With a loud bang, the sword intents dissipated, and the red zither ripples crisscrossed. Their destructive power caused the entire heavenly music valley to tremble. The 6 karmic demonic sound was destructive. 30% of the formation patterns in the valley instantly dissipated. Mu Qingxue waved his sword to block the demonic sound and retreated 3 steps. His right arm was dyed red. After 2 moves, there was a sudden silence. In the next moment, the demonic figure in front of the zither plucked the zither with 6 fingers. Instantly, the world became boundless, and wild red waves roared out of the zither. There is no Tao in the human world, and all living souls are lost. The terrifying zither demon destroyed everything in its path. In front of the zither, Wu Qingying's body staggered and she vomited blood. She could not bear the backlash of the 6 karmic demonic zither. Mu Qingxue focused and jumped up Endless sword lights gathered in the sky, forming a huge blue sword wing. At the same time, a dark yellow light gushed out from the ground. It was a martial art that had never been seen before, shaking the heaven and earth. It was the three scrolls parallel flow technique. Heaven and earth move, red dust point. Red dust sword, red dust point. A sword light flashed past at an extremely fast speed. The white clothes disappeared, and only the sword was left. After the sword passed, the world became silent. The zither string broke, and it signaled the end of the battle. The sword was close to her body, and Wu Qingying's eyes reflected the figure in white clothes. Her hand that was about to pluck the zither stopped with a light sigh. As the zither fell, the sword disappeared. Mu Qingxiue walked around the former and walked towards the valley. Was it worth it? Wu Qingying asked softly. Yes. Mu Qingxiue stopped and replied calmly. Then he continued walking. Chapter 460. On the 8th floor of the Heavenly Flame Tower, a red-robed man was practicing martial arts. His sword split apart the wind and clouds. Heavenly suns revolved around him. The Heavenly Yang Book displayed its world-shaking power. In the distance, Hua Zhongdia and Yi Qingqiu were quietly watching. The Sun Volume's martial arts had once again appeared in the world. To reach the 8th floor of the Heavenly Flame Tower under the three calamities, this child's ability is truly shocking. Yi Qingqiu sighed as she watched the red-robed figure amidst the endless heavenly flames. The top floor of the Heavenly Flame Tower was a place that only those at the peak of the Great Circle could enter. The youth in front of her was able to reach the 8th floor with his 5th tribulation cultivation. That wasn't something that could be explained by common sense. He said that he was once punished by the heavenly flames for breaking an oath. Perhaps that's why he was able to reach the 8th floor, said Hua Zhongdia softly. Heavenly punishment. Yi Qingqiu frowned. Someone was actually able to survive heavenly punishment. That was inconceivable. The flames within the tower were boundless. Blue flames soared with destructive power that could burn the heavens and boil the seas. The sword within the flames was hard within the sword. Sword light flashed. The red-robed man's sword was both fast and slow. The wind and clouds were thrown into chaos. The heavenly suns rose. 9 became 1. The peak of the sword was shocking. Die, said Yi Qingqiu. Yes. Hua Zhongdia nodded. She clenched her hand and black light gathered. The flower burial tear appeared. She stepped forward and her figure flashed. Her saber split apart the heavenly flames. The saber light was dazzling. The saber and the sword clashed. Immediately after, it was fast, so fast that it fell in an instant. One saber and one sword clashed in the sea of fire. Red light and blue light moved around. It was the intersection of life and death. The moment it shone in the eyes, the calm eyes, was life like a play, or a play like life. Her sleeves twirled. A black saber came out of her sleeves. Ning Chen leapt up and brandished his sword. His sword spun, and his body spun, shaking the saber light. The clashing of the saber and sword let out ear-piercing screeches. The clash became more and more intense. Above the two of them, the sound of swaying chains resounded throughout the Heavenly Flame Tower. This shocking phenomenon was the world's response to the peak of the saber and sword. Nirvana! A sword of nirvana, a magnificent confrontation unfolded. Soon after, an endless stream of swords shot out. Hua Zhongjie calmed herself down. She turned her sleeves, held her sword, and slashed out. The peak of martial arts reappeared in the world. Snowflakes drifted about. Black light surged from the blade, breaking through the heavenly flames and surpassing the limits. It was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon as it soared into the 9 heavens. The collision of the two extremes caused an instant of silence. Soon after, raging waves roared out. The frightening shock waves made it difficult for space to contain them. The entire Heavenly Fire Pagoda actually showed signs of collapse. Two lunatics. I Chingchio's expression changed slightly. She took a step forward and instantly entered the battle. She condensed her essence and flipped her palm, suppressing the violent and chaotic aftermath. Are the two of you trying to destroy the Heavenly Fire Pagoda? I Chingchio glared at the two of them and reprimanded them with lingering fear in her heart. Seeing this, Hua Zhongjie stepped forward and kicked a certain someone, yelling, "It's all your fault. Don't you know how to restrain yourself?" Ning Chun waved his hand and put away his sword. He smiled helplessly and said, "All right, it's all my fault. I won't do it again." Reason. Since he was 4 years old, he had stopped believing that women were reasonable creatures. Academy head, Senior Sister Dai, is there anything you need from me? Ning Chin collected his thoughts and looked at the two of them. Let's talk outside. After saying that, the Academy chief turned around and walked down the stairs. Ning Chin and Hua Zhongjie followed. The former whispered, Senior Sister Dai, has the Supreme Heaven Pill been sent over? The latter whispered back, yes, but the primitive emperor hasn't broken through to the supremacy realm yet. He probably didn't dare to take it. The former said, of course not. The primitive emperor is very scheming. The Academy suddenly gave him such a big gift. It would be strange if he didn't suspect anything. The latter said again, such a good Supreme Heaven pill was wasted just like that. While speaking, Hua Zhongjie's expression flashed with regret. Before sending the pill, this kid had secretly opened a trace of the spiritual seal. As long as the primitive emperor didn't take it in time, the spiritual energy of the pill would quickly dissipate. To be honest, the Supreme Heaven pill isn't as magical as the legends say. The primitive emperor will definitely step into the great perfection realm. It's just a matter of time whether he has the Supreme Heaven pill or not. In comparison, the Supreme Heaven pill has more hidden dangers. The Mizar imperial family is different from the Academy. The Academy has the Academy head. Whoever wants to take the Supreme Heaven pill must first weigh their own ability. Although the primitive emperor is very patient, it has also become his flaw. No one is afraid of a dying emperor. Therefore, there are definitely a lot of half-supremacy experts eyeing this Supreme Heaven pill in the world. If nothing goes wrong, someone will soon help the Academy to find some trouble for the primitive emperor. Ning Chin said as he walked. Junior brother. Yes. You're really evil. Ha, well said. On the second floor of the Jingluan Pavilion, the stage was empty. The Academy had already released the news that the opera singer was severely injured by Hua Zhongjie. Therefore, the opera singer's voice could no longer be heard in the Academy. The three old men sighed as they sat below the stage. The days when there was no drama to listen to were really boring. On the first floor, the scholar was still reading. It seemed that no matter when, the scholar never put down the book in his hand. It was said that this scholar was the chief student 100 years ago and the chief teacher 30 years ago. Now he was sweeping and doing odd jobs. There were many weirdos in the Academy. The three bored old men, the female devil who used a knife, and the bookworm who read books. Compared to these people, Ning Chun thought that he was still normal. At least he was more normal than them. When the moon was dark, the three people came. In front was the Academy head, behind was the female devil and the normal man. The scholar bowed and continued to read. The female devil mocked him as usual. The scholar smiled and didn't bother about it. The normal man nodded and smiled in a friendly way. On the second floor, the three old men saw the arrival of the Academy head and stood up to greet him. Ning Chen was the lowest in seniority and was ordered by the female devil to bring chairs for them. Miss Dai, aren't you going to sing? One of the three old men asked with expectation. Hua Zhongjie shyly hugged the arm of the man next to her and said, My junior brother won't let me sing. The three old men's gazes immediately became unfriendly. They looked at a certain person and said unhappily, Hey, kid, Miss Dai hasn't married you yet. Young people these days are really immoral. They even tried to steal people from the academy. Senior, don't call us senior. What senior? Are you talking about the generation that died before us? Ning Qin didn't say anything. He knew that there were no normal people in the academy. Others were arrogant because they were unreasonable, but these weirdos didn't know what was reasonable. Ning Qin, a supreme being, has gone south. Yi Qingqiu didn't care about these people's nonsense and said seriously. Ning Chen's eyes darkened. He immediately restrained his emotions and looked at Hua Zhongdia beside him. He said gently, Senior Sister Dai, sing a play. I want to hear it too. Okay. Hua Zhongdia nodded. She got up and walked to the inner hall. She took some rouge and put on yellow flowers in front of the mirror. When did this happen? Ning Chen slowly asked under the stage. Yesterday, because of the conflict between Hua Zhongdia and him. I was worried and sent people to keep an eye on him, replied Yi Qingqiu. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said, Tonight, after listening to this play, I'll leave the academy with Senior Sister. You're also leaving? Yi Qingqiu's eyes flashed with surprise. Yes. This was originally a dangerous move. I'm worried about Senior Sister leaving by herself, said Ning Qin calmly. Think about it carefully. Once you and Hua Zhongdia appear together, you'll be facing a true supreme being in the future, reminded Yi Qingqiu. I understand. Ning Qin nodded. He didn't care what Hua Zhongdia's reputation was outside, although this demoness had a bad temper and was sometimes good and sometimes bad. She had never said no to his matters. When he asked her to help, she would help him. When he asked her to fight, she would fight. She even helped him lure out the Red King's murder. She was willing to hide her strength and was injured by the Dark King. He knew how difficult it was for such a fearless and arrogant demoness to do all this. So he wouldn't shrink back just because his enemy was a supreme being. He didn't like to be taken advantage of, but he also didn't like to owe people favors. The academy had given him the heavenly tomes, and he had returned the academy's peace. Hua Zhongdia had lowered herself for him, and he would face the impending calamity with her. In the inner hall, not long after, Hua Zhongdia finished her makeup and walked out in a bright red costume. At this moment, her beautiful face was enough to make all living things go crazy. Her sleeves beat the drums. The play began. The audience was silent as they watched the woman on the stage blossom into her most beautiful moment. Suddenly, hearing the sound of the golden drum and the painted horn, it awakens the lofty aspirations of my heaven-breaking gait. Thinking back to those days when I rode on the peach blossom horse, the blood of the enemy splattered all over my skirt. I have to fulfill my duty as long as I am alive. How can an inch of land belong to others? Her beautiful figure danced, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. The final play of the academy echoed through the night. From now on, there would be no more female performers in the academy. After the play, the two of them left. They didn't even have time to say goodbye to Qi Yanxia. Junior apprentice brother, once I become a supreme being, I'll kill anyone who dares bully you, said Hua Zhongdia. Her voice was soft, but it contained an unprecedented firmness. I'll remember that. But senior apprentice sister, you have to hurry. I have many enemies, many, smiled Ning Qin. In the east, the first rays of dawn illuminated the land, driving away the last of the darkness. Just at this moment, an azure-white figure slowly walked over. Each step was steady, and a powerful aura shook heaven and earth. The space around him constantly twisted, making his figure even more blurry. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, Yi Qingqiu's expression froze. She looked to the north. He had finally come, the head of the 13 great bandits of the central plains and Qingbai. In the blink of an eye, this azure-white figure arrived at the pavilion. Looking at the woman in front of him, he smiled. Esteemed Qingqiu, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Yi Qingqiu's expression didn't change. And Qingbai picked up a cup of tea in front of her and drank a mouthful. Good tea. It's been a long time. Esteemed Qingqiu's tea skills have reached a new level. Mo Qingbai, you didn't come to the academy just to drink tea, right? Asked Yi Qingqiu. Of course not. Mo Qingbai put down his teacup. His smile faded. I came to see this old friend of yours and kill Hua Zhongjie while I'm at it. Chapter 461. 10 years ago, the Saber God went north. Of the 13 bandits in the north, 4 were killed and 1 was crippled. 10 years later, Reverend Qingbai went south to kill the Saber God. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was overflowing with killing intent as the 2 reverends faced each other. A moment later, Mo Qingbai chuckled and left. Yi Qingqiu waved her hand and pointed at the blue bird. The blue bird sent a warning to the 2. In White Emperor City, Hua Zhongjie looked at the blue bird in front of her. A strange light flashed through her eyes. Boss, your price is too outrageous. 7,000 taels is enough to buy a prince's mansion. On the side, the 2 were haggling. Ning Chen's expression was full of dissatisfaction. Sir, give me a price. This is a blessing. If I wasn't in a hurry, I wouldn't be willing to sell it, the big-bellied profiteer said with a smile. 1,000 taels, Ning Chen said without hesitation. The big-bellied profiteer's expression stiffened. His smile disappeared, and he turned to leave. Ah, what a pity. I originally wanted to give more, but I didn't expect this person to be so impatient. But it doesn't matter. In any case, the imperial city lacks everything, but it doesn't lack houses, Ning Chen muttered to himself. When the big-bellied profiteer heard this, he stopped and unwillingly turned back. He looked at the young man in front of him and said in a low voice, Sir, if you really want to buy it, for 1,000 taels, no less. 3,000 taels, that's all I have. I don't have a tael more. All right, boss. Can you provide a meal tonight? Ning Chen took out a stack of banknotes and handed them over. The big-bellied profiteer's expression changed again and again. He gritted his teeth and took the banknotes. I'm going away tonight. About dinner, sir. You should think of another way. After saying this, he slapped the deeds into Ning Chen's hand and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay a second longer. Boss, take care. Good people are rewarded. Ning Chen waved his hand and said goodbye. The big-bellied profiteer's back trembled. He immediately sped up and left this place that made him sad. Hua Zhongjie walked up and asked in confusion, How do you know he's in a hurry to sell his house? His eyes were eager and he was wavering. In addition, he came in a hurry, but his clothes were neat and formal. He clearly has something important to do, Ning Chen casually replied. It's a pity you don't go into business, Hua Zhongjie said. Huh. Ning Chen chuckled and said, Let's go in. This place is not far from Yang Imperial Palace. It's a good place to watch the show. Hua Zhongjie nodded and followed him into the house. The quiet courtyard was paved with bluestone. The main hall was clean and spacious, directly facing the courtyard door. Behind it were the side rooms. There were a total of 6 rooms, and they were also very clean. It seemed that the owner had just moved out. Hua Zhongjie took off her shoes, revealing her fair feet. She immediately walked to the bed and lay down with her arms and legs spread out. Junior brother accompanied senior sister to go shopping and buy some rouge and face powder. I don't have any money, Ning Chen said honestly. Hua Zhongjie was stunned. She sat up and asked in confusion, Didn't you say that you didn't have any money to fool him? No, I really don't have any money left, Ning Chen said honestly. Junior brother, come here. Butterfly in the flower said with a bright smile. Ning Chen felt that something was wrong, but he still walked forward obediently. It was broad daylight and the world was clear. Could this she-devil still eat him? Seeing Ning Chen coming, Hua Zhongjie rushed over and strangled his neck with her arms. She said angrily, How dare you buy such an expensive house with such little money? Don't you know that your senior sister needs to buy rouge and face powder? Senior sister, I can't breathe, Ning Chen struggled and said with difficulty. I don't care. I want to buy rouge and face powder. Hua Zhongjia's arms were getting tighter and tighter. She threw herself at him and threatened unreasonably. You don't have any money? Ning Chen was in no mood to enjoy the beauty in his arms. He forced himself to open a gap and gasped for breath. You are so smart. Can't you think of a way? Hua Zhongjia tightened her arms again and said angrily, Let go of me first. I'll think of a way now, Ning Chen said with difficulty. Hearing this, Butterfly in the flower loosened her arms. The anger on her beautiful face immediately disappeared and a sweet smile appeared. No rush. Sit down and think slowly. Ning Chen rubbed his neck that was red from being strangled. He helplessly sat at the side. It was true that a single coin stumped a hero. When he was young, he had heard stories about those heroes who flew around as if they always had an endless amount of money to spend. They never had to worry about money. As expected, the legends were all lies. He could also fly around now, so why did he always have no money? Senior sister, the academy head just sent a message. What did he say? Ning Chen asked. Mo Qingbai is coming. He's probably looking for me all over the world. Butterfly in the flower said indifferently. Is he alone? Ning Chen asked again. How is that possible? Disdain flashed in Butterfly's eyes. I killed 4 of the 13 great bandits and crippled 1. Aside from Mo Qingbai, there are 7 left. They are all on their way here. Just in time. The person who sent the money is here. Ning Chen's lips curved. He was in a rare good mood. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Butterfly in the flower's eyes brightened. She immediately hugged him and gave him a kiss. Her smile was enchanting. Ning Chen raised a hand to wipe his face. His hand was red. Female rogue. When are we leaving? Asked Butterfly in the flower. Tonight. I'm resting now. Ning Chen spread his arms and collapsed on the bed. After dealing with the matter of the 3 kings he had cultivated in the heavenly flame tower for nearly a month, he hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath before leaving the academy. He still had to fight at night. Do you need a senior sister to serve you? Butterfly in the flower also lay down. No need. The bed isn't big. You're taking up too much space. Ning Chen refused without the slightest hesitation. There was no way she could occupy his bed. Senior sister, you don't have to take up space. Butterfly in the flower whispered into his ear. Ning Chen decisively turned around, ignoring this demoness harassment. He had been running around for days. Once he relaxed, exhaustion washed over him. After a few breaths of time, the sound of steady breathing could be heard. He closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Butterfly in the flower. She looked at the man sleeping beside her and touched his face. The more she knew about his past, the more she could feel the heavy pressure on him. She knew that he had been trying to find a way to enter the sea of demonic wheel. She couldn't stop him, so she tried her best to help him. At worst, she would just accompany him on this trip. Life and death were just the beginning and end of the play. She didn't care. She only had this one junior brother in her life. He wasn't scared by her bad reputation and was willing to play with her. He was even willing to face the sovereign of the human realm with her. Other than her, if anyone dared to bully him, she would kill their entire family. No matter how beautiful the butterfly in the flower was, it couldn't hide the fact that she was a disaster to other flowers. Butterfly in the flower. No matter how beautiful she was. When night fell, Ning Chen woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pretty face in front of him. It was as beautiful as a flower, so beautiful that it made him dizzy. My face is big, I'm dizzy. Ning Chen raised his head and pushed away the face in front of him. Then he sat up and looked out the window. He jumped in fright. How had it gotten dark so quickly? He thought he had just slept for a while. Junior brother, you should go earn money for your senior sister's cosmetics. Butterfly in the flower, in the flower, in the flower, in the flower, in the flower's arms. Yes, I'll go right now. Ning Qin got off the bed. The two of them went out. White Emperor City at night was peaceful and quiet. Only the flower alley seemed to have opened up a new world. It was abnormally lively. The light in the night disappeared in a flash. Hong Yi put on a devil mask to cover her face. The two going north spread out their spiritual senses, looking for the 13 bandits going south. Of the 13 bandits, other than Mo Qingbai, there are 4 half-step venerables and 8 third calamities. 10 years ago, I killed 4 third calamities and crippled one of them. So tonight, I'll hold back the remaining 3. You deal with the remaining 4. Kill as many as you can, said Butterfly in the flower. All right. Ning Qin nodded. For third calamities was a bit troublesome, but it wasn't impossible to deal with them. If possible, he would do his best to keep them here. That way, when he faced Mo Qingbai in the future, it would be much easier. In the boundless wilderness, a bonfire jumped. 7 figures were sitting cross-legged. Just at this moment, an evil spirit opened the door. Hong Yi and a demon's saber appeared. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared with the fluttering of butterfly clothes. The flower burial tear shone brightly under the moonlight. Butterfly in the flower. The expressions of the 3 half-step venerables immediately sank. This woman really was brazen. She actually dared to provoke them by herself. The 3 of them automatically ignored the red-robed figure. At most, the pressure of a first calamity was no threat to them. Be careful. Finish this quickly. Butterfly in the flower softly warned them. Her white feet stepped into the air. Light flashed, and the saber divinity displayed her martial arts. The 3 half-step venerables blocked at the same time, but there was a loud explosion. The ground around them shook and collapsed, sinking dozens of feet into the ground. Flower burial tear appeared and the demon's saber followed. Before they could blink, Hong Yi disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already dead. The 4 half-step venerables who had underestimated their enemy didn't have time to react. They were startled to see a saber light cut through their throats. Blood gushed out from one of their heads, dyeing the sky red. This sudden change shook everyone. They were immediately enraged. They flipped their palms and counterattacked. Hong Yi quickly retreated, bringing the 3 half-step venerables out of their field of vision. Seeing that they were far enough away, a sneer appeared beneath the evil spirit mask. He waved his hand, his killing intent surging out. The sun has risen. With a whisper, the phoenix fire rose and the sword of the heavenly sun appeared. One by one, they circled around his body. In the next moment, the sword of the heavenly sun opened the night sky, revealing the martial arts of the heavenly sun book. Book of the Sun, 9 suns burning the heavens. The sword attracted the 9 suns. Heavenly fire descended. In an instant, heaven-burning flames roared out, scorching everything within 1,000 feet. Pung pung, the figure that was sent flying back vomited vermilion blood. Before he could recover from his shock, the tip of the sword had already arrived in front of him. It was as if it was about to take his life, not giving him the slightest chance to breathe. You! The 3 half-step venerables couldn't say anything. They were unwilling to die. The 3 half-step venerables fell to the ground. They saw the heavenly book's martial arts for the first time, and finally saw the peak of the world sword. Chapter 462. The 9 suns fell, and the 3 calamities were defeated. The red-clothed figures rushed towards the distant battlefield. In the wilderness, the saber god fought the 3 bandits. Her sleeves danced, and saber light appeared in her sleeves. Despite fighting 1 against 3, she did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Her small, fair feet moved in the air, her movements strange and difficult to distinguish. Her blue sleeves swirled around her halberd, and saber light appeared, chasing after souls. At the moment of crisis, a vast palm blocked the saber. The shock waves shook the area, and the two axes chopped down, splitting mountains. Barbaric bull! Hua Zhongjie wrinkled her nose and pulled back her sleeves. She held her saber and blocked the two axes. With a loud boom, she sent the former flying. Humph, I'm also very strong. The saber god used his martial prowess, suppressing the three bandits with one saber. He was a shocking expert, displaying his martial prowess. The three bandits worked together, halberd, axe and palm, surrounding the saber god. Despite fighting 3 against 1, they were suppressed. Although they were all half-venerables, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Unwilling to be suppressed, Bahong used his 2 axes, and a heavy black light rose. He used his ultimate move, wanting to cut down the saber. Just at this moment, the heavenly sun shone in the distance, and a purple sword arrived. The sword drew the 9 suns, breaking through the air. Bahong was shocked. He used his 2 axes to block the sword. The 9 suns burned around the 2, and the extreme heat caused the space to distort. Ugh! Suddenly, 9 suns appeared. Bahong could not condense his essence in time. He groaned, and the corners of his mouth turned red. He had suffered quite a bit. It's you. Where are Feng Lin and the others? Bahong's expression sank when he saw the person who came. An ominous feeling rose in his heart, and he shouted angrily, "They're dead. However, you will meet again soon." Ning Chun waved his sword, and the heavenly sun rotated. The peak of the sword was a half-venerate expert. The sword and axe clashed, and the shock waves shook the area. The power of the saber god and the phoenix flame burned the sky, adding to the peak might of the sword. They clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. The 2 axes opened the Yellow Springs Road, and the divine sword crossed the bridge of helplessness. Black light and purple light continuously intersected. It was the cycle of life and death, reflecting everyone's shadow. On the other side, the twin bandits of the Machete Deity Society swayed the wind and clouds with extreme martial prowess. Their blue sleeves danced with the aura of death, and the blurry shadows of their blades intertwined to form an endless path to hell. Jia Wu, Qing Ping. His sleeves were wrapped around a saber, and a saber appeared from within the saber. A white saber was drawn from the flower burial ground. With a ripping sound, their clothes were torn. Saber wounds appeared on the bodies of the 2 bandits. Blood dyed the sky and sprinkled down. The situation became more and more dangerous, causing the 2 bandits' expressions to become more and more serious. They brandished their halberds, emitting dazzling green light. Their vast palms surged, and their divine might shook the heavens. However, within the halberd light and palm wind, it was difficult to distinguish the butterfly shadows. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the saber again. The saber broke the halberd, and he waved his hand to shake the palm. With a loud rumble, the space collapsed one after another. Dense mist sank into oblivion, and heaven and earth seemed to have died. One blade broke the halberd, and another arrived right after. The 2 blades joined together, burying flowers and taking lives. There was a muffled groan as the black saber pierced Xiao Chen's heart. Blood spurted out, filling the air with a red hue. Luo Hui, Jing Hua, was infuriated. He turned his palm over and raised his yuan, slapping the executioner in front of him. When the wind from the palm reached him, his sleeves pulled out a saber. With a bang, he met the palm's might head-on. In the aftermath, a figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. A great bandit of a generation had died. Jing Hua's anger was difficult to suppress, but he also knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely die. He turned his palm and pushed the saber away. Looking at the distant battle, he shouted, Ba Hong, retreat! On the other side, Ba Hong didn't want to continue fighting. He used 2 moves with his axes and quickly tried to escape. I can't retreat. Ning Chen's feet moved, and he quickly moved to avoid the axes. Shortly after, he used his sword and saber at the same time. Phoenix flames surged out of his body, and he used the 2 moves of the heavenly book. 9 suns burning the heavens, rising sun shining east. 1 was the beginning of numbers, and 9 were the end. The 2 moves of the heavenly book condensed into 1 move. In an instant, the heavenly sun fell, and the mortal world suffered a calamity. With a loud rumble, 10 li of land collapsed. The 2 bandits were trapped, and there was no way forward. Ba Hong, who was the closest, couldn't bear the might of the heavenly sun. He took 3 steps back, and the corner of his mouth turned red again. On the other side, in front of Jinghua, the flower burial tier blocked the way. There was no way to retreat. Before hell, there was no way to escape. Without any other choice, Jinghua's face sank. He clenched his fists together and lightning surged. A desperate move appeared for the first time. Furious lightning strikes the heavens. The collapsing furious lightning roared between heaven and earth. Huge spatial rifts appeared one after another. The terrifying power shook the 9 heavens. Seeing the opponent's desperate move, Butterfly in the flower's expression turned serious. She pulled back her sleeves and held her saber. In an instant, frost filled the sky and the earth shook. The ultimate marshal reappeared. Through the ages, the only one in 100 generations, a blade in spring and autumn, a beauty that can topple cities. The peak move appeared, and the universe trembled. Endless saber light soared into the sky, absorbing the saber aura between heaven and earth. It roared and rushed. In an instant, it fell rapidly. The ultimate move that could topple cities, and the world was vast. In an instant, the infernal road spread out in the mortal world. Ugh! With a painful groan, the saber light cut down the bandits. Blood gushed out, and mist covered his eyes and the sky. His unwilling eyes didn't get to see the mortal world for the last time. In the next moment, he fell directly into the infernal road. Capital! Ba Hong was infuriated, but before he could grieve, the saber light in front of him flashed once more. A blazing phoenix flame lit up the sky, blocking the bandits' path of retreat. A moment later, the saber god arrived. The black saber light brought with it a dazzling waterfall of blood. Qingbai, help us get revenge. With a furious roar, Ba Hong's chi sea exploded. Terrifying quintessence poured out, and he self-detonated his cultivation technique. When the 2 of them saw this, they hastily retreated. But then they heard an earth-shaking explosion. Everything within 100 miles became as bright as day. The mountains shook and the earth trembled. A wild sandstorm swept through the 9 heavens. Butterfly in the flower blocked in front of Ningchen. Her saber spun, and a black light slashed out, forcefully blocking the wild sandstorm. A pool of blood appeared, and Butterfly in the flower's mouth was dyed red. She retreated half a step, her internal organs slightly injured. Ning Chen's figure flickered, and he landed on the ground with her. He asked with concern, "How are you?" "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a moment." Butterfly in the flower raised her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked a bit tired. "You rest first." "I'll be back soon," said Ning Chen softly. "Yes." Butterfly in the flower sat down cross-legged and circulated her quintessence to suppress her internal injuries. Ning Chan walked over to the 2 half-step venerables who had died in battle. He flipped his right hand, and rays of light shot into his sleeve. Senior apprentice sister wanted to buy some rouge and powder, so he couldn't forget about it. The wilderness was a scene of devastation after a great battle. Everywhere was a mess. After Ning Chun retrieved his spoils of war, he went to Butterfly in the flower's side and calmly waited for her. A quarter of an hour later, Butterfly in the flower woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at the figure beside her. She got up and smiled. "Let's go back." "Yes," said Ning-Chin softly. "I'm injured. Carry me on your back." Butterfly in the flower's eyes rolled around. "All right." Although Ning-Chin knew the demoness in front of him was faking it, he still nodded. If Butterfly in the flower hadn't blocked that big bandit's self-detonation for him, he would have been the one injured. Butterfly in the flower jumped up and wrapped her delicate arms around the former's neck. Then, her whole body leaned on his back. "Let's walk slowly. In any case, there's nothing to do when we go back," said Butterfly in the flower. "Yes." Ning-Chin nodded. The woman on his back was so soft that she seemed boneless. Butterfly in the flower's flower was like the girl next door. She didn't have any piercing sharpness to her. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, tickling his face. Butterfly in the flower's flower gently smiled. She pinched a strand of hair and gently brushed it against his ear. "Stop messing around." Ning-Chin softly reprimanded her. Looking at the rising sun, he quickened his steps. "Do you have to go to the Devil We'll See?" Hua Zhongjia hugged the former, her small face leaning on the latter's shoulder, exhaling. "Yes." Ning-Chen softly replied. The Devil We'll See was his only hope of saving the ghost woman. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to go in at least once. However, he wouldn't throw away his life for nothing. Before going in, he would do his best to find a way to save his life. I might not be able to defeat Emo Qingbai. Butterfly in the flower tightened her arms. "I'll help you deal with this problem first," promised Ning-Chin. "Let's make it clear. Before I deal with Emo Qingbai, you're not allowed to leave." Butterfly in the flower's arms tightened around him. "Yes." The morning sun rose from the east. The light of dawn scattered across the land, driving away the cold of the night. Butterfly in the flower's flower gently fell asleep. She would occasionally smile as if she was dreaming of something happy. White Emperor City was bustling with people. When the two of them entered the city, Butterfly in the flower woke up. Looking at the bustling city, she smiled brightly. "Rouge, rouge. The Yangji Chamber of Commerce's top-quality rouge. Don't miss it." In front of a rouge shop, Butterfly in the flower stopped and looked at the former. She didn't conceal the desire in her eyes. The shopkeeper was a sharp-eyed person. He immediately saw that the two of them had extraordinary auras. He immediately went up and laughed. "Miss, do you want rouge? I have all the Yangji Chamber of Commerce's top-quality rouge. If you miss it, you won't be able to buy it again. Which one do you want? Pick one yourself," softly said Ning-Chin. "Junior apprentice brother is the best." Butterfly in the flower sweetly smiled and let go of his arm. She ran up and picked up a box of rouge. Ning-Chin also walked over, looking at the dazzling array of rouge and powder. He couldn't tell which one was good and which one was bad. He didn't understand women's things, but as long as Butterfly in the flower was happy, it was fine. "I want this one, and this one." Butterfly in the flower picked out 3 boxes of rouge and smiled. "Miss, you really have good taste. These are our 3 best rouges. They're worth more than gold." The shopkeeper praised while hinting. "Thank you, shopkeeper, for your praise. May I ask how much it is?" Butterfly in the flower smiled. 10 taels of gold," sincerely said the shopkeeper. Butterfly in the flower stuck out her tongue and pitifully looked at the person next to her. She didn't say anything, but that was more important than any words. "Here." Ning-Chin didn't haggle this time. For once, he was generous. He took out some money and handed it over. Butterfly in the flower, 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 in the flower's flower. She took the rouge and gently touched it to her lips. Immediately, her lips were dyed red. "Does it look good?" Butterfly in the flower asked. "It looks good." Ning-Chin nodded. "You really have good taste." When Butterfly in the flower heard this, her eyebrows curved like crescent moons. Their faces and peach blossoms reflected each other's crimson red, and their smiles could topple cities. Chapter 463. In a small residence in the eastern part of the city, there were many people coming and going in the red light district. Not far away, Hong-yi was thinking about something as she strolled. When she reached the bustling pavilion by the riverside, she slowed down and looked at the people coming and going in the pavilion. She revealed a smile of reminiscence. "Young master, come in and have a drink." Upon seeing this, a young woman in the prime of her youth who wore a light green veil immediately stepped forward. Her bright clothes revealed a large portion of her fair body, and her faintly discernible allure caused one's mouth to go dry. "No need." Ning-chin shook his head and softly refused. "Come, young master is wearing such thin clothes. Come in and warm up." The young woman walked up and grabbed his arm, dragging him into the hall. The spring flower and autumn moon pavilion was bustling with activity. Ning-chin didn't refuse after being dragged in. He ordered a jug of wine and calmly looked at the scholars and beauties coming and going. "Young master, do you know any girls? How about Luing? Help you call over a few girls to accompany you." The young woman walked up and smiled. "Thank you, but there's really no need." "I'll just drink some wine to warm up," said Ning-chin calmly. "If young master is cold, drinking wine will take too long. How can it be faster than having a girl help you warm up?" Half of the woman's body was pressed against him. "Miss, I'll just drink by myself. You can go entertain the others." Ning-chin took out a silver ingot and handed it to the woman. Lu-ing was startled. There were quite a few rich and powerful people in the Spring Flower Alley who were generous. However, this was the first time she had seen an idiot who gave money instead of a girl. "Then, young master, drink slowly. If there's anything you need, just call me." Lu-ing took the silver and got up from his body. Ning-chin nodded and raised his cup to warm up his body. On the first floor, guests came and went, and the sounds of women chattered endlessly. On the stage, dancers danced. Their beautiful faces and enchanting figures made the blood of the men below boil. They constantly cheered, "Brother, let's have a drink together." At this moment, a well-dressed young master appeared. He held a folding fan in his hand and had a jade-like complexion. His fair and delicate face was a little too delicate, and he didn't have the slightest bit of masculinity. He sat across from him and waved his hand to summon two ladies. He hugged one in each hand and smiled frivolously. The corners of Ning-chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile when he saw this person, and then he shook his head and said, "I don't have any silver. If young master wants to drink, then pay for it yourself." "Brother, there's no need to worry. I'll treat you this time." Young Master Jia waved his hand and said with a heroic expression. Ning-chin smiled again and didn't say anything else. He didn't know which family's child was from, but he actually disguised himself and came to this brothel. However, judging from their family background and upbringing, they shouldn't be the descendants of ordinary nobles. On the stage, there were songs and dances, while below the stage, there were all kinds of people. It was hard to say whether they were ugly or beautiful. Some people spent money. Some laughed along with them. Everyone was willing, so it was hard for others to judge. Suddenly, the earth trembled and the pavilion swayed. Everyone cried out in alarm and ran outside. Ning-chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He put down the wine cup and a piece of silver and walked out of the hall. What happened? Young Master Jia ran out with a panicked expression. In the distance, the imperial palace rumbled and the world swayed. A shocking collision resounded through all of White Emperor City. Multicolored light rose up, and the sound of swords rang out. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared beside young Master Jia and reached out to grab him. Ning-chen's eyes turned cold, and he used his fingers to form a sword to block young Master Jia's hand. With a bang, an extremely small area of space collapsed. Ning Qin grabbed young Master Jia, and the sword in his fingers cut through the line between life and death as it pressed against the illusory figure. After a brief exchange of extreme speed, with a ripping sound, the sound of clothes being torn apart rang out. Specks of blood splattered out, piercing the eyes of others. Retreat! The illusory figure immediately retreated. It came and went without a trace, and its strange cultivation technique made it difficult for people to catch it. "Little girl, with your status, it's best if you don't sneak out," said Ning Qin calmly. Young Master Jia panicked and retreated 2 steps. He trembled. How did you see through me?" Ning Qin didn't want to say anything more, so he turned and walked east. Zhao Liusu immediately ran forward and followed behind him. She didn't say anything and just followed in fear. After 100 steps, Ning Qin stopped, turned around, and said, "Don't follow me any more." I have nowhere to go," said Zhao Liusu with a sobbing tone. "Go back to your home," said Ning Qin. "The palace gate is already closed," said Zhao Liusu in a panic. Ning Qin frowned. "Someone from the palace?" "What's your name?" asked Ning Qin, puzzled. "Zhao Liusu." Ning Qin didn't know what to say. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He even met someone from the Zhao family here. There shouldn't be a lack of palace maids with the surname Zhao in the palace. However, the little girl in front of him was obviously not a palace maid. Thus, her identity was obvious. A few days ago, when he explored the Kaiyang Palace at night, there was someone from the Zhao family in the primitive emperor's central heavenly court. This girl was most likely a descendant of the Zhao family. In that case, the person who attacked Zhao Liusu just now should be an enemy of the Zhao family. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have bothered with this matter. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he was. Ning Qin turned around and left. Someone was looking for trouble with the Zhao family, and he ruined it. How depressing. After another 100 steps, the little girl behind him was still following closely. Ning Qin frowned again. Does this girl really think that she's lucky? There's movement in the palace. At this moment, the void shook and a blue figure walked out. After seeing the little girl behind Ning Qin, she was slightly stunned and asked, "Who is she?" "From the palace. She's from the Zhao family," said Ning Qin honestly. Hua Zhongdia's eyes flashed, and she immediately understood what was going on. She walked forward and looked up and down, and the corner of her mouth curved up into a strange smile. "She's from the Zhao family?" "Yes." Zhao Liusu subconsciously hid behind the man beside her, not daring to look at the girl in front of her. "Who is the old man in the Kaiyang Palace to you?" Hua Zhongdia's interest grew as she asked. "Ji grandfather," stuttered Zhao Liusu. "Enemies really do meet on a narrow road." Hua Zhongdia smiled and looked at the palace that was shaking more and more violently. "We'll talk about this girl later. Let's go take a look at the palace first." "Okay." Ning Qin nodded and waved his hand to bring the little girl behind him, and they directly flew towards the palace. Butterfly in the flower also took light steps and turned into a stream of light to follow him. Kaiyang Palace, Central Heavenly Court. Shockwaves spread everywhere, and the battle became more and more intense. Both sides were using all their skills. The 2 half-venerables joined hands and engaged in an intense battle. Half of the sky shook from the intense battle. Within the purple fate, the primitive emperor sat as steady as Mount Tai. His body was surrounded by purple qi, and nothing could penetrate it. In front of him, the old eunuch and the 13th prince, Yi Hongyan, were fighting a demi-sovereign. The old man from the Zhao family was using his bow to lock onto the soul. An arrow light constantly streaked across the sky to support the two. Even so, the 3 of them were still having a hard time fighting a demi-sovereign. Their red spears and horsetail whisks were dyed red. On the other side, the 4th prince was fighting a demi-sovereign alone. His blue sword was like a waterfall at times, and it was like a graceful swan at other times. His peak sword art gently played a mournful sword cry that reverberated in everyone's hearts. The demi-sovereign was shocked. He turned his palm to block the sword, but the sword suddenly twisted and twisted. The tip of the sword was like a snake's tongue swallowing cold light. Duguxiu tilted his head to avoid the sword light, and his right arm's quintessential yuan shook away the sword. The Kaiyang dynasty actually has an expert like you. You've made me look at you in a new light. Duguxiu looked at the torn clothes on his right arm, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. As long as I'm here, no one is allowed to take half a step forward, said Yishuan Miao calmly. Then let's see if you have the ability. With a cold snort, Duguxiu turned his palm again, and vast quintessential yuan swept through the clouds. Its power was several times stronger than before. Cyan bore a reverse rainbow. Yishuan Miao waved his sword, and a blue light rapidly soared. Thousands of rays of light converged and turned into a rainbow, crashing into the incoming palm. With a loud bang, heaven and earth tilted in all directions. Rays of sword light surged out, and terrifying waves rushed into the 9 heavens. Endless, violent waves descended, destroying mountains and splitting rocks. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the two retreated several steps, both vomiting blood. Suddenly, a scarlet arrow pierced through the air, passing through the gap between the two and shooting straight for the Yuan Emperor. Unable to dodge or block, the scarlet arrow carried the momentum of splitting the heavens and smashed into the Yuan Emperor. Within the purple qi, the Yuan Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, the scarlet arrow rushed into the purple qi and crazily spun, moving forward inch by inch. When the arrow came within an inch, it shattered bit by bit and drops of blood fell. The Yuan Emperor barely managed to block this arrow. At this time, another arrow followed the previous arrow's trajectory and directly pierced the Yuan Emperor's chest. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the Yuan Emperor's aura surged violently, and a waterfall of blood spurted out. Unable to endure it any longer, he took a step forward and flew into the sky. However, the void was completely empty. There was not a single person to be seen. Damn it! The Yuan Emperor covered his bleeding chest and looked at the void that was still nowhere to be seen. His old face revealed extreme anger. Who was it that ruined his plans time and time again? Below, the battle had yet to continue. The Yuan Emperor returned in anger, and a shockingly powerful aura erupted at this moment. Duguxiu and the other half-venerable were shocked. Seeing that things were not going well, they quickly retreated. Do you think you can leave? The Yuan Emperor roared, and his palm sealed the path of survival. The vast divine might swept the central heavenly court's quintessential Yuan Emperor and slammed it towards the two. Duguxiu was shocked. He barely avoided the sword light in front of him and wanted to block the palm, but it was already too late. With a shocking explosion, the half-venerable couldn't block the Emperor's palm. The quintessential Yuan surged, and his body exploded. Blood and bones splattered all over the sky. The half-venerable died, and his soul dissipated. The other half-venerable turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the night. The battle ended, and the central heavenly court was devastated. Blood and bones were everywhere, and the ground was dyed red with blood. Father! The 13th prince knelt on the ground and lowered his head. The shock in his eyes was unconcealable. All along, he knew that his father was hiding his strength, but he didn't expect the real emperor to be so powerful. On the other side, Yishuan Miao waved his hand and put away his sword. He walked forward and half-knelt. The bandits have retreated. This son will also take his leave. Without any superfluous words, Yishuan Miao got up and walked out of the central heavenly court. From beginning to end, his expression didn't change at all. Chapter 464. In a small house in the eastern part of the city, two people were staring at each other. Zhao Liusu, who was in the middle, had tears in her eyes. She felt extremely wronged. In front of her, the two people looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Send her back? Definitely not. This girl had seen what they looked like. Kill her? Putting her under house arrest? That was fine, but when would this girl stop crying? What should we do? Hua Zhongjie, who had always been ruthless, also had a headache at this moment. It was easy to say that she would rather die than submit, but her crying was annoying. We can't send her back yet, Ningqin replied. Hearing this, the drizzle on Zhao Liusu's face immediately turned into a downpour. She started crying. Anyway, I don't want to take care of the child, Hua Zhongjie quickly said. Ningqin had no choice. He looked at the little girl in front of him and said, Zhao Liusu. Yes. The little girl nodded timidly. We can't send you back now, but we won't make things difficult for you. I saved your life, so I'll let you stay for a few days. It's fair, right? Ningqin tried to reason with her. Yes. Zhao Liusu cried as she thought about it. It seemed that the person in front of her did save her last night, but he was still a bad guy. Are you hungry? What do you want for breakfast? Ningqin continued to ask. Steamed buns with tofu filling. No green onions, Zhao Liusu replied while sobbing. Ningqin was helpless. She knew how to be picky. It seemed that this girl was fine. I want meat filling. More meat and less vegetables, Hua Zhongjie said promptly. Eat what you buy. Why are you so fussy? Ningqin glared and scolded. This she-devil was even more outrageous. Why didn't she fly to the sky? Junior brother likes the new and hates the old. Now that you have a new lover, you don't care about this old senior sister anymore. Hua Zhongjie hugged his arm and said pitifully with tears in her eyes. Ningqin decisively broke free from the she-devil's hands. She was taking advantage of him again. Can I have another serving of soy milk? At this time, Zhao Liusu said in a trembling voice. I want you to, Ningqin subconsciously replied, but when he saw that it was the little girl and not the demoness who spoke, he forcefully swallowed the last word and nodded stiffly. Okay. Seeing that the former was defeated, Butterfly in Flower's bad mood became much better. She patted the person beside her and said, Go and come back quickly. They are all waiting. Ningqin left with a sour face. Hua Zhongjie then looked at the little girl in front of her with a smile. She looked her up and down, not to mention that she was wearing men's clothes. She was not bad looking. She was not as pretty as her, but she was still passable. What's the status of the old man in the palace in the Zhao family? Hua Zhongjie was bored, so she sat on the bed, swinging her white, jade-like legs. Supreme Elder! Zhao Liusu pinched the corner of her clothes and whispered, What's your ranking? Hua Zhongjie asked further. 5th. Zhao Liusu answered honestly. Hua Zhongjie's eyes flashed with surprise. The Taishang of the 3rd disaster was ranked 5th, which meant that there were at least 4 other old guys who could live longer than this person. Being old did not necessarily mean that one was strong, but living long was often a kind of ability in itself. In Zhongzhong Prefecture, the existence of the Zhao family had always been one of the behemoths that all the major inheritances feared the most. The water in the water was unfathomable. Now that she had caught a little girl, she could ask more questions. She now somewhat admired Ningqin's luck. He went out for a walk and casually went to a brothel, and he could catch the little princess of the Zhao family. Could this be the reward for saving the world? She looked good. Sister, how long do I have to stay here? Zhao Liusu bravely raised her head and asked, obviously lacking in confidence. Not necessarily, it depends on that guy's mood. If he likes you, then it's hard to say. I'm just a concubine of the 3rd or 4th branch, and I can't make the decision for you. Hua Zhongjie did not hesitate to pour dirty water on someone and said. Hearing this, Zhao Liusu's eyes unconsciously filled with tears again. She pouted and was about to cry again. Don't cry, or you won't have any buns to eat later. Hua Zhongjie threatened fiercely. Zhao Liusu immediately stopped crying and wiped her eyes. Feeling wronged, she said, "I'm not crying." For the rest of the time, the two of them casually chatted. After a long time, Ning Chen came back with buns and soy milk. He placed them on the table and said, "Let's eat." Zhao Liusu consciously went to wash her hands. In the face of food, she decisively gave up on her deep hatred. Hua Zhongjie gave him a look meaning, "She's a foodie, easy to fool." Ning Chen quickly returned a look, saying, "Watch closely. Don't let this girl run away. She'll cause a lot of trouble." Hua Zhongjie raised her eyebrows and replied, "Who do you think I am? Can't I watch over a little girl?" After replying, Hua Zhongjie felt that something was wrong. Anger flashed through her eyes, and she glared fiercely at Ning Chen, meaning, "I won't watch over the child, so don't try to fool me. Eat." Ning Chen acted as if he did not see. He turned around and called out, then walked to the table and sat down first. He really did not know when the last time he ate was. It seemed that taking care of this girl would require a lot of effort in the future. Zhao Liusu sat over. After hesitating for a while, she chose to sit opposite a certain someone. After a while, Hua Zhongjie also walked over with a smile and sat down next to a certain someone. She picked up a bun and took a bite. Seeing that it was stuffed with tofu, she did not eat it. The bun was stuffed into a certain someone's mouth. Hua Zhongjie wanted to take it again, but Ning Chen hit her hand with his chopsticks. "Don't take it. This girl didn't buy many buns. The one that instantly wrinkled is your meat bun." Ning Chen finished the tofu bun in his mouth in 2 bites and scolded angrily, "You should have said so earlier." Hua Zhongjie picked a meat bun and happily took a bite. Her eyebrows curved like crescent moons. "Zhao Liusu, after eating, disguise yourself. I'll take you to buy some clothes to change into. You might not be able to go back in 3 to 5 days." Ning Chen reminded. "Okay." Zhao Liusu nodded sadly. Eating her own tofu bun, she asked softly, "Can I go out to play? I don't want to run." "You can have someone to accompany you." Ning Chen nodded, giving the captive the greatest freedom. "The day after tomorrow, there will be a lantern festival. I want to see the lanterns." Zhao Liusu raised her head and requested. Ning Chen looked at Hua Zhongjie. What he meant was, "Are you free? I'll take this girl out the day after tomorrow. Don't look at me. You agreed, not me. I'm very busy every day." Hua Zhongjie directly rejected a certain someone. "What are you busy with?" Ning Chen asked, puzzled. "It's none of your business." Hua Zhongjie rolled her eyes and replied. Ning Chen was helpless. These people were really hard to get along with. After thinking for a bit, he looked at the little girl and said, "I'll take you out the day after tomorrow." Zhao Liusu nodded. Although she was unwilling, she had no other choice. Having someone to accompany her was better than not being able to go out. After eating, Hua Zhongjie went to the courtyard to sing and practice dancing as usual. Ning Chen took a small stool and sat in front of the door as an audience. Zhao Liusu also took a small stool and sat to the side to watch Hua Zhongjie sing. "Do you know who attacked you yesterday?" Ning Chen asked. The person who attacked her last night had an extremely strange cultivation technique. It was difficult to detect him. If this girl hadn't been by his side, he probably wouldn't have been able to save her in time. This person was either in the same group as the 2 half-step venerables who had entered the palace yesterday, or it was just a coincidence. However, no matter what the reason was, there was no doubt that this person wasn't on good terms with the Zhao family. The bow in his hand would attract the Zhao family's people sooner or later. He didn't mind having a few more people cause trouble for the Zhao family. Hearing this question, Zhao Liusu thought hard and then bitterly shook her head, saying, "I don't know." Ning Chen wasn't disappointed. He was just casually asking. If this girl knew, it would be strange. Right? Does the Zhao family have any techniques or treasures that can help them avoid disaster? Ning Chen turned his head and asked. "Why are you asking this?" Zhao Liusu looked at him warily. I'm bored. I just want to see if there are such things in the world. Also, the Zhao family's defenses are so tight. What do you have to worry about? Ning Qin casually replied. Zhao? Liusu hesitated for a moment, but still honestly said, there are 2 scapegoat talismans in the hands of the sect master and first supreme elder. I heard grandfather say that these scapegoat talismans can save you from death. However, it's only useful for half-step venerables and below. Nothing can interfere with the life and death of human sovereigns. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. So there really was such a thing in the world. He had only suspected that if the Zhao family had such a scapegoat talisman, then the other top inheritances should have similar things. The 4 regions' worlds were much more complete than the divine prefecture. The inheritance's foundations were also unfathomable. It seemed that he had to be extremely careful when facing these inheritances in the future. In addition, the demonic wheel sea was full of dangers. If he wanted to enter, it would be very troublesome. Before that, he had to find a way to save his life. Otherwise, he would lose his life before he could find the immortal palace. Mournful rain, mournful wind, mournful red maple leaves by the riverside. Hazy people, hazy rain, the woman's singing voice echoed through the small courtyard. It was very pleasant to listen to. The figure dancing with her sleeves was like the world's most beautiful fairy. It was very intoxicating. Big sister is so beautiful, said Zhao Liusu softly, infatuated. Yes, Ning Qin nodded. When this demoness wasn't crazy, she was indeed very beautiful. Of course, when she was crazy, she was also very demonic. Not long after, the singing stopped and the dancing figure stopped. She walked up and hugged a certain person. How was it? Senior apprentice sister Dai. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Ning Qin struggled with all his might. In any case, I'll be yours sooner or later. I don't care. Hua Zhongdia's arms tightened. I care. What do you mean you'll be mine? When did I agree? Ning Qin struggled again. He had just praised her for being beautiful, but his true nature had been exposed. Excuse me, is there anyone here? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. It was a familiar voice, but it was also the person who had come. Ning Chen's expression froze, and he immediately stood up. It was him. Chapter 465. You 2 go in. Senior sister Dai, don't let this girl make a sound. Ning Chen looked at the girl beside him and said seriously, Okay. Hua Zhongdia nodded. She didn't want to mess around in front of a serious matter. She waved her hand and took Zhao Liusu inside. Ning Qin walked to the small courtyard and opened the door. Seeing the purple-robed figure in front of him, he said, 4th Crown Prince, may I ask why you've come? Can I go in? Yi Xuanmiao asked calmly. Ning Qin turned to the side and opened up a path, indicating for him to enter. Thank you, Yi Xuanmiao said softly. The 2 entered the courtyard. Ning Qin asked them to sit at the stone table and immediately went into the room to get tea. He poured 2 cups and placed them in front of each of them. 4th Crown Prince, how did you know I was here? Ning Qin didn't understand. The day you bought the deed, I was in front of the mansion and just happened to see you. Yi Xuanmiao picked up the cup and took a sip. How, what a coincidence. Ning Qin smiled. I heard that Mr. Ning and Hua Zhongdia worked together to murder the Academy's opera singer. Is that true? Yi Xuanmiao asked. As 4th Crown Prince can see, I'm hiding everywhere. Ning Qin smiled. Although I don't know what happened, I've seen your sword. With your sword heart, you wouldn't do such a thing, Yi Xuanmiao said calmly. It's hard to draw a tiger's skin, but not its bones. 4th Crown Prince, how can you determine a person's character based on the fate of meeting them twice? Ning Qin picked up the cup and said slowly, People can lie, and their faces can change, but their sword heart won't lie. Yi Xuanmiao said slowly, Maybe. Ning Qin didn't argue anymore and changed the topic. Fourth Crown Prince, you didn't come here just to say this, right? It's nothing. It's just that the granddaughter of the Zhao family's 5th Grand Elder went missing. Father sent me and my 13th brother to look for her. We just found this place and came to take a look, Yi Xuanmiao said honestly. Do you need me to go in and check? Ning Qin drank the tea in his cup and asked softly, No need. I'm just doing my job. With Mr. Ning's ability, even if Xiao Liusu is here, no one will find her. Yi Xuanmiao said lightly, You think too highly of me. Ning Qin put down his teacup and replied, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll bid my farewells first. Thank you, Mr. Ning, for the tea. I hope that in the future I'll have a chance to compare swords with Mr. Ning. Your sword contains the firmness that I've always been looking for. Yi Xuanmiao stood up, his expression serious. Let's talk about it when we get the chance. Ning Qin replied calmly. He didn't explicitly agree, but he didn't refuse either. Until we meet again. With that, Yi Xuanmiao didn't stay any longer and walked out of the courtyard. Seeing the former leave, Ning Qin glanced at the room and said, Come out, he's gone. After saying that, Hua Zhongjie walked out with Xiao Liusu. Looking at the closed door, a strange light flashed in her eyes. She said, This 4th prince really has a sharp sword heart. He's different from the primitive emperor. He won't be an enemy of the academy, but he might be trouble for you and me, Ning Qin said calmly. It was hard to judge a stubborn person with common sense. It was impossible for Yi Xuanmiao to not have noticed the primitive emperor's intentions. However, the fetters of the bloodline inheritance still allowed this amazing 4th prince to repeatedly block the primitive emperor's murderous intent. The primitive emperor took an arrow from him and his body was damaged. It wasn't that easy for him to reach perfection, as long as he didn't enter the sovereign realm. Once he left the central heavenly court, the primitive emperor's power would sharply decline, and he wouldn't be much of a threat to the academy. The most troublesome thing now was Mo Qingbai's existence, which was always a problem that needed to be solved. Although Mo Qingbai was the only one left of the 13 great bandits, a true human sovereign's power was immeasurable. It wouldn't be easy to deal with him. What are you thinking about? Hua Zhongjie asked curiously after seeing the former didn't speak for a long time. Nothing. Ning Qin came back to his senses and smiled, saying, Little girl, get ready. I'll accompany you to buy a change of clothes. Okay. Hearing that they could go out, Zhao Liusu's eyes lit up and she was about to run out. What's the rush? Let's put on your makeup first. Hua Zhongjie grabbed the little girl and dragged her into the room to change her makeup. Ning Qin walked to the door and leaned against the doorframe. Seeing the little girl being tormented in front of the dressing table, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Liusu glanced at the former smile from the corner of her eyes. Her small mouth twitched, and her mood became even worse. After a while, the little girl's face was changed beyond recognition. Coupled with the men's clothes she was wearing, it was impossible to tell that she was a little girl. Seeing her own figure in the mirror, Zhao Liusu's eyes almost filled with tears again. Was this still her? Okay, go early and come back early. Hua Zhongjie patted the little girl's head. She was in a good mood. Ning Qin brought the little girl out. He didn't deliberately hide his face. They had been waiting for Mo Qingbai all along. If a human paragon wanted to find someone, they wouldn't be able to hide for long unless they went far away. Mo Qingbai wasn't a fool. Even if he knew the whereabouts of Ning Qin and Hua Zhongjie, he wouldn't act rashly if he wasn't confident. If he couldn't hide his identity, it would only make Mo Qingbai more suspicious. Bringing the little girl out to buy clothes was very troublesome. Although Zhao Liusu was a captive, she was first and foremost a woman. Women represented trouble, especially when they were shopping. In the beginning, Zhao Liusu was a bit timid. However, she gradually realized that although the man beside her looked unreasonable, he was actually easy to talk to and easy to bully. I want this. Yes, I also want this. Yes. I also want this. Yes. Ning Chen's hands were filled with clothes. However, he still allowed the little girl to torment him. As long as she didn't run away, she could do whatever she wanted. Zhao Liusu's mood became better and better. For the first time, she realized that being a captive wasn't bad. Compared to when she was with the Zhao family and her grandfather, she had much more freedom. When the two of them returned, it was already dusk. Even with Ning Chen's Xiantian cultivation, he still felt a bit tired. Zhao Liusu, on the other hand, was abnormally excited. It was true that when a woman went shopping, her combat strength was immeasurable. Hua Zhongdia was startled when she saw the two of them coming back with all kinds of bags. To be exact, Ning Chen was carrying all kinds of bags, while Zhao Liusu just came back with a stick of candied haws in her hand. Big sister, this is for you. Zhao Liusu took the stick of candied fruit and offered it to the beautiful big sister in front of her. She could see that in this family, the beautiful big sister's words were the most important. Hua Zhongdia took the stick of candied fruit and immediately smiled. This little girl was very sensible. Kaiyang Imperial Palace, Central Heavenly Court. An armored guard knelt on the ground and respectfully said, Emperor Mr. Ning, who is wanted by the Whitefoot Academy, has appeared in the city today. Have you seen Hua Zhongdia? Asked the Yuan Emperor calmly from within the purple cloud. No, said the guard respectfully. Don't alert him. You can leave first, said the Yuan Emperor indifferently. Yes. The guard bowed once more and turned to leave. Within the purple cloud, the Yuan Emperor's eyes flashed. This person actually dared to appear so brazenly. Was he not afraid that the Academy would attack? The Academy's recent actions were becoming more and more unexpected. With his understanding of the Academy head, whether it was the Empyrean Heaven Pill or inviting the 4 crown princes to the Heavenly Flame Tower, it didn't seem like the noble and pure Empyrean Qingqiu style. There had to be something he didn't know about. But as for what it was, he still couldn't see it. 2 days passed in a small courtyard in the eastern part of the city. It was quiet and peaceful. Nothing happened. The Lantern Festival was approaching. Lanterns were hung in front of every house in the city. It was very lively. Ning Chen looked at the excited little girl in front of him and smiled. Those carefree days really made him miss them. Back then, he had been as carefree as this girl. When he got into trouble, he had his eldest grandson to protect him. When there was danger, he had big sister Qingning to protect him. Unfortunately, time always passed too quickly. Don't always act like an old man. You're not much older than this girl. If you smile more, you won't age so quickly. Hua Zhongdia walked forward and caressed the former's face. Her eyebrows were filled with heartache. Senior apprentice sister, I might have to face the 3 calamities, whispered Ning Chen. Are you confident? Hua Zhongdia's expression became serious. Originally, I had 30% confidence, but after cultivating the Sun Scripture, I should have 50% confidence, said Ning Chen honestly. What can I help you with? Asked Hua Zhongdia. You don't need to do anything. You just need to draw Mo Qingbai out as quickly as possible. I might not be able to last much longer. Ning Chen's expression softened. You want to pull Mo Qingbai into the karmic flame tribulation? Asked Hua Zhongdia. Yes, with my killing karma, once the karmic flames descend, even a chosen won't be able to escape unscathed, said Ning Chen. No, that's too dangerous. Hua Zhongdia immediately rejected him. When a chosen entered the karmic flame tribulation, its power would rapidly increase. At that time, Mo Qingbai wouldn't be the only one who wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Senior apprentice sister, don't worry. My body is condensed from the phoenix origin and phoenix blood. It is of the fire attribute, and I don't fear any fire essence in the mortal world. Perhaps I can even use this karmic flame tribulation to make another breakthrough. Are you always going to shoulder the danger by yourself? Hua Zhongjie's eyes flashed with tears as she scolded. That's because senior apprentice sister is someone I cherish. Don't worry, before I save the ghost woman, I won't die. The Nether King won't be able to take my life, and neither will the heavens. Ning Qin smiled. The Lantern Festival is about to begin. Let's go. Just at this moment, Zhao Liusu ran over and pulled on Ning Chen's arm. Ning Chen was dragged 2 steps away. He smiled apologetically at Hua Zhongjie and followed the little girl out of the door. Within a room, Hua Zhongjie was sitting in front of a dressing table. She was facing a mirror, putting on yellow flowers and putting on heavy makeup. One stroke at a time, her beautiful face was completely covered. She had a feathered crown, a pheasant's tail, a spear, and a tear blade. She was a martial goddess of the mortal world. The Lantern Festival had already begun in Imperial City. Every house was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. They were guessing riddles, releasing river lanterns, singing operas, and watching the Lantern Festival. There were also talented men and beautiful women who were gathering and expressing their feelings. During this joyous festival, everyone was exceptionally lively. People who had worked hard for a year had all put down their burdens and come out to celebrate, releasing the pressure in their hearts. In the distance, Ning Chen brought Zhao Liusu out. The chattering in his ears didn't seem as headache-inducing as it usually was.